Hello everyone and welcome back to Old Man Stories. I'm aware that many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you doze off, I thought it would be a fun idea if each of you could leave a comment letting me know which part of the world you're listening from. Also, give a like and subscribe to the channel if you're enjoying the episodes, okay? Let's get comfortable, relax, and begin. I've struggled with whether to share this for a long time. It's been 4 years, and I still can't explain what happened that night in the ICU. I've gone over it in my mind thousands of times, questioning if the pain meds were making me hallucinate. But I know what I experienced was real. I need to put this out there, even if no one believes me. It started with the accident. I was driving home from my late shift at the hospital where I worked in the histology department. It was around 11:30 at night, raining, and I was exhausted. I remember changing the radio station when headlights appeared in my lane. The other driver was drunk, going the wrong way on the highway. I swerved, but it was too late. I don't remember the impact. What I do remember is brief flashes, the airbag deploying, glass shattering, the horrific sound of metal crunching. Then darkness. I learned later that I died twice in the ambulance. Flatlined, no pulse. The paramedics brought me back both times. When I finally regained consciousness, I was already in the ICU at the same hospital where I worked. The pain was overwhelming, like nothing I've ever felt before. My body was shattered, 4 broken ribs, a punctured lung, my left femur fractured in 2 places, my right arm broken, and a massive laceration running from the corner of my left eye up to the top of my skull. The doctors told my parents that I was lucky to be alive, but I didn't feel lucky. I felt like I was trapped in a broken shell. The ICU was nothing like I'd imagined, even though I'd worked in the hospital for 3 years. There were no TVs, no distractions, just the constant beeping of monitors, the hushed voices of nurses, and the occasional cries from other patients. The ceiling became my entire world. Those white tiles with tiny holes and the fluorescent lights that never fully went off, even at night. What made everything worse was the feeling of my hair. During the accident, my head had hit the side window with such force that it split my scalp open. The surgeon had managed to stitch me up without shaving my head completely, which I was told was a small mercy. But my long brown hair was matted with dried blood, stuck to my head in crusty chunks. I could feel it every time I shifted my head on the pillow, a constant reminder of the trauma my body had endured. The nurses were all kind, but they were busy. The ICU was almost always at capacity, and patients with more critical needs took priority. My vital signs were stable, so beyond changing my IV bags and checking my monitors, I was largely left alone. I couldn't even use my phone because it had been destroyed in the accident. All I could do was stare at that ceiling and think about how quickly my life had changed. By the 3rd night, I had fallen into a pattern of drifting in and out of sleep, waking up disoriented and afraid. The pain meds made my thoughts fuzzy around the edges, but they couldn't dull the emotional pain, the realization that my recovery would be long and uncertain. It was around 3 in the morning on that 3rd night when everything changed. The ICU was quieter than usual. The nurses had just finished their rounds, and that strange stillness that only exists in hospitals during the dead of night had settled over the ward. I was awake, my pain spiking despite the medication, when I heard my door open softly. I expected it to be one of the regular nurses coming to check my vitals, but instead, a woman I'd never seen before entered the room. She was tall and slender, with dark hair pulled back in a neat bun. Her scrubs were a deep blue, different from the light blue ones the other ICU nurses wore. But what struck me most was her face. She had this calm about her that seemed to radiate through the room. Her eyes were kind, with small wrinkles at the corners that suggested she smiled often. "Hello, Rebecca," she said quietly, her voice warm but somehow distant, like a sound carried on the wind. "I thought you might be awake." I tried to respond, but my throat was dry and scratchy from the breathing tube they had removed the day before. She seemed to understand without me saying anything and poured me some water, holding the straw to my lips. "Thank you," I managed to whisper. She smiled. "I noticed your hair is bothering you." I was surprised she'd picked up on that. I hadn't mentioned it to any of the staff. "I've brought some things to wash it for you," she continued, showing me a basin, some towels, and a bottle of shampoo she had carried in. I was immediately skeptical. With my injuries, washing my hair seemed impossible. I couldn't sit up, couldn't move to a sink, and the idea of getting water all over my bed with my stitches and monitors seemed absurd. "I don't think that's possible," I said, gesturing weakly to all the tubes and wires connected to me. She gave a soft laugh. "I've been doing this a long time. Trust me." There was something about her that made me feel safe, which was strange considering the situation. She moved with such confidence and grace that I found myself agreeing before I'd really thought it through. She positioned a plastic basin under my head and somehow managed to slide waterproof padding beneath my shoulders and neck. The way she maneuvered around my injuries was almost supernatural, never causing a moment of pain despite my broken body. She adjusted my position with such gentle precision that it felt like I was floating. "I work mostly weekend nights," she mentioned as she carefully wet my hair. "It's quieter then. Gives me more time with patients who need a little extra care." Her hands moved through my hair with incredible skill, somehow keeping the water completely contained in the basin. As she worked, she talked to me in that soothing voice. She asked about my life before the accident, my job at the hospital, my family. It wasn't the usual medical small talk. She seemed genuinely interested. The most miraculous part was how she managed to wash all that dried blood from my hair without getting a single drop of water on my bandages or the bed. Anyone who's ever washed someone's hair in a bed knows that's practically impossible, especially around a head wound. But she did it. She worked slowly, methodically, her fingers moving with practiced ease around my stitches. "You were very lucky," she said at one point. "It wasn't your time yet." Something about the way she said it sent a shiver through me, but not from fear. It was more like recognition, like hearing a truth I somehow already knew. When she finished washing my hair, she towel dried it with the same incredible care, then gently combed through the tangles. I expected pain, but there was none. By the time she was done, my hair was clean and soft for the first time since the accident. The relief was immediate and profound. I hadn't realized how much that small discomfort had been weighing on me. "Thank you," I said, feeling tears well up in my eyes. "You have no idea what this means to me." She smiled that serene smile again. Sometimes the smallest comforts make the biggest difference when we're at our lowest point. Remember that, Rebecca. She packed up her supplies, and just before leaving, she placed her hand gently on mine. Her touch was cool, but not cold, and a sense of peace washed over me, unlike anything I'd ever experienced. The pain that had been my constant companion seemed to recede, if only temporarily. "Rest now," she said. "Your body needs to heal." After she left, I fell into the deepest, most restorative sleep I'd had since the accident. When I woke the next morning, I felt different. Still broken, still in pain, but somehow lighter. The day nurse, Melissa, came in to check my vitals and immediately noticed my clean hair. "Your hair looks great. When did they wash it for you?" she asked, sounding surprised. "Last night," I told her. "A night nurse came in around 3. Melissa frowned slightly. "That's odd. Hair washing isn't typically done at night, especially in the ICU. Do you remember her name?" I realized with a start that I didn't. The nurse hadn't worn a name tag that I could see, and I hadn't thought to ask her name. "She was tall, dark hair in a bun, wore dark blue scrubs," I described. "She mentioned working mostly weekend nights." Melissa shrugged. "Might have been someone from another floor helping out. I'll ask around." but no one seemed to know who I was talking about. The charge nurse came in later that day and asked me the same questions, looking increasingly confused as I described my visitor. She checked the logs and said no hair washing procedure had been documented, which was against protocol. She seemed concerned, but tried to reassure me it was probably just an oversight in the charting. My recovery in the ICU lasted another 2 weeks before I was moved to a regular room where I spent another month. Throughout that time, I kept asking about the night nurse who had washed my hair, hoping to thank her properly. No one could identify her from my description. When I was finally discharged and began my long rehabilitation at home, I put the mystery aside, focusing on learning to walk again and regaining strength in my broken arm. It took 6 months before I was well enough to return to work at the hospital, starting with reduced hours in the histology lab. Being back at the hospital awakened my curiosity about the mysterious nurse. During my breaks, I would visit the ICU, asking if anyone matching her description worked there. I left a thank you card at the nurse's station with a note explaining what she had done for me. Weeks passed and no one claimed it. I even enlisted my dad, who works security at the hospital and knows practically everyone on staff. He checked employee records going back years, looking for someone matching my description who worked night shifts. He came up empty. The nursing supervisors became puzzled by my persistence. One of them, Sandra, who had worked in the ICU for 20 years, sat me down one day. "Rebecca, I've checked everything," she said. "There was no hair washing procedure ordered for you that night. No nurse reported doing it. And to be honest, washing a patient's hair in the ICU at 3 in the morning, especially one with a head injury like yours, would have been nearly impossible given our staffing and protocols." "But it happened," I insisted. "My hair was matted with blood one night and clean the next morning. Someone washed it." Sandra looked at me with sympathy. "You were on heavy pain medication. Sometimes patients have very vivid dreams or experiences that seem real, but aren't." But I knew it wasn't a dream. My hair had been washed. That was an undeniable physical reality that everyone acknowledged. What they couldn't explain was who had done it and how they had managed it so perfectly without leaving a trace of water on my bandages or bed. After months of searching with no answers, I finally confided in Marie, an older nurse who had been at the hospital for over 30 years and was known for her spiritual beliefs. "You know," she said after listening to my story, "this hospital has been here since 1947. There are stories among the older staff about certain presences, especially in the ICU, where people hover between life and death." I'd never been particularly spiritual or religious, but Marie's words resonated with me. "Do you think she was—" I couldn't bring myself to finish the question. Marie squeezed my hand. "I think there are beings who comfort those in their darkest hours. Call them angels, spirits, or whatever you want. What matters is that when you needed comfort most, someone was there for you." I've thought about Marie's words often in the years since my accident. I've gone over every detail of that night, the nurse's gentle hands, her calming presence, the impossible feat of washing my bloody hair without wetting my bandages or bed, and the profound peace I felt after she left. I've considered every rational explanation and found them all lacking. The truth is, I don't know who or what visited me that night. What I do know is that at my lowest point, when I was broken both physically and spiritually, something extraordinary happened. Someone or something brought me comfort when I needed it most, in a way that defied logical explanation. I still work at the hospital. I still occasionally ask new staff if they know of a tall nurse with dark hair who works weekend nights. I never find her. But sometimes, when I'm walking through the ICU late in my shift and the hospital grows quiet, I feel a familiar presence. A sense of peace washes over me, and I know she's still there, bringing comfort to those who need it most. I don't expect anyone to believe my story, but I know what I experienced. And I'll be forever grateful for the mysterious night nurse who showed me that there are things in this world that can't be explained, only experienced. And sometimes those unexplainable things are exactly what we need to keep going when all seems lost. Story 2. I've been a night shift nurse at Memorial Hospital for 7 years now. Ask any nurse who works nights and they'll tell you it's a different world after the sun goes down. The fluorescent lights cast everything in that artificial glow. The hallways echo differently, and time itself seems to stretch out in strange ways between 2 and 5 in the morning. But what happened 2 weeks ago wasn't just the usual night shift weirdness. I still can't explain it, and I'm someone who prides myself on finding logical explanations for things. I work in the ER, which means I've seen just about everything. Traumatic injuries, overdoses, people in the worst moments of their lives. You develop a certain clinical detachment. You have to, but there's this section in the back of our ER that's always felt different. Most of us feel it. It's where room 35 is located, which is where we temporarily keep deceased patients until they can be transferred to the morgue. The hallway leading there is quieter, more isolated from the main hub of activity. The air feels heavier somehow. That night started like any other Tuesday shift. I clocked in at 11 p.m., got my assignments from the charge nurse, and jumped right into the usual chaos. We had a few serious cases, a car accident victim, an elderly man with chest pain, the regular parade of drunks and minor injuries. By 3 a.m. things had calmed down enough that I could start catching up on restocking and paperwork. Marie, one of the other night nurses, asked if I could restock room 35 while she handled a new admission. Nobody really likes going back there, especially alone in the middle of the night, but I'd never been one to buy into the whispered stories about that section of the ER. I've always been the practical one on our team, the one who rolls her eyes when people talk about feeling a presence or hearing unexplained sounds. "I'll do it," I told her, taking the supply cart. "It's just another room." The back hallway was quiet as I wheeled the squeaky cart down to room 35. We'd had a death earlier, an elderly woman who'd coded and couldn't be resuscitated, but her body had already been moved to the morgue. The room was empty now, just waiting to be cleaned and restocked for whatever might come next. I flipped on the lights and started my routine, checking the oxygen setup, restocking gauze packs and saline bags, making sure everything was in its place. The work was mindless enough that my thoughts started to drift. I was thinking about my plans for my upcoming weekend off when I saw him. It was just a glimpse from the corner of my eye, a man walking past the open doorway in the hallway outside, tall with dark hair, moving with purpose. My first thought was that it might be Dr. Renner, who sometimes works the night shift, but something about the way the figure moved didn't seem right. The strange thing was how quickly he passed, just there and gone in a second. What struck me as immediately odd was that this person was heading toward the staff-only door at the end of the hallway, a door that requires badge access to open. Patients and visitors shouldn't be back in this section at all, especially not at 3:30 in the morning. "Excuse me," I called out, setting down the supplies I was holding. "Sir, that area is restricted." No response. I walked to the doorway and leaned out into the hallway, expecting to see the man fumbling with the door or turning around, but the corridor was completely empty. I stepped fully into the hallway, looking both ways. Nothing. Just the long, silent stretch of corridor with its 2 bright lights and the steady hum of the hospital's ventilation system. The restricted door at the end was closed, its little red access light glowing. To my right was the way back to the main ER area, but I would have clearly seen anyone walking that way. "Hello?" I called again, my voice sounding oddly small in the empty hallway. The silence that followed made the hair on my arms stand up. I listened for footsteps, for a door closing, for any sign of where this person could have gone. Nothing. It was as if he'd simply vanished. I told myself that I was tired, that my mind was playing tricks on me after a long shift. Maybe I'd just caught a glimpse of my own reflection in the glass of a cabinet or door. There had to be a logical explanation. There always is. I quickly finished restocking room 35, feeling unusually eager to get back to the bustling main area of the ER. I'm not easily spooked. You can't be and last in this job, but something about the empty hallway and that glimpse of a figure had gotten under my skin. I wheeled the cart back toward the nurse's station, shaking off the weird feeling. I didn't mention it to anyone. Why would I? Hey, I thought I saw someone, but then they weren't there. Isn't exactly compelling conversation, and I didn't want to sound like I was losing it. I'd almost convinced myself it was nothing when I heard the screams. It couldn't have been more than 5 minutes after I'd left room 35. I was at the medicine dispenser when a blood-curdling scream echoed through the ER, followed by the sound of running footsteps. Everyone froze for a second. In the ER, screams usually mean something serious is happening. Jessica, one of our newer nurses, came tearing around the corner from the back hallway. Her face was chalk white, and she was shaking so badly she had to grab onto the counter to steady herself. "There's someone back there," she gasped, her voice breaking. "Someone touched me." Dr. Chen rushed over while 2 security guards who had been near the entrance hurried toward us. "What happened?" Dr. Chen asked, leading Jessica to a chair. She was gulping air, trying to compose herself. I was going to grab more compression bandages from 33, and I thought I saw someone from the corner of my eye in the hallway. I turned to look, but no one was there. Her hands were still trembling. Then I felt it, a hand on my shoulder, like someone was standing right behind me, about to turn me around. It was firm. I could feel the pressure of fingers. I screamed and spun around, but she shook her head. There was nobody there. Nobody at all. My blood went cold. The hallway she was describing was the same one where I'd seen the figure just minutes before. Security took it seriously enough to check the entire back section while Dr. Chen tried to calm Jessica down. She wasn't the type to panic or make things up. She was actually one of our most level-headed team members, which made her reaction all the more disturbing. I hesitated, then stepped forward. "I saw something too," I admitted. "About 5 minutes ago when I was restocking 35, a man walking past the doorway toward the restricted door. When I went to check, there was no one there." Jessica's eyes widened. "What did he look like?" "Tall, dark hair. I only caught a glimpse." "That's what I saw." She leaned forward. "Just a flash of someone tall with dark hair. I thought it might be a patient who wandered back there somehow." Security returned a few minutes later. They'd found nothing. No one in any of the rooms. No signs that anyone had been back there who shouldn't have been. The badge access log for the restricted door showed no entries in the past hour. "Let's check the cameras," one of the guards suggested. "We have security cameras throughout the hospital, including one at each end of that back hallway." We gathered around the security desk as the guard pulled up the footage from the past 20 minutes. We watched the empty hallway, saw me entering room 35 with the cart, then leaving a few minutes later. 7 minutes after that, Jessica appeared, walking toward room 33. There was no man with dark hair, no figure passing by the doorway when I claimed to have seen one. And at the moment when Jessica jumped and screamed on the video, there was clearly no one behind her. The hallway was completely empty, except for her. "Maybe it was just shadows," the guard suggested, but he didn't sound convinced. The way Jessica had reacted, that wasn't someone startled by a shadow. And I know what I saw. Word spread quickly through our night shift. By morning, everyone had heard about what happened in the back wing. The day shift staff listened to our story with varying degrees of skepticism, but those of us who work nights understood. That section of the ER has always felt different. For the rest of the week, no one volunteered to restock room 35 alone. People started taking the long way around to avoid that particular hallway. Even Dr. Mendoza, who's been with the hospital for 20 years and is known for his no-nonsense attitude, admitted that he's always felt uncomfortable in that section. "There's a heaviness there," he said during a quiet moment at the nurses' station. "I've felt it for years, but I never wanted to say anything. Doctors aren't supposed to talk about feelings and hunches." It turned out a lot of the staff had stories, small things they'd dismissed or kept to themselves, glimpses of movement where there shouldn't be any, the feeling of being watched, items that seemed to move between shifts, cold spots in rooms that should have been warm. The maintenance team has checked the ventilation system in that section multiple times over the years, but has never found anything wrong. I went back and researched the history of our hospital. Memorial was built in the 1970s, but it was constructed on the site of an older hospital that had been demolished after a fire. From what I could piece together from old newspaper articles, there had been a doctor who worked at the original hospital, a tall man with dark hair who died in that fire while trying to evacuate patients. The articles described him as dedicated, someone who put his patients above everything else. Is that who we saw? I don't know. I've never been one to believe in ghosts or anything supernatural, but I know what I saw, and I know what Jessica felt. And when I'm working nights and need to go to the back wing, I still feel like someone's watching me. Sometimes I'll catch a movement from the corner of my eye, just a flicker, gone when I turn to look directly at it. Most disturbing of all is what happened just 3 nights ago. I was working a particularly busy shift when a code blue was called for a patient in room 28. We all rushed in and began resuscitation efforts, but it wasn't looking good. The patient, an older man who'd come in with pneumonia, wasn't responding to treatment. Dr. Chen was about to call time of death when the defibrillator, which had been sitting unused on the crash cart, suddenly turned itself on. We all looked at it in confusion, but Dr. Chen decided to try one more shock. Against all odds, the patient's heart started beating again. He stabilized and was transferred to the ICU. He's still alive today. No one touched that defibrillator to turn it on. We all saw it activate by itself. The biomedical team checked it later and found nothing wrong with it. No electrical shorts, no malfunctions. I was the only one who noticed something else at that moment. A tall figure with dark hair standing in the doorway, visible for just a second before disappearing. I didn't mention it to the others. I don't know what or who is in the back wing of our ER. I don't know if it's the spirit of that doctor from the old hospital still trying to save patients. I don't know if it's something else entirely, but I do know that whatever it is, it's still there. And sometimes, in the quiet moments of the night shift, I find myself saying a silent thank you, just in case he's listening. No one volunteers to restock room 35 alone anymore. And when we lose a patient, some of us have started saying, he'll see them safely on their way. We don't specify who he is. We don't need to. The security footage never shows anything, but we know what we've seen, what we've felt. And in a place where the line between life and death is crossed every day, maybe it shouldn't be so surprising that sometimes that line gets a little blurred. Story 3. I still can't talk about my time at Edwin Shaw without getting goosebumps. Even now, 15 years later, certain sounds make my heart stop, especially the sound of metal banging against metal. I worked in the hospital kitchen for almost 4 years, from 2002 to 2006. The early morning shifts were the worst. I needed the job badly. I was 23, trying to put myself through nursing school, and the pre-dawn kitchen shift at Edwin Shaw Hospital paid better than most places in Summit County. The hours were brutal, starting at 4 a.m. to prepare breakfast for hundreds of patients. But the extra $2 an hour for the early shift made a huge difference to me. My first week was normal enough. Teresa, the kitchen supervisor, showed me the ropes, how to operate the massive industrial equipment, the strict food safety protocols, where everything was stored in the sprawling kitchen facility. She mentioned casually that I should ignore any weird noises. Old building, she said with a shrug that seemed practiced. Pipes and ventilation systems make all kinds of sounds. I remember thinking it was an odd thing to say unprompted, but I didn't think much of it. Not then, anyway. The kitchen was located in the basement level of the hospital's west wing. For anyone who doesn't know, Edwin Shaw wasn't always a rehabilitation hospital. It was originally Springfield Lake Sanitarium, built for tuberculosis patients back when TB was basically a death sentence. People came there to die, basically. I knew this history vaguely when I took the job, but I didn't think it mattered. The first incident happened during my 3rd week. I was alone in the prep area at around 4:30 a.m., chopping vegetables for the morning's breakfast service. The rest of the kitchen staff wouldn't arrive until 5, and I'd gotten used to the quiet. The hospital was mostly silent at that hour, with just the night shift nurses upstairs and a security guard somewhere in the building. I was focused on slicing carrots when the metal prep table about 10 feet away from me suddenly rang out with a loud bang. Not the sound of something falling onto it. This was the sound of something hitting it from underneath, hard enough that the pans sitting on it actually jumped. It was so loud and unexpected that I actually dropped my knife. I stood frozen for a moment, then called out, "Hello? Someone there?" My voice sounded small in the big kitchen. Nothing, just silence. I walked over to the prep table, thinking maybe something had fallen or shifted underneath. I checked, but there was nothing there that could have made that noise, just the clean floor and the solid legs of the table. I went back to my station, trying to convince myself it was nothing. Maybe the building settling, like Teresa had suggested, but my hands were shaking so much I had to take a break from using the knife. About 15 minutes later, it happened again. Bang! This time from a different prep table, closer to the industrial walk-in freezer. And this time, it wasn't just one bang, it was 3 in rapid succession, like someone hammering. "Who's there?" I called out, louder this time, angry now because I thought someone must be messing with me. Maybe one of the night shift workers or security guards playing a prank on the new girl. I walked through the entire kitchen, checking every corner, behind every counter, inside the pantry. Nothing. Not a single person. And here's the thing that really started to freak me out. The only way into the kitchen was through the main doors that led to the cafeteria area. Those doors had windows, and I could see the empty cafeteria from where I stood. No one had come in or out. I would have seen them. When Teresa arrived at 5, I told her what happened. Her reaction wasn't what I expected. Instead of surprise, she just gave me this tired look and said, "Yeah, that happens sometimes. Best to just ignore it and keep working." "What do you mean, that happens? What is that?" I asked. She shrugged again, that same practiced shrug. "Just the building. This place has been around a long time." I didn't buy it, but I needed the job, so I let it go. For a while, things were quiet again. Weeks passed without incident. I started to think maybe it really had been some weird structural thing or pipes. Then came the morning that changed everything for me. It was mid-October, and I'd been working there about 2 months. I arrived for my shift at 3:45 a.m., a few minutes early. It was particularly quiet that morning. Even the usual distant sounds of the hospital seemed muffled. Maybe it was the heavy fog outside, the kind that seems to swallow all sound. The kitchen was dark when I arrived, which was odd because the night janitor was supposed to leave the safety lights on. I had to fumble for the light switches just inside the main entrance. As soon as I flipped them on and the fluorescence flickered to life, I heard it. Bang, 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 3 loud hits on one of the metal prep tables at the far end of the kitchen, so loud that my ears rang. I froze, my hand still on the light switch. "Hello?" I called out, my voice cracking. "Is someone here?" Silence again, but different this time, a waiting kind of silence, like someone was holding their breath. I almost left right then. Something deep in my gut was screaming at me to get out. But I thought about my rent, my tuition payment due the next week, and forced myself to walk into the kitchen. Everything looked normal, no one hiding, nothing out of place. I tried to laugh at myself as I put my bag down and went to wash my hands at the big industrial sink. That's when the real nightmare started. The heavy roll-down metal door that separated the kitchen from the food service area, the one that was always locked and secured at night, suddenly erupted with a deafening pounding. Not just banging, but hammering, like someone was beating on it with both fists, over and over and over again. The sound was so violent that the entire door visibly shuddered with each impact. My entire body went cold. The pounding continued, getting louder and more frantic. It wasn't random. It had a rhythm to it, almost like someone was trying to communicate through the metal. Bang, 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 bang. Over and over. I backed away until I hit the opposite wall, unable to scream, unable to run. The hammering continued for what felt like minutes, but was probably only 30 seconds or so. Then it stopped. The silence that followed was somehow worse than the noise. I couldn't move. I stood there, pressed against the wall, staring at the roll-down door. It was completely still now. With shaking hands, I pulled out my cell phone to call security, but there was no signal in the basement kitchen. Never had been. There was a landline by the supervisor's station, but I would have to walk past that roll-down door to get to it. I gathered every ounce of courage I had and started inching along the wall, keeping as much distance as possible between me and that door. As I moved, I kept my eyes fixed on it, expecting the pounding to start again any second. When I was about halfway to the phone, I heard something that made my blood run cold, a soft scraping sound, like metal against metal, coming from the roll-down door. I looked and saw that the bottom edge of the door was moving, just slightly, just an inch or so, like someone on the other side was trying to lift it. But that was impossible. That door weighed hundreds of pounds and was secured by an electronic lock system that could only be operated from our side. No one could be lifting it from the service area side. It wasn't physically possible. I abandoned any plan of reaching the phone and ran for the exit instead. As I turned to flee, the pounding started again, but this time it was coming from multiple places at once. The prep tables, the roll-down door, even the walls themselves seemed to vibrate with these violent, deliberate blows. The sound was overwhelming, like being inside a drum. I burst through the kitchen doors into the cafeteria and nearly collided with Mike, one of the security guards doing his regular rounds. "Whoa, whoa!" he said, steadying me. "What's wrong? You look like you've seen a ghost." I was hyperventilating, barely able to form words. Someone, something, in the kitchen, banging. The door was moving. Mike's face changed, not to shock or disbelief, but to a kind of resigned recognition. "Come on," he said gently. "Let's go check it out together." He drew his flashlight, not his weapon I noticed, and led me back to the kitchen doors. Before pushing them open, he paused. "These things happen here sometimes," he said. "Try not to worry too much about it." When we entered the kitchen, everything was silent and still. No banging, no movement from the roll-down door. Mike did a thorough check of the entire kitchen, looking behind equipment, checking the walk-ins, examining the roll-down door. Everything was secure. Everything was normal. "See? Nothing here," he said, but his eyes kept darting to the corners of the room. "You don't understand," I insisted. "There was banging, loud banging, everywhere, and the door was moving." Mike sighed. "Look, I've worked here for 12 years. I know this building has quirks, especially in the older sections, especially at night, but nothing's ever hurt anybody." "What do you mean, quirks?" I demanded. "What is going on here?" He checked his watch. Your supervisor will be here in about 15 minutes. Try to hang tight until then, okay? I'll check back on you in a bit." And he left me there, alone again in that kitchen. I stood rooted to the spot near the entrance, unwilling to go back to my workstation. The kitchen was silent now, but it didn't feel empty. It felt like something was watching me, waiting to see what I would do. When Teresa arrived at 5, I was still standing there. I told her everything, the banging, the roll-down door moving. Unlike Mike, she didn't try to dismiss what I'd experienced. She just nodded and said, "You're not the first, won't be the last." Then she added, "If you can't handle it, I understand, but we really need morning prep staff." "What is it?" I asked. "What's happening here?" She looked tired suddenly, older than her years. "This place was a TB sanitarium for decades. Hundreds of people died here. Some say they never left." She shrugged. "The kitchen's particularly active, always has been." "Why didn't you warn me?" I asked, my voice rising. "Would you have taken the job if I told you the place was haunted? We've lost 3 morning prep cooks this year already. Can't keep staff if we tell them the truth up front." I wanted to quit on the spot, but like I said, I needed the money. "Does everyone know?" I asked. "Everyone who's worked here more than a few months," she said. "We have an unwritten policy. Don't investigate the sounds. Don't acknowledge them. Just keep working. They usually stop if you ignore them." Over the next few weeks, I learned more about Edwin Shaw's quirks from the long-time staff. How the maintenance workers refused to go into the old outbuildings alone. How night nurses would sometimes hear patients' names being called when no one was there. How objects would move or disappear in certain rooms. The kitchen incidents continued, though never again as intense as that October morning. The banging on the prep tables became almost routine. Startling but expected. Sometimes it was just once or twice, sometimes a series of knocks that seemed to follow me as I moved through the kitchen. The hammering on the roll-down door happened about once a week, usually when I was alone. I developed my own rituals. I'd arrive early, turn on all the lights at once and announce out loud, "I'm just here to work. Please leave me alone." Sometimes it helped, sometimes it didn't. I started wearing headphones and playing music to drown out the sounds, though Teresa warned against this. "Better to know what's happening around you," she said. The strangest part came about 6 months into my job. I was in the dry storage room taking inventory when I found an old employee photo on the bulletin board. It was yellowed with age, showing the kitchen staff from what looked like the 70s based on their uniforms and hairstyles. One of the women in the photo had written something on the back. When I turned it over, I felt that cold fear wash over me again. 4:30 a.m., banging on prep tables. 5:15 a.m., pounding on service door, no one there. Won't investigate anymore. Margaret L., kitchen staff, 1978. I asked Teresa about it later. She wasn't surprised. Margaret worked here for almost 30 years, retired in the 90s. She documented all the strange stuff that happened in the kitchen, used to keep a journal. The exact same things were happening back then, I asked. The same banging, the same patterns. Teresa nodded. Same stuff, different decade. Whatever's here, it's been here a long time. I lasted almost 4 years at Edwin Shaw, longer than most kitchen staff. The incidents never stopped, though they became less frequent over time. Or maybe I just got better at ignoring them. Sometimes weeks would pass without anything happening, and I'd start to relax, think maybe it was over. Then the banging would start again, usually when I least expected it. The last straw came during my final week, though it wasn't in the kitchen. I was taking a shortcut through one of the older corridors that connected to a storage area we sometimes used. I was alone, pushing a cart of supplies, when I distinctly heard footsteps behind me. Heavy footsteps like work boots on the linoleum floor. I stopped and turned around, expecting to see a maintenance worker or another staff member. There was no one there. The corridor stretched empty behind me. the flickering fluorescent lights illuminating nothing but bare walls and floor. As I stood there, the footsteps resumed, but now they were coming toward me. Slow, deliberate steps that I could not only hear, but feel through the floor. Something was walking directly toward me, but there was nothing there. I abandoned the cart and ran. I put in my notice the next day. I found out years later that Edwin Shaw was demolished after too many urban explorers tried to break in, drawn by rumors of hauntings. The building is gone now, but the old tuberculosis cemetery still remains on the property. Sometimes I wonder if the person or people who caused those banging sounds in the kitchen are buried there. I wonder if they're still knocking, still trying to get someone's attention, even with the building gone. And I wonder if the new workers who staff the facilities built on that land ever hear unexpected sounds in the quiet hours before dawn, metal against metal, like someone desperately trying to be heard. Story 4. I keep trying to convince myself that it's been long enough that the memories should have faded by now. 12 years since I last walked those halls, yet sometimes I still wake up in the middle of the night thinking I'm back there. When people ask me about the strangest things I've seen as a nurse, I usually just smile and give them the sanitized version, the funny patient stories, the medical oddities. I don't tell them about St. Catherine's Memorial Hospital. I worked there for 10 years, my first nursing job after getting licensed. I was so excited to start, fresh out of nursing school with all these idealistic notions about healing people. Nobody warns you in nursing school about places like St. Catherine's. They teach you about difficult patients, about death and suffering, but they don't teach you about buildings that seem to feed on misery. The hospital itself looked ordinary enough from the outside. 12 stories of beige brick and tinted windows, built in the 70s, sitting on the edge of Westfield, one of those Midwestern towns that's not quite rural, but definitely not a city either. Nothing special about it architecturally. No dramatic history of being built on an ancient burial ground or anything like that, just a regular community hospital. But from my first shift, something felt off. The air inside was different. Heavy somehow, like walking through water. Back then I chalked it up to nerves. First real job, life and death situations, of course I'd feel some pressure. But that feeling never went away. Not for a single day of those 10 years. The small things started happening almost immediately. You'd be at the nurse's station charting, and equipment would turn on by itself in empty rooms. Not just once or twice, constantly. Cardiac monitors beeping, IV pumps alarming. I can't count how many times I'd run into an empty room because a monitor showed a dangerous rhythm, only to find no one there. The leads dangling, somehow registering a perfect ventricular tachycardia on the screen. My colleague Trish was the first to tell me about the children. We were eating lunch in the break room about 3 months into my time there. "Have any of your patients mentioned seeing kids?" she asked between bites of her sandwich. I shook my head. "No, why?" "Mr. Lawson in 512 was asking me this morning about the little boy in the blue pajamas who comes to his room at night. Says the kid just stands at the foot of his bed watching him." She shrugged. "I thought he was confused, sundowners syndrome. But then Mrs. Porter in 508 asked me about the same kid. Same description. Blue pajamas, dark hair, about 7 years old. I remember feeling that first real chill. Could be coincidence." Trish laughed. "Yeah, that's what I thought too. Until I realized I've had at least 15 patients describe that exact same kid in the past year. And none of them had rooms near each other or overlapping stays." After that, I started noticing the pattern too. Patients would casually mention visitors that couldn't possibly be there. Not just the boy in blue pajamas, but a little girl with long blonde hair who sang lullabies, an old man who stood in the corner watching, and worst of all, what one elderly patient described as the tall thing with no face that would press down on her chest at night. We all wrote it off as medication side effects, confusion, or dreams. That's what you tell yourself to make it through your shift. But deep down, we knew something wasn't right. I remember the cross incident vividly. It was about 2 years in. I was helping Mrs. DeMarco, a sweet 78-year-old recovering from pneumonia. Her daughter had hung a small wooden crucifix on the wall across from her bed. I was changing Mrs. DeMarco's IV bag when I heard a loud crack. The cross had literally shot off the wall like someone had thrown it. It flew across the room and smashed against the opposite wall, splintering into pieces. Mrs. DeMarco and I just stared at each other. There was no one else in the room, no window open, no draft, nothing that could explain it. "The devil's in this place," she whispered, crossing herself. She checked out against medical advice the next morning. I wish I could say that was the strangest thing I experienced there. But it wasn't. Not even close. The crash cart incident happened during my 4th year. I was working night shift with David, one of the few male nurses on our floor. We were at the nurses' station around 3 a.m., that dead quiet time when most patients are asleep. The hallway was dimly lit, just the security lights on. The crash cart was parked against the wall about 20 feet away. David nudged me. "Becca, look!" The cart was moving, not sliding or being pushed by something. The wheels were turning, slowly, deliberately, like someone was carefully steering it. It moved about 10 feet down the hallway, then stopped. David and I both got up. We checked all around the cart, looked for strings, for anything that could explain it. Nothing. The wheel locks weren't even engaged, but there was no slope to the floor that could have caused it to roll. "Maybe someone bumped it earlier, and it's just now rolling," I suggested weakly. David just looked at me. "The wheels were turning, Becca, not rolling, turning, like someone was pushing it." We both knew what we'd seen. We also both knew better than to put it in any official report. The worst part of St. Catherine's was the 7th floor. It had once been pediatrics, but years before I started, they'd moved pediatrics to the 4th floor and converted the 7th to storage and some administrative offices. Nobody liked going up there. The official reason was that it was poorly lit and too far from patient care areas. The unofficial reason was that it was wrong somehow. The 7th floor had its own unique smell. Not the antiseptic hospital smell, but something older, like wet soil and metal. The lights always seemed dimmer there, no matter how many bulbs maintenance replaced. Most staff invented reasons to avoid it entirely. But during my 6th year, a massive blizzard hit. Roads were closed, and those of us already at the hospital couldn't leave. Several of us needed to sleep at the hospital between shifts. The designated sleep areas filled up quickly, so I volunteered to use one of the empty offices on 7. I figured it was just superstition, and I was too exhausted to care. I regretted that decision within an hour. The office they gave me had an old couch. I made up a bed with spare blankets and tried to sleep. The building creaked and groaned in the storm wind, but there was something else. A rhythmic tapping that seemed to move around the room. Tap, tap, tap. Pause. Tap, tap, tap. I told myself it was pipes or the ventilation system. Then came the whispering. Not clear enough to make out words, just the unmistakable cadence of hushed conversation coming from what seemed like the air vent. I put my pillow over my head. I must have fallen asleep eventually because I woke up suddenly. That feeling of being watched so intense, I sat bolt upright. The room was frigid, my breath visible in the air despite the building's heating system. And there was pressure, actual physical pressure on my chest and shoulders, like someone was sitting on me. I couldn't move, couldn't scream, could barely breathe. The weight increased until I thought my ribs would crack. Then, as suddenly as it started, it released. I grabbed my things and ran out, spent the rest of the night in a chair in the ER waiting room. I never went to the 7th floor alone again. Beyond the supernatural elements, there was something about St. Catherine's that brought out the worst in people. The rate of patient violence was off the charts compared to other hospitals I've worked at since. In my 10 years there, I was punched, kicked, bitten, and had bodily fluids thrown at me more times than I could count. And it wasn't just confused elderly patients or those with psychiatric issues. It was ordinary people who seemed to snap once admitted. During my 8th year, one of our security guards, Miguel, was stabbed by a patient's family member in the parking lot. I was coming in for my shift and found him. There was so much blood. The family member had no history of violence, no criminal record. When they arrested him, he kept saying he had to do it because the place told him to. 6 months later, one of our phlebotomists, Jenny, was stabbed with a pair of scissors by a patient who had been completely calm minutes before. I was there for that one too, helped hold pressure on her wounds until help arrived. The patient had no memory of the attack afterward. The worst was during my final year there. Gary, one of the IT guys who'd been at the hospital for over 20 years, jumped from the 12th floor. No note, no history of mental health issues. His wife said he'd been complaining about shadows following him home from work. We all felt it by then, that St. Catherine's wasn't just a building. It was something alive, something that had seeped into the walls and floors, something hungry. I stuck it out for 10 years, 10 years of inexplicable events, of growing dread, of increasing darkness. I don't know why I stayed so long. Part of it was not wanting to admit what I was experiencing. Part was financial. I had student loans to pay off. But I think some of it was the place itself, like it didn't want to let me go. When I finally did leave, taking a position at Pacific Northwest Medical Center over 2,000 miles away, the relief was immediate and overwhelming. It was like I'd been breathing through a straw for a decade and suddenly got full lung capacity back. The constant pressure behind my eyes that I hadn't even realized was there, gone. The perpetual knot in my stomach dissolved. My new hospital feels normal. We have difficult patients sometimes. Equipment occasionally malfunctions. People die. It's a hospital after all. But there's no sense of malice in the walls. No feeling of being watched. No heaviness. Looking back, I still can't explain what was wrong with St. Catherine's. Was it haunted? I don't think it's that simple. Traditional hauntings are about specific spirits, specific events. This was different. Like the entire building had developed its own consciousness, its own hunger. I've talked to other nurses who worked there. Many left the profession entirely. Some, like me, found other hospitals and discovered that no, it's not normal for cardiac monitors to turn themselves on in precise patterns. It's not typical for multiple unrelated patients to describe the same spectral visitors. It's not standard for crosses to fly off walls or for crash carts to drive themselves down hallways. The weirdest part, I looked up St. Catherine's recently. It closed down 3 years after I left. The official reason was financial. Rural hospitals struggle everywhere. But the newspaper articles mentioned ongoing safety concerns and unexplained incidents that contributed to the decision. The building still stands, abandoned now. Sometimes I have nightmares that I'm back there, walking those halls alone. In the dreams, I always end up on the 7th floor, and something is always waiting for me. I wake up with that same pressure on my chest, that same sense of being watched. I've been a nurse for 22 years now. I've worked in 5 different hospitals across the country. I've seen people die, seen miraculous recoveries, witnessed the full spectrum of human experience. None of it compares to what I felt in that ordinary-looking 12-story building in the Midwest. Whatever was in St. Catherine's, I don't think it's gone just because the hospital closed. Sometimes I wonder if it's still there, waiting in those empty halls. Sometimes I wonder if it followed some of us out. And sometimes when I wake up at 3 a.m. with that inexplicable weight on my chest, I'm certain it did. Story 5. I never thought I'd be sharing this. It's been nearly 3 years, and I still don't know what to make of what happened to me. I'm not the type to believe in the supernatural or anything like that. I've always considered myself pretty rational, but what I experienced that night in the hospital has made me question everything I thought I knew about reality. It was February 2021. The pandemic was still raging, and I'd been struggling with what I initially thought was just a bad cold. After 2 weeks of worsening symptoms, fever, chills, and the most painful breathing of my life, I finally gave in and went to the emergency room. The doctors diagnosed me with a severe lung infection that had progressed dangerously. They admitted me immediately, explaining I needed surgery to drain fluid from around my lungs. I remember feeling completely blindsided. 1 minute I was thinking I just needed some antibiotics. The next, I was being told I needed surgery the following morning. The isolation made everything worse. No visitors allowed due to COVID restrictions. Just me alone with my thoughts, which were spiraling out of control. They put me in an observation room the night before the procedure. I remember how dim the lighting was, just enough to see, but not bright enough to be comforting. The room had that distinct hospital smell of antiseptic and something else I could never quite place. The walls were this depressing pale green that probably hadn't been updated since the 90s. I wasn't alone in the room. There was an elderly man in the bed near the window, separated from me by just a thin curtain. I never actually saw his face clearly, but I could hear him. God, his breathing was awful. This wet, rattling sound that made me even more anxious about my own lungs. Every few minutes, he'd break into these painful coughing fits that seemed to shake the whole room. It was terrifying to hear someone struggling so much to do something as basic as breathe. Around 8 o'clock that evening, a nurse came and took him for a chest X-ray. I remember feeling relieved when they wheeled him out, not because I didn't feel bad for him, but because the sound of his breathing had been feeding my anxiety. But then the silence that followed was somehow worse. Once I was alone, the room felt different, smaller somehow. I swear the walls seemed closer than they had been before. I tried to distract myself with my phone, but the battery was nearly dead, and I'd left my charger at home in the rush to get to the hospital. There was a TV mounted on the wall, but it was turned off, and I couldn't find the remote to switch it on. Time seemed to crawl. The clock on the wall read 9:15, then 9:20, then 9:30. Each minute felt like an hour. My surgery was scheduled for 7 the next morning, and all I could think about was what could go wrong. Would I wake up from the anesthesia? Would the infection have spread too far? Would I end up like the old man, struggling for every breath? I've never been religious. My mom is Catholic and my dad's an atheist, so I grew up in this weird middle ground where I never really formed strong beliefs either way. But lying there in that hospital bed, facing the unknown, I found myself doing something I hadn't done since I was a kid. I prayed. It wasn't anything formal. I didn't even know who or what I was praying to. I just closed my eyes and whispered, "Please, just help me get through this," not asking for a miracle or anything specific. Just guidance, I guess. Something to hold on to when everything felt so uncertain. I opened my eyes and stared at the ceiling, counting the tiny holes in the acoustic tiles to distract myself. That's when I noticed movement in my peripheral vision. At first, I thought it was a nurse coming to check my vitals or give me meds. But when I turned my head, what I saw made my blood run cold. There was someone, or something, standing at the foot of my bed. It looked human-shaped, sort of. But it was blurry, like when you take a photo and the subject moves. Not transparent exactly, but unstable. The edges of the figure seemed to shift and ripple, as if it was struggling to maintain its form. It was tall, maybe 6 feet, but I couldn't tell if it was male or female. The shape suggested clothes, maybe a long coat or robe, but I couldn't make out any details. The face was the worst part. It didn't have features so much as the suggestion of features. Where eyes should have been, there were just darker areas, and the mouth seemed to be constantly changing shape. The longer I stared, the more wrong it looked. I should have been terrified. I should have screamed or hit the call button for the nurse. But the strangest thing happened. I didn't feel afraid. That's what's always confused me the most about this experience. Instead of fear, I felt this profound sense of recognition. Not like I knew this entity, but like it knew me, like it had always known me. The figure didn't speak, not with words anyway, but I felt something pass between us, a kind of energy or understanding. It's so hard to explain this part without sounding crazy. It was like the entity was communicating directly with my mind, bypassing language entirely. The message wasn't specific, no, everything will be okay, or don't be afraid. It was more like a reassurance of presence, that whatever happened, I wasn't facing it alone. We stayed like that for what felt like hours, but was probably just minutes. Me, frozen in my hospital bed, and this blurry, impossible figure standing at the foot of it. I remember swallowing hard and giving it a small nod, as if to acknowledge whatever connection had formed between us. And then, between one blink and the next, it was gone. The room immediately felt emptier, colder. The space where the figure had stood seemed to pulse with absence. I reached out with my hand, as if I could somehow pull it back, but there was nothing but empty air. I hit the call button, not even sure what I would say to the nurse when she arrived. My heart was racing, but not from fear, from adrenaline and confusion. When she came in, I just asked for some water and another blanket. What was I supposed to say? I just saw a ghostly figure that seemed to communicate with me telepathically. I would have been sedated or worse, had my surgery delayed for a psychiatric evaluation. I don't remember falling asleep after that. My next clear memory is waking up in the recovery room 2 days later. The surgery had apparently gone well. They'd drained the fluid, treated the infection aggressively, and I was on the mend. But those hours between seeing the figure and waking up post-surgery, completely blank. I have no memory of being taken to the operating room, of counting backward as the anesthesia took effect. Nothing. It's like those memories were simply erased. In the weeks and months that followed, I've turned that experience over in my mind countless times. What was it that I saw? The rational explanation is that I was under extreme stress, probably already medicated in preparation for surgery, and my mind conjured something to comfort me, a hallucination born of fear and pharmaceutical side effects. But it felt so real, more real, in some ways, than the hospital room itself. The presence had a weight to it, a gravity, and the connection I felt wasn't like anything I've experienced before or since. I haven't told many people about this. My mum would immediately interpret it as a guardian angel or some divine intervention. My dad would pat my shoulder and explain how the brain creates elaborate fantasies under stress. My friends would probably look at me differently, wondering if I'd lost my grip on reality. Sometimes I wonder if other patients in that hospital have seen it too. Was it something unique to me, or does this entity visit others in their hour of need? Is it drawn to the thin spaces between life and death where people like me teetered that night? The strangest part is that I'm not even sure I want answers. Whatever happened that night exists in a place between knowing and not knowing, belief and skepticism. If I learned it was definitely just a hallucination, something would be lost. And if I somehow confirmed it was something supernatural, well, that would upend everything I thought I understood about the world. So I've kept this experience close, turning it over like a smooth stone in my mind during quiet moments. The surgery scar on my chest has faded to a thin white line, but the memory of my visitor remains vivid. Sometimes when I'm drifting off to sleep, I think I catch a glimpse of that blurry shape in the corner of my room, watching over me. But it's always gone when I try to focus on it. I don't know what visited me that night. Angel, hallucination, or something else entirely, I can't say for sure. But whatever it was, It was there when I needed something to hold on to. And sometimes, in our darkest moments, maybe that's enough. Story 6. I still get goosebumps thinking about what happened last month at Memorial Hospital. I've been debating whether to share this for weeks, but I need to tell someone who might understand, or maybe even have experienced something similar. My boyfriend Jake had been hospitalized for severe pneumonia that wasn't responding to outpatient treatment. What started as a simple cold turned into something that terrified both of us when he began coughing up blood and struggling to breathe. By the time they admitted him, his oxygen levels were dangerously low, and the doctors were concerned enough that they put him in a private room for constant monitoring. I basically moved into that hospital room with him. His parents live across the country, and we don't have many close friends in the area since moving here for his job last year. The nursing staff was amazing and didn't mind me sleeping in the recliner chair beside his bed. They even started bringing me an extra tray at mealtimes. I think they appreciated that I was there to help Jake with basic things so they could focus on patients who didn't have someone. By day 5, Jake was showing small improvements, but he still hadn't eaten much of anything. The antibiotics were rough on his stomach, and nothing on the hospital menu appealed to him. That night, I think it was a Tuesday, I was half asleep in the recliner around 2 in the morning when Jake whispered my name. Mia, I think I'm actually hungry. It seems like such a small thing, but after days of watching him push away food trays, this felt like a huge victory. I jumped up immediately, fully awake. What sounds good? I'll get you anything, I told him. He thought for a moment and said he was craving salt and vinegar chips and maybe a Snickers bar. The floor's small snack area closed at 8, but I remembered seeing vending machines in the basement level when I'd gone exploring earlier in the week, looking for the cafeteria. I'll go check the vending machines downstairs, I said, already grabbing my phone and wallet from my backpack. Jake looked concerned. It's the middle of the night, Mia. Just wait until morning. But I was determined. This was the first time in days he actually wanted to eat something specific, and I wasn't going to miss the opportunity. Besides, it was a hospital. There were people around all the time, right? I'll be right back, I promised, slipping on my shoes. It'll take 5 minutes. The hospital hallway was dimly lit at night, with every other overhead light turned off to create a more restful environment for patients. During the day, the halls bustled with activity, doctors making rounds, visitors coming and going, food carts being delivered. But at 2 in the morning, it was eerily quiet. My footsteps seemed unnaturally loud on the polished floor as I made my way to the elevator bank. I pressed the down button, and while waiting for the elevator to arrive, I felt the strangest sensation, like someone was standing right behind me. I actually turned around, expecting to see a nurse or another visitor, but the hallway was completely empty in both directions. The feeling persisted, though, that unmistakable awareness of being watched. The elevator dinged, and I stepped inside quickly, oddly relieved when the doors closed. I pressed B for basement, and as the elevator began its descent, that feeling of unease intensified. I can't really explain why, but something felt fundamentally wrong about going down to the basement at that hour. I pulled out my phone and, feeling slightly ridiculous, started recording video. I didn't even know why I did it, maybe as some kind of security or evidence if anything happened. Looking back, I think I already sensed something wasn't right. The elevator was old and moved slowly. The lights flickered once, briefly, and my stomach tightened. When the doors finally opened with a soft ding, I hesitated before stepping out. That's when I heard them. 2 voices engaged in conversation. It sounded like a man and a woman talking in low tones, though I couldn't make out what they were saying. Relieved that I wasn't alone down there, I stepped out of the elevator. The moment, and I mean the exact second, my foot touched the basement floor, the voices stopped, completely, mid-sentence, It wasn't like they trailed off or moved away, they just cut off instantly. I looked around, expecting to see hospital staff walking away, but the hallway stretched empty in both directions. The basement corridor was a straight shot, with overhead fluorescent lights that cast a harsh, bluish glow over everything. The vending machine area was about 30 feet ahead to the right, in an open space with no doors or hallways branching off it. Just machines against the wall in a wide open area. There was nowhere anyone could have gone in the split second between me hearing them and stepping out of the elevator. I stood frozen for a moment, trying to process the sudden silence. Maybe I'd imagined the voices, but no, I had definitely heard people talking. My heart was beating faster now, but I told myself to stop being ridiculous. It was a hospital. People worked night shifts. They had probably just walked around a corner I couldn't see. The problem was, there were no corners to walk around. I forced myself to move toward the vending machines, keeping my phone recording in my hand. The floor was cold through my thin sneakers, and the air down there smelled different from the rest of the hospital, less antiseptic, and more like old paper and damp concrete. When I reached the vending machines, I was grateful for the task of finding Jake's snacks. The machines hummed loudly, which was oddly comforting in the silence. I found the salt and vinegar chips easily enough and was searching for the Snickers when I heard footsteps approaching from behind me. At first, I felt relief wash over me. Someone else was here. This would explain the voices I'd heard. I turned, ready to smile at a janitor or night shift nurse, but there was no one there. The footsteps stopped the moment I turned around. I stood completely still, listening intently. The vending machine continued to hum beside me, but otherwise, the basement was silent. After a few seconds, I turned back to the machine and quickly selected the Snickers bar, punching in the code with shaking fingers. The candy dropped with a loud thunk that made me jump. As I bent to retrieve it from the dispensing tray, the footsteps started again, directly behind me. They sounded like hard-soled shoes on tile, clear and distinct. I straightened up slowly, not turning around this time, and the footsteps stopped again as if whoever or whatever was making them didn't want to be seen. My hands were shaking as I gathered the chips and candy. I needed to get back to the elevator. I started walking, moving faster than I normally would, and that's when I heard them. The footsteps following behind me, matching my pace exactly. When I sped up, they sped up. When I slowed slightly, they slowed too, always maintaining the same distance behind me. I didn't look back. Something told me not to. Instead, I focused on the elevator ahead, clutching Jake's snacks to my chest with one hand and my still recording phone in the other. The footsteps followed, getting closer with each step, until it felt like whoever was following was right at my heels. Just before I reached the elevator, the whispering started. Multiple voices now, not just two, speaking so softly I couldn't make out any words. They seemed to come from all around me, behind me, beside me, almost inside my head. My skin prickled with goosebumps, and the hair on the back of my neck stood up. I jabbed the elevator call button repeatedly with my thumb, willing it to arrive faster. The whispers grew more insistent, more urgent, as if the voices were trying to tell me something important. They were so close that I felt like I should feel breath on my neck, but there was nothing but cold air. When the elevator doors finally opened, I practically threw myself inside and turned around, expecting to see what? I don't even know. But the hallway was completely empty. Just as the doors began to close, the whispers surged in volume, almost like a protest, before being cut off as the elevator sealed shut. But they didn't stop. Inside the elevator, the whispering continued, filling the small space as I ascended. I pressed myself against the back wall, staring wild-eyed at the empty elevator with me. The voices were clearer now, though still indistinct. Urgent murmurs that occasionally sounded like my name. My hands were shaking so badly I nearly dropped my phone. I looked at the screen to make sure it was still recording, capturing what was happening, what I was hearing. The red recording light was still on, but otherwise the screen showed nothing unusual, just an empty elevator. The voices continued all the way up to Jake's floor. It wasn't until the doors opened and I stepped out into the dimly lit hallway of the 5th floor that the whispers abruptly stopped. The sudden silence was almost as shocking as the voices had been. I walked back to Jake's room on unsteady legs, clinging to the snacks as if they were some kind of proof that what I'd experienced was real and not a stress-induced hallucination. When I got back to the room, Jake was half asleep, but perked up when he saw me. "You didn't have to go," he said, sounding guilty. "I would have been fine until morning." I forced a smile and handed him the chips and candy. "No problem. You need to eat something." I didn't tell him about what had happened. He was sick enough without worrying about me losing my mind. While he ate a few chips, I sat in the recliner and pulled up the video on my phone, turning the volume all the way up and putting in my earbuds. The recording showed exactly what I expected. Me walking down the empty basement hallway, selecting snacks from the vending machine, walking back to the elevator, riding up to Jake's floor. But there was no audio of voices or footsteps except my own. The whispers that had surrounded me, that I had heard so clearly, weren't on the recording at all. I watched it 3 times to be sure, examining every frame for movement or shadows that shouldn't be there, but there was nothing. According to my phone, I had experienced a perfectly normal late-night snack run. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. By morning, I had almost convinced myself that exhaustion and stress had caused me to imagine the whole thing. Almost. Later that day, while Jake was napping, I stepped out into the hallway to stretch my legs. One of the nurses who had been caring for Jake, Sarah, I think her name was at the desk charting something. "You look exhausted," she commented when she saw me. "Everything okay with Jake?" "He's fine," I said, hesitating before adding, "I had to go down to the basement last night to get some snacks from the vending machine. It was weird down there." Sarah looked up from her computer screen. Weird how? I didn't want to sound crazy, but I needed to know if anyone else had experienced something similar. I kept my voice casual. "I thought I heard voices and footsteps, but no one was there." Sarah's expression changed immediately, something flickering across her face. Recognition. Concern. She glanced down the hallway before leaning closer to me. "Yeah, that happens down there," she said in a matter-of-fact tone that chilled me more than if she'd been surprised. "People hear footsteps, whispers. Some feel hands on their shoulders." She paused, looking at me directly. "Some get chased." Before I could ask anything else, her pager beeped, and she glanced at it. "Gotta go," she said, already turning away. "Try to get some rest." And that was it. She walked away, leaving me standing there with more questions than answers and a growing sense of dread. The casual way she'd confirmed my experience, as if it were a known phenomenon, was somehow more unsettling than if she'd dismissed me as sleep-deprived or imaginative. I'd been searching online for information about Memorial Hospital's basement, looking for similar experiences or historical explanations, but there's nothing specific I can find. Jake was discharged 3 days later, and I haven't been back to the hospital since. I don't plan to, especially not at night. Sometimes I still pull up that video on my phone and listen with headphones at maximum volume, straining to hear even a whisper of what I experienced. There's never anything there. Just me, alone in a basement hallway, looking increasingly nervous as I walk. But I know what I heard. I know someone, or something, was there with me. And I can't shake the feeling that whatever it was, it wanted me to stay. Story 7. I've been putting off writing about this for 3 years now, Not because I don't remember it clearly, trust me, I remember every detail, but because I still don't know how to explain what happened. I'm hoping that sharing this might help me make sense of it, or at least find out if anyone else has experienced something similar. Back in 2020, I was admitted to the Epilepsy Monitoring Unit, EMU, at Memorial Regional Hospital. I'd been having these episodes for about a year, moments where I'd zone out, sometimes drop things, and lose track of time. My neurologist suspected focal seizures and wanted to monitor my brain activity during an actual seizure to confirm the diagnosis and pinpoint where in my brain they were originating. If you've never been to an EMU, it's basically a hospital room where they hook you up to EEG leads, a bunch of wires glued to your scalp, and monitor you 24/7 with cameras. The whole point is to capture a seizure, which means they take you off your medication and intentionally sleep deprive you to trigger one. Not exactly a vacation. My dad insisted on staying with me the entire time. He's that kind of guy. Has always been overprotective since Mom passed when I was a teenager. The unit had these recliner chairs for family members to sleep in, though sleep is generous considering how uncomfortable they looked. Still, he refused to leave, saying he'd be there the whole 5 days. The first day was mostly administrative stuff, getting admitted, meeting the team of neurologists and nurses, having the EEG leads attached to my head. If you've never had an EEG, imagine someone spending hours meticulously gluing about 24 wires to your scalp, measuring exact distances between points on your head. The technician was nice enough, explaining that I wouldn't be able to wash my hair until everything was over. Great. They gave me a call button to press if I felt a seizure coming on or needed help. The button was connected to the nurse's station, and they assured me someone would respond immediately. My dad made a point to check where it was and made sure I could reach it from the bed. The second day was when things started getting weird. I was already feeling the effects of being off my medication, that fuzzy, disconnected feeling I'd come to recognize as my brain not being quite right. The sleep deprivation protocol had kicked in too, with nurses coming in every few hours at night to make sure I wasn't drifting off too deeply. It was afternoon, around 3 o'clock, when I first sensed her. I can't say I saw her, at least not with my eyes. It was more like knowing someone is in the room without looking, a certainty. But in my mind, I could picture her clearly. A young woman, maybe in her mid-20s, wearing an old-fashioned nurse's uniform. The kind with a buttoned-up white blouse, a skirt that went below the knees, and one of those square white caps with a red cross on it. The kind you'd see in photos from maybe the 1940s or 50s. Dad had gone to grab some coffee, and I was alone in the room, flipping through channels on the TV mounted on the wall. That's when I felt her presence at the foot of my bed, just observing me. I didn't feel threatened, quite the opposite. There was something comforting about her being there. "Hello?" I said out loud, feeling stupid immediately after. Of course, there was no response, but the feeling of her presence remained. When Dad came back, the sensation faded. I didn't mention it to him. He's a practical guy who'd probably write it off as a side effect of the medication withdrawal or sleep deprivation. Maybe that's all it was. That's what I told myself anyway. But she returned that evening. Dad had dozed off in the recliner around 8, and as the room grew quiet except for the steady hum of medical equipment, I felt her again. This time, it was like she was checking my vitals, moving around the bed professionally, methodically. Again, I couldn't see her with my eyes, but in my mind, I could track her movements perfectly. What struck me was the profound sadness she carried. It radiated from her like a physical thing, heavy and consuming. I don't know how I knew, but I was certain she had lost someone, a patient, a young boy. Someone she couldn't save. The failure haunted her, kept her tethered to this place, to this very room where her greatest professional tragedy had occurred. The third day was harder. The lack of sleep was really getting to me, making me irritable and emotional. The constant monitoring, the wires pulling at my scalp, the boredom of being confined to a room, it all wore me down. The nurses who came to check on me were kind but clinical. They had jobs to do, patients to monitor, and I was just one of many. But she was different. The ghost nurse, because that's what I'd started calling her in my head, seemed focused entirely on me. She visited 3 times that day, always when my dad was either asleep or out of the room. Each time, it felt like she was asking me if I needed anything, ensuring I was comfortable. I never heard her voice, but somehow I understood her concern. By the 4th day, I was starting to wonder if I should mention her to someone. Not my dad. Again, he'd think I was hallucinating, but maybe one of the doctors. But what would I say? Hey, I think there's a ghost nurse from the 1940s checking on me, but only when no one else is looking. They'd probably add psychiatric evaluation to my chart. That night was when everything changed. I remember checking the time on the digital clock by my bed, 1:58 a.m. Dad was asleep in the recliner, snoring softly. I was exhausted but couldn't sleep, partly by design, the protocol, and partly because my brain wouldn't shut off. The ghost nurse was there again, and for the first time I tried to communicate with her. In my mind, I asked her name. Nothing. I asked about the boy she had lost. Still nothing. But I could feel her sadness intensify, confirming my intuition about her past. I don't know why, but I felt compelled to reassure her. It wasn't your fault, I thought to her. And that's when it happened. At exactly 2 a.m., according to the clock, I felt the familiar aura that precedes my seizures, a rising sensation in my stomach, like being on an elevator that suddenly drops, followed by a metallic taste in my mouth. I tried to reach for the call button, but my arm wouldn't cooperate. The last thing I remember was the ghost nurse moving urgently toward me, her presence stronger than ever before. Then, darkness. I came to gradually, awareness returning in pieces. First, the sensation of someone holding me. My dad, I realized, cradling my upper body. Then a physical, real nurse putting an oxygen mask over my face. The sharp smell of disinfectant. The rapid beeping of monitors. Multiple voices speaking urgently. "He's back," someone said. "Heart rate stabilizing." I tried to speak but couldn't form words yet. My tongue felt thick, uncooperative. My dad was crying. Something I'd rarely seen since Mom's funeral. "Thank God," he kept saying. "Thank God." The nurse, a middle-aged woman with short gray hair, very much flesh and blood, was adjusting something on one of the monitors. "You gave us quite a scare there, Lucas," she said. "How are you feeling?" "Tired," I managed to mumble through the mask. "What happened?" She exchanged a look with my dad, then said, "You had a seizure. A pretty significant one. We'll let the doctor explain everything when he gets here." After they got me stabilized and the real nurse left, my dad pulled his chair closer to my bed. His eyes were red-rimmed, his face pale. He placed his hand over mine, squeezing it as if to reassure himself I was really there. "Lucas," he said, his voice breaking, You flatlined. Your heart stopped. I woke up when you started seizing and I hit that damn call button over and over, but by the time anyone came, you weren't breathing. I thought I'd lost you." I stared at him, trying to process what he was saying. I had died, or nearly died. It seemed impossible, yet the terror in my dad's eyes told me it was true. "How long?" I asked. "Less than a minute, but the longest minute of my life," he replied, squeezing my hand again. The doctor came in shortly after and explained that I'd experienced a tonic-clonic seizure, what they used to call grand mal, complicated by a brief period of asystole, a type of cardiac arrest where the heart stops beating. It was rare but not unheard of in epileptic seizures. They'd have to adjust my treatment plan to account for this new development. As the doctor spoke, I found myself searching the room, looking for some sense of the ghost nurse, but she was gone. I couldn't feel her presence at all. It was as if she'd never been there. The final day of my EMU stay was filled with additional tests and consultations. They had captured the seizure on the EEG, confirming the diagnosis and giving them the information they needed to prescribe the right medication. My dad hardly left my side, jumpier than usual, watching the monitors like they might reveal some secret code. I was discharged that evening with a new prescription and instructions for follow-up appointments. As we were preparing to leave, I paused at the door of my room, looking back one last time, hoping to sense her again. Nothing. On the drive home, I finally asked my dad a question that had been nagging at me. Did you ever feel like there was someone else in the room with us? Besides the regular hospital staff, I mean. He glanced at me curiously. What do you mean? I shrugged, trying to sound casual. Just a feeling I had sometimes, like someone else was checking on me. He was quiet for so long I thought he wasn't going to answer. Finally, he said, when you flatlined before the nurse came in, I could have sworn someone touched my shoulder, just for a second. I turned around, but no one was there. I figured it was just panic making me imagine things. We didn't discuss it further, but his words sent chills down my spine. In the 3 years since that stay in the EMU, I've researched the hospital's history, trying to find any mention of a nurse who might match the one I sensed. I found a few old photographs from when the hospital was first built in 1943, including one of the nursing staff standing in front of the building. Among them was a young woman whose face I somehow recognized, though I'd never seen her with my eyes. According to the caption, her name was Eleanor Wright. She had worked in the children's ward until 1949, when she left the profession after a tragic incident involving a young patient. I've never felt her presence again, not once. But I believe, as impossible as it sounds, that after failing to save that little boy all those years ago, she finally redeemed herself by helping save me. And in doing so, she found the peace that had eluded her for decades, allowing her to finally move on. Sometimes I wonder if my close call with death let me perceive something that exists just beyond our normal awareness. Or maybe it was all just hallucinations caused by sleep deprivation and seizure activity in my brain. I'll probably never know for sure, but on the anniversary of that night, I find myself thinking of her, the ghost nurse who couldn't save a little boy, but might have saved me. And I whisper a thank you to Eleanor Wright, hoping that wherever she is now, she's finally free of her endless vigil. Story 8. I've spent countless hours trying to figure out how to start this. How do you explain to strangers that your life was split into before and after? I'm not even sure why I'm writing this now, except that maybe someone out there has experienced something similar. Maybe someone can help me make sense of what happened. It all began last summer, July 2022. I was different then. I was a state-level swimmer with scholarship offers lined up. I had a 3.9 GPA, friends, family I was close with. I was happy. I was also a complete skeptic when it came to anything supernatural. Ghosts, spirits, demons. I laughed that stuff off. Science explained everything, I thought. God, I was so wrong. My friend Jack suggested we explore this old abandoned asylum about 2 hours from campus. It had been shut down in the 80s after some lawsuit about patient abuse. The usual group was down for it. Jack, his roommate Tyler, Tyler's girlfriend Rachel, me, and my roommate Zoe. We'd done urban exploring before, but nothing like an asylum. I was actually excited. We left around 11 that night. The drive started normal. We were joking around, listening to music, stopping for snacks. Tyler kept talking about ghost stories he'd read about the place, but I remember rolling my eyes so hard they nearly fell out of my head. I kept saying, "Guys, it's just an old building." About a mile before the turnoff to the asylum, things got weird. The full moon disappeared behind clouds, and this thick fog started rolling in from nowhere, like unnaturally thick. Jack had to slow down to maybe 15 miles per hour because we could barely see the road. Then the frogs appeared. Not just a few, dozens of them hopping across the road. Jack had to swerve to avoid hitting them. "What the hell?" Rachel kept saying. "Why are there so many frogs?" I told everyone to calm down. It probably just rained here recently. Frogs come out after rain. But it didn't feel right. The air felt heavy, electric. There was lightning in the distance, but no thunder followed it. Just silent, purple-white flashes lighting up the fog. Even I felt unsettled, though I kept making jokes to ease the tension. We reached the asylum around 1 in the morning. The property was huge. Multiple buildings connected by enclosed walkways, all surrounded by a chain-link fence topped with barbed wire. Signs warned no trespassing and danger every few feet. The main building loomed ahead, a massive Victorian structure with towers and spires silhouetted against the sky. "Okay, this place is officially creepy as fuck," Tyler said, staring up at it. We parked about a quarter-mile away in a deserted lot behind some trees and walked the rest of the way. The fence had a hole cut in it that other explorers had clearly used. We slipped through one by one, our flashlights bobbing in the darkness. We entered through what seemed to be a patient wing. The door was already broken open, hanging off its hinges. Inside, it smelled like mildew and something else I couldn't identify. Something sour and wrong. Our footsteps echoed on the cracked linoleum floors. Graffiti covered the walls, most of it typical stuff, but some of it disturbing. Pentagrams, Latin words, weird symbols. Almost immediately, I noticed something strange. Jack, Tyler, and Rachel seemed really on edge. Jack kept looking over his shoulder. Tyler was sweating despite the cool night air, and Rachel was literally shaking, clinging to Tyler's arm. But me and Zoe, we felt fine, better than fine. I felt calm, almost sedated, like I'd taken a Xanax. Zoe seemed the same way. While the others jumped at every creak and shadow, we were walking through the halls like we were touring a museum. "Do you guys feel that?" Tyler whispered as we entered a large room that might have been a common area. "It feels like someone's watching us." "I don't feel anything," I said, shining my light around. "Just an old building falling apart." "No, there's definitely something here," Rachel insisted. "I feel sick." We continued through a corridor lined with small rooms. Patient cells, I guess. Some still had metal bed frames bolted to the floor. Others had restraints hanging from walls. The guys were getting more and more agitated. Jack started complaining of a headache, then nausea. Tyler said his chest felt tight, like he couldn't breathe properly. Less than 20 minutes in, they'd had enough. "This was a mistake," Jack said. "I'm going back to the car." "Me too," Tyler agreed quickly. "Rachel, you coming?" Rachel nodded violently, already backing toward the exit. Zoe looked at me and shrugged. "I want to keep exploring. You?" "Definitely," I said. I felt drawn deeper into the building, like there was something I needed to find. Jack looked at us like we were insane. "Are you serious? This place is wrong. Can't you feel it?" "It's just an old building," I repeated. "We'll be fine. We have our phones if something happens." They left, heading back to wait in the car. Zoe and I continued deeper into the asylum. We found the medical wing next. Ancient equipment was still there. An examination table, cabinets full of dusty bottles, a metal cart with straps hanging off it. What must have been a shock therapy room had a chair bolted to the center of the floor. "This is where they fried people's brains," Zoe said, running her hand along the chair. She didn't sound disturbed. She sounded fascinated. I felt it too, this strange connection to the place. My fingertips tingled as I touched the walls, like they were humming with energy. Time seemed to stretch and warp. We spent what felt like maybe 30 minutes exploring, but when I checked my phone, almost 2 hours had passed. "We should probably head back," I said reluctantly. "The others are probably freaking out." As we walked back through the corridors, I swear I heard whispers. Not from Zoe, from the walls themselves. I couldn't make out words, just a constant sibilant hiss that seemed to follow us. When I stopped to listen, it stopped too. "Do you hear that?" I asked Zoe. Hear what? She replied, but there was something in her eyes. She knew exactly what I meant. By the time we got back to the car, it was after 3 in the morning. The others were furious. We've been texting you for an hour, Jack exploded. What the hell? I checked my phone. No missed calls, no texts. Zoe's was the same. Must be bad reception in there, I said, though that didn't explain why our phones showed full signal bars. As we gathered around the car, Zoe suddenly pulled something from her bag. A Ouija board. Are you kidding me? Tyler groaned. Haven't we had enough creepy shit for one night? Come on, Zoe urged. We're already here. When are we going to get another chance like this? The others refused to participate, but they agreed to wait while Zoe set up the board on the hood of the car, illuminated by the headlights. She placed her fingers on the planchette and asked if anyone was present. Nothing happened. The piece sat motionless under her fingers. Maybe we need more energy, she said, looking directly at me. Ellie, you try. It'll respond to you. I don't know why she said that or why I believed her, but I did. I placed my fingers on the planchette next to hers and immediately felt it warm beneath my touch. Is there a spirit present? Zoe asked again. The planchette moved, slowly at first, then with confidence, to yes. Even the skeptical part of my brain couldn't deny that neither of us was pushing it. The movement felt organic, like it was being pulled by an invisible force. When did you die? Zoe continued. The planchette spelled out 1953. Were you a patient here at the asylum? Yes. When were you admitted? 1940. The others had gathered around now, their earlier fear replaced by morbid curiosity. What's your name? Zoe asked. That's when everything changed. The planchette suddenly darted across the board violently, moving so fast our fingers could barely keep up. CRZTJNLQ, random letters, impossible combinations, nothing that made sense. It moved in figure eights, circles, zigzags. Stop it, Zoe, Rachel cried. This isn't funny. I'm not doing anything. Zoe shot back, her voice tight with fear for the first time that night. I tried to lift my fingers off the planchette, but it felt like they were glued to it. A painful tingling sensation shot up my arms, like electricity. The planchette finally stopped moving, settling in the center of the board. What do you want? I whispered. The planchette didn't move again. It was like something had slammed a door shut. We packed up quickly after that and drove home in near silence. That night, in my bed, I felt profoundly wrong. There's no other way to describe it. I felt hollow, like something inside me had been scooped out and replaced with lead. I lay awake until sunrise, my heart racing for no reason, my skin crawling with goosebumps despite the summer heat. I think I knew, even then, that something had followed me home. The changes started small. I'd been training for a big swim meet, but suddenly I couldn't finish practice. My coach thought I was just overtired. But it wasn't fatigue. My body felt wrong in the water, like it wasn't fully mine anymore. My joints ached constantly. I caught every cold and stomach bug that went around campus. By September, I was having panic attacks, blackouts. My health deteriorated so quickly that my parents insisted I see specialists. Blood tests, MRIs, psychological evaluations, everything came back normal. Medically, there was nothing wrong with me, but everything was wrong. The mental stuff was worse than the physical. I started drinking, not just weekend parties, but vodka in my morning coffee just to stop the shaking. I experimented with drugs I'd never touched before, LSD, MDMA, ketamine, anything to make me feel something other than the constant dread that had settled into my bones. I developed insomnia. When I did sleep, nightmares jerked me awake, screaming about restraints and needles and electric currents. I started hearing voices, not clear sentences, but whispers just at the edge of hearing, like someone standing behind me with their lips to my ear. I felt watched constantly. In the shower, in class, in my bed at night, eyes on me from every corner, every shadow. I covered mirrors because I couldn't stand to look at my reflection. Sometimes when I did, I swear my face wasn't quite right. My features seemed subtly different, as if someone else was looking out through my eyes. My GPA dropped from 3.9 to 1.7 in one semester. I withdrew from friends, from family. I became someone else, angry, cruel, self-destructive. I said terrible things to people who loved me. I stopped answering calls from my parents. My coach dropped me from the team after I missed weeks of practice. By December, Zoe was the only one still speaking to me, and even she seemed different, watchful, calculating, like she was waiting for something to happen. "Have you been back to the asylum?" she asked me one night in January, as I lay curled on the bathroom floor after vomiting for hours. "What?" "No," I managed to croak. "We should go back," she said, her voice oddly flat. "It might help." I never agreed to go. By February, I'd stopped leaving my apartment except for alcohol and drugs. My scholarship was revoked. My parents threatened to come get me, but I sent them such a vicious email that they backed off, hurt and confused. In May, 10 months after that night at the asylum, I lost everything. My apartment, my future, my will to live. I took every pill I had, chased them with half a bottle of tequila, and waited to die. I woke up 3 days later in a psychiatric ward. They told me my roommate had found me and called 911. But it wasn't Zoe who found me. We hadn't spoken in weeks. To this day, I don't know who called the ambulance. I spent 2 months institutionalized. They put me on antipsychotics, mood stabilizers, anti-anxiety medication, a cocktail of pharmaceuticals that dulled everything to a manageable hum. I barely graduated, my academic advisor pulling strings out of pity. It's been 14 months since that night at the asylum. I'm better now, on paper. I take my meds, I see my therapist. I've rebuilt some relationships. I've even managed to hold down a job at a coffee shop, but it never really leaves. The darkness, the feeling of something else living inside my skin. In quiet moments, I still hear the whispers. In dark rooms, I still feel the watching eyes. My medication dampens it but cannot eliminate it. I've tried everything: therapy, medication, meditation, religion, even an exorcism performed by a priest my desperate mother found. I've moved 3 times. I've changed my name. I've cut ties with everyone from my old life, including Zoe. Nothing helps permanently. It always finds me again. Sometimes I wonder what would have happened if I hadn't put my fingers on that planchette. If I hadn't felt so strangely drawn to the asylum's depths, if I had left when Jack and the others did. I believe something attached itself to me that night, not just in my mind, but in my soul, if such a thing exists. Something that refused to give its name on the Ouija board because names have power, and it didn't want me to have any power over it. It came home with me, and it's never left. Last week I found myself researching the asylum again. I discovered that in the early 50s, a doctor there pioneered a new form of treatment, something between electroshock therapy and lobotomy. Dozens of patients died. Their bodies were cremated on site. Most nights I wake up around 3 in the morning, my body rigid with fear, the taste of ash in my mouth. Sometimes I find myself standing in front of mirrors or windows, staring at my reflection, but not recognizing the person looking back. And yesterday, I found a note on my kitchen table, written in my handwriting, but words I don't remember writing. We should go back. It might help. I'm afraid that whatever part of me is still fighting will eventually lose, that whatever came home with me from the asylum will completely take over. I don't know what to do. I don't know if anyone can help me. I just needed someone to know my story, the truth of what happened to me, because if I disappear, if I go back to that place, I want someone to know why. Story 9. I've spent 9 years working as a pharmacy technician at Memorial Regional, a mid-sized hospital that's been around since the 70s. The pharmacy is in the basement level, which already gives it that stereotypical creepy vibe, I guess. But I never thought much about it until about 3 years ago. When you work in healthcare long enough, you develop a kind of immunity to the whole hospitals are eerie thing. People die here, sure, but it's just work for us. I've always been practical that way. I deal with medications, not patients, so I'm even further removed from the emotional side of things. Our pharmacy department isn't large, just a main dispensing area, a few offices, storage, and the clean room where we prepare IV medications. I usually work second shift, 2 to 10 p.m., so I'm often alone for the last couple hours after the day shift pharmacist leaves. This has never bothered me before. The first time I noticed something off was during flu season 3 years ago. We were slammed with orders, and I was staying late to catch up on IV preparations. It was around 11:30, and I was exhausted. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead like they always do, but suddenly the sound seemed to deepen, almost like it was slowing down. Then came this cold spot, not just cooler air, but a distinct pocket of coldness that passed through me as I stood at the dispensing counter. I remember looking up, thinking there must be an issue with the HVAC system. But it passed so quickly I brushed it off. Hospitals have weird air circulation, right? But then it happened again the next night, and the night after that. Always in different spots in the pharmacy, always just for a few seconds. About a week later, one of the day shift techs, Marissa, mentioned feeling something similar. "It's like someone walks past me, but nobody's there," she said during shift change. "I keep thinking it's Dr. Patterson coming in, but when I turn around, no one's there." I played it cool, didn't want to seem like I was feeding into hospital ghost stories or whatever, but inside I felt validated. I wasn't imagining things. Over the next few months, these little occurrences continued. Nothing dramatic, no floating objects or disembodied voices, just these moments that made the hair on my arms stand up. Sometimes I'd be filing paperwork and get the distinct feeling someone was standing behind me, watching over my shoulder. I'd turn and find empty space. Other times, I'd see what looked like movement at the edge of my vision. But when I'd look directly, there was nothing. The clean room is where things got more noticeable. For those who don't know, the clean room or IV room is where we prepare sterile medications. We have these things called laminar flow hoods, basically workstations with filtered air flowing to keep everything sterile. My particular station had an awkward layout. There was a steel preparation table behind my workstation, positioned so close that anyone passing would either need to brush against me or bump the table. It wasn't ideal, but since I usually worked alone in there, it wasn't a problem. Then came the day that changed everything for me. It was a Thursday in January around 9 p.m. The hospital was unusually quiet, even for an evening shift. I was in the clean room, gowned up in my sterile garb, preparing some high-risk antibiotics under the hood. I had a large 30-milliliter syringe in my hand, carefully drawing up vancomycin for an ICU patient. This required total concentration, mess up the measurement, and you could potentially harm someone. I was completely focused on the task, both hands working with the syringe when I felt it, a bone-deep chill that seemed to start at the nape of my neck and cascade down my spine like ice water. I stiffened, but kept my hands steady, years of training kicking in, even as my heart rate picked up. Then came the unmistakable sensation of fabric brushing against my back, the slight pressure of what felt like a body squeezing past me in that tight space. Simultaneously, the steel table behind me shifted with a soft scrape against the floor, the way it always did when someone bumped it. My heart was hammering now, but I forced myself to finish drawing the medication before I reacted. Hospital procedures are drilled into us. Contaminate a sterile field and you have to start over, wasting expensive medications and time. So I capped the syringe, placed it safely in the holder, and only then allowed myself to freeze. I turned around slowly, expecting to see a colleague who had entered silently, But there was no one. The door to the clean room was still closed. No footsteps retreating, no sound at all except for the constant hum of the hood's fan. And yet the table had definitely moved. It was now about 2 inches out of its usual position. My mouth went dry. I'm a rational person, always have been. I don't jump to supernatural conclusions, but standing there in that moment, I couldn't deny what I'd just experienced. Someone, or something, had just walked past me in a sealed room where I was completely alone. I stood rooted to the spot for a good 30 seconds, trying to come up with a logical explanation. Had the building settled? Had a vibration from elsewhere moved the table? But that didn't explain the feeling of someone brushing against me, the distinct sensation of a presence. Finally, without even really planning to, I spoke aloud to the empty room. My voice came out steadier than I expected. "I don't mind you being here or even watching," I said, feeling slightly ridiculous but compelled to continue. "But please don't bump into me when I'm holding a needle." As the words left my mouth, the air around me seemed to thicken, like the barometric pressure had suddenly changed. It felt dense, almost like being underwater for a brief moment. Then, just as quickly, everything returned to normal. The fluorescent lights continued their steady buzz. The hood's fan hummed, and I was alone with my racing thoughts. I finished my shift that night in a state of hyper-awareness, jumping at every normal hospital sound. But nothing else happened. I didn't tell anyone about it the next day. What would I even say? "Hey, I think a ghost bumped into me while I was preparing meds." That's exactly the kind of thing that gets you dubbed the weird one at work, and I value my professional reputation. But I couldn't stop thinking about it. Who or what had been in that room with me? Was it a former employee? A patient who had received medications prepared in our pharmacy? Just some random entity that happened to be passing through? These questions plagued me for days afterward. About a week later, I was back on evening shift, working alone in the clean room again. I found myself speaking out loud occasionally, just brief comments about my day or what I was working on. I felt ridiculous, but also somewhat comforted by breaking the silence. Nothing dramatic happened that night, but as I was preparing to leave, I felt that now familiar cold spot pass near me as I hung up my lab coat. That's how it's been for the past 3 years now. I've never had another encounter as direct as that first one in the clean room, but I've felt the presence countless times since. It seems to be more active during evening shifts when the pharmacy is quieter. Sometimes I'll be typing orders into the computer and feel a coolness hover near my shoulder, as if someone is reading the screen alongside me. Other times, I'll be counting pills and feel that distinct sensation of being watched. The presence seems to have favorites among the staff, too. Marissa says she rarely feels it anymore since she switched to morning shifts. Our pharmacist, Dr. Reyes, claims he's never experienced anything unusual at all. But Terry, our newest tech, mentioned feeling cold spots on his very first day without any prompting from me. I've attempted some amateur investigation, looking through hospital records to see if anyone died in or near the pharmacy. As far as I can tell, no one has. The space was originally storage before being converted to the pharmacy in the 90s. I even tried asking some of the older staff if they'd heard any stories, but most just gave me strange looks. About 6 months ago, I had another notable encounter. I was restocking the narcotic safe late in the evening, a task that requires absolute accuracy since these medications are strictly controlled. I had the inventory sheet in one hand and was counting fentanyl vials with the other when I felt that familiar cold presence directly beside me. This time, though, it didn't pass by. It simply stayed, hovering just to my right as I counted. I continued my count out loud, as we're trained to do with controlled substances. 26, 27, 28. When I reached 32, I realized I'd made an error. The inventory sheet said there should be 33 vials. I recounted more carefully this time and still came up with 32. I was about to note the discrepancy when the strangest thing happened. A chill ran through my right arm, the one closest to the presence, and I felt a subtle directional pull toward the back of the safe. Following this instinct, I pushed aside some packaging and found the missing vial, which had fallen behind a row of morphine boxes. "Thanks," I said quietly, and immediately the cold spot dissipated. That made me wonder if our pharmacy visitor isn't just lingering randomly, but actually has some purpose or connection to the work we do. Since then, I've noticed the presence seems most active when I'm handling high-risk medications or preparing compounds for critically ill patients. It's almost like it's monitoring, making sure things are done correctly. Last month, I was training a new pharmacy student who was having trouble with the computerized medication system. We kept getting error messages, and the student was getting flustered. Suddenly, that cold spot appeared between us, and the computer screen flickered briefly before switching to a different module that solved our problem. The student didn't notice anything unusual, just commented on the system being glitchy, but I knew better. I've grown oddly comfortable with this unseen colleague. When I work late shifts alone, I sometimes talk to it casually as I go about my tasks. I never get verbal responses, of course, but sometimes I feel subtle changes in temperature or air pressure that almost seem like acknowledgements. The most recent incident happened just 3 nights ago. I was preparing chemotherapy drugs, which is probably the most dangerous task we do in the pharmacy. These medications can save cancer patients' lives, but are highly toxic to handle. We use special protective equipment and extreme caution. I was working under the hood, double-checking dosage calculations for a pediatric patient, when I felt the presence stronger than it had been in months. The chill was intense, almost uncomfortable, and seemed to concentrate around the medication I was preparing. I paused, rechecked my math, and realized I'd been about to make a serious calculation error that could have resulted in a 10-fold overdose. A child might have died if that medication had left the pharmacy. After correcting the error, I waited until the room was completely empty later that night and whispered a sincere thank you to whatever or whoever has been watching over the pharmacy. The air pressure changed briefly, that now familiar acknowledgement, and then returned to normal. I still haven't told my colleagues the extent of my experiences. Marisa and I occasionally exchange knowing glances when the temperature suddenly drops or when objects seem to be in slightly different positions than where we left them. But we keep it to ourselves, our silent understanding of the pharmacy's other occupant. I don't know if I'll ever understand exactly what's happening in our pharmacy. Is it a former healthcare worker still dedicated to patient safety? Is it someone who received medication from our pharmacy that either saved or failed to save their life? Or is it something else entirely? Some entity that happens to find our sterile, quiet environment appealing? What I do know is that whatever shares our space seems, at least in my experience, to be benevolent. It's never interfered negatively with our work. If anything, it seems protective of both the staff and the patients we serve from a distance. Sometimes when I'm locking up for the night, I'll pause at the door and look back at the dark pharmacy. "Good night," I'll say softly. "See you tomorrow." And sometimes, just sometimes, I feel a gentle, cool breeze brush past me as I turn to leave, as if it's saying goodnight too. Story 10. I've traveled to over 40 countries in my lifetime, staying in everything from 5-star hotels to hostels where you're lucky if the sheets are clean. I'm pretty adaptable. Noisy neighbors, weird smells, even the occasional cockroach doesn't faze me much anymore. But what happened to me in Budapest last month has shaken me to my core, and I still can't explain it. I'd rented an apartment in this beautiful old building near the center of the city. The structure itself was incredible, about 200 years old, with these ornate facades and high ceilings that you just don't find in modern buildings. My friend Marcus and I had found it online for a decent price, which should have been my first warning sign considering the location. Our apartment was accessed in this bizarre way that I initially found charming. You'd take the main elevator to the third floor, then walk down this narrow corridor to find this ancient wooden staircase that looked like it hadn't been updated since the building was constructed. The staircase led up to the fifth floor where our unit was, and it had these motion-activated lights that would flicker on when you climbed the stairs. They were clearly a more recent addition to an otherwise untouched part of the building. From the very first night, I felt watched. I've never been particularly superstitious, but there was this heaviness in the air that I couldn't shake. I remember unpacking my suitcase and constantly looking over my shoulder like someone was standing in the doorway. But every time I checked, there was nobody there. The first strange occurrence happened on our third night. Marcus had gone out to meet some locals he'd connected with online, leaving me alone in the apartment. I was sitting at the small desk near the window, catching up on some work emails, when I distinctly heard someone say my name. "Victor!" It wasn't a whisper or anything dramatic, just a normal speaking voice, as if someone was trying to get my attention from the hallway. I called out thinking maybe Marcus had come back early, but there was no response. When I went to check, the hallway was completely empty. The motion sensor lights were on though, which was odd because they only activated when someone walked past them. I tried to brush it off as my imagination, maybe a neighbor's voice carrying strangely through the old walls. But it happened again 2 nights later, and this time Marcus heard it too. We were both in the kitchen cooking dinner when a voice clearly said, "Victor," from the direction of the bathroom. We both froze, looking at each other to confirm we'd both heard it. Marcus went to check and found nothing. The bathroom itself became a source of unease. It was a small space with this ancient clawfoot tub and discolored tiles that had probably been white at some point. Whenever I went in there, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was standing right behind me. Multiple times I'd go in, leave the door open as I always do when I'm alone, only to have it slowly swing shut. I tested it several times. The door wasn't uneven, there wasn't a draft. It simply didn't close on its own under normal circumstances. One afternoon I was in the shower and the bathroom door slammed shut so hard that a framed print on the wall fell and shattered. I nearly slipped trying to get out of the shower to see what had happened. Marcus wasn't even home at the time. But what happened on the 7th night of our stay was when things went from unsettling to terrifying. I'd been having trouble sleeping, partly because of jet lag, but mostly because of the oppressive atmosphere in the apartment. Around 3 in the morning, I decided to go smoke a cigarette on the old balcony that jutted out from our floor. It was technically a common area, but nobody ever used it except me. The night was cool and quiet. Budapest is beautiful at night, with the Danube reflecting the lights of the city. I was leaning against the railing, enjoying the momentary peace, when I heard it. Heavy, pounding footsteps coming up the wooden staircase. Not the normal footsteps of someone casually climbing stairs, but the frantic running of someone in a hurry. They were loud enough that I could feel the vibration through the floor. The sound was unmistakable, a large person taking the stairs 2 at a time, their full weight landing hard on each step. The motion sensor lights in the hallway flicked on, casting their sterile glow under the door that led from the hallway to the balcony area. My heart was suddenly hammering in my chest. It was 3 in the morning. Who would be running up these stairs that only led to our apartment and the unused balcony? And why would they be in such a rush? I cautiously opened the balcony door and peered into the hallway. The lights were on, but there was nobody there, just the empty corridor stretching back to the main stairwell. I walked the length of it, checking every corner, even calling out a hesitant, "Hello?" But there was nothing. I was about to return to the balcony to finish my cigarette, convincing myself I'd somehow misheard, when it happened again. The unmistakable sound of heavy footfalls pounding up the stairs, getting closer and louder with each step. The motion lights, which had begun to dim, suddenly brightened again as if triggered by movement. This time I ran to the stairwell and looked down. The lights were on all the way down, illuminating the empty wooden steps that spiraled into the lower floors. There was nobody there. Absolutely nobody. I practically sprinted back to our apartment, slammed the door shut and engaged every lock. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely turn the key. Marcus was sound asleep, completely unaware of what was happening. I sat on the edge of my bed for what felt like hours, listening intently for any sound from the hallway. Eventually, I convinced myself that I needed to get some work done, since sleep was clearly not happening. I sat up at the small desk that faced the wall, my back to the apartment door. I remember checking that the door was locked before sitting down. I distinctly remember the sound of the bolt sliding into place and testing the handle. Our door had a keypad lock that beeped whenever the code was entered, and the only people who had that code were Marcus and me. I'd been working for about an hour, completely absorbed in what I was doing, when I felt a cold draft on the back of my neck. I turned around and nearly had a heart attack. The apartment door was standing wide open. Not just unlocked, but fully open, with the hallway lights brightly illuminated as if someone had just walked by. But there had been no beep from the keypad, no sound of the bolt unlocking, no creak of the hinges as the door opened, nothing. I jumped up, slammed the door shut and frantically searched the apartment. No windows were open. Marcus was still asleep. Nothing was missing or disturbed. I checked the door mechanism thinking maybe it was faulty, but it worked perfectly when I tested it. I woke Marcus up at this point, completely freaked out. He groggily listened to my story and tried to calm me down, suggesting that maybe I had forgotten to properly close the door earlier. But I knew I hadn't. I knew that door had been locked and secured. After calming down somewhat, I eventually crawled into bed around 5 in the morning, though I didn't expect to sleep. Against all odds, I must have dozed off, because I was jolted awake at approximately 5:30 by a tremendous crash from the hallway. Marcus woke up too this time, and we both stared at each other in the dim morning light. That's when we realized the apartment door was standing open again. Marcus went to investigate the crash, while I stayed frozen in bed. He found nothing in the hallway, no fallen object, no broken glass, nothing that could have made such a noise. When we checked the apartment, nothing had been taken. Everything was exactly where we'd left it. But the feeling of violation, of some unseen presence invading our space, was overwhelming. The next day, I started asking around about the building. I approached the elderly woman who lived on the floor below us, using my broken Hungarian and her limited English to communicate. She seemed reluctant to talk at first, but eventually told me that the 5th floor had been servants' quarters when the building was a single wealthy family's home in the 19th century. She mentioned something about a male servant who had fallen down the staircase, the same derelict staircase we used to access our floor, but she either couldn't or wouldn't elaborate further. She just kept making the sign of the cross and muttering what I assumed were prayers. That staircase was another element that added to my growing anxiety. It went all the way down to what the rental listing had diplomatically called the historic basement, but which was essentially an abyss, a dark, damp space that looked like it hadn't been used for at least 100 years. The stairs leading down were worn in the middle from generations of use, and there was this musty, earthy smell that wafted up whenever the basement door was opened. I started noticing other things too. Despite being the only smoker in the building, Marcus doesn't smoke, I would sometimes catch the distinct smell of cigarette smoke around the balcony area when I hadn't been out there. Not the lingering smell of my own cigarettes, but fresh smoke, as if someone had just been there moments before. And then there were the whispers. At first I thought it was just the normal sounds of an old building, pipes expanding, wood creaking, the wind finding its way through ancient cracks. But over time, I became convinced that there were actual whispered conversations happening just at the edge of my hearing. Never clear enough to make out words, but unmistakably human in rhythm and tone. One particularly unsettling incident occurred when I was alone in the apartment during the afternoon. Marcus had gone sightseeing, and I was sitting on the couch reading when I heard what sounded like someone dragging something heavy across the floor in the hallway. I went to check and found nothing, but when I returned to the living room, all the chairs at our small dining table had been pulled out, as if people were sitting in them. I know how this sounds. Trust me, I've gone over every rational explanation I can think of. Carbon monoxide poisoning. We had detectors installed. Hallucinations from medication. I wasn't taking any. Marcus playing an elaborate prank. He was just as freaked out as I was, and some of these things happened when he wasn't even there. The entity, spirit, whatever it was, seemed to be fixated on me specifically. It called my name. It waited until I was alone to manifest most strongly. It followed me from room to room. I could feel its presence shifting locations, always staying just behind me. After the second door incident, we seriously considered leaving. We'd paid for 2 weeks up front and were only halfway through our stay, but I was ready to forfeit the money just to get out of there. Marcus convinced me to stay, arguing that we had found affordable accommodation in one of the most expensive areas of Budapest during peak tourist season, and we'd be unlikely to find anything else. So we stayed, but I took precautions. I started placing objects against the door at night, a chair under the handle, a glass balanced on the knob that would fall and shatter if the door opened. I kept all the lights on when I was alone. I even started recording on my phone whenever I felt the presence most strongly, hoping to capture something that would validate what I was experiencing. The recordings never showed anything conclusive, just occasional unexplained knocks and what might have been whispers, but could just as easily have been static. The final straw came 3 days before we were scheduled to leave. I'd fallen asleep on the couch watching a movie on my laptop. Marcus had gone out with some friends he'd met and texted that he might not be back until morning. I woke up around 2 a.m. to the sound of the keypad beeping, the distinct sound of someone entering the code to unlock our door. I sat up, thinking Marcus had returned early, but the door didn't open. Just the beeping of the keypad, over and over, as if someone was repeatedly entering a code that wasn't working. Then silence for about 30 seconds, followed by 3 loud, deliberate knocks. "Marcus?" I called out, thinking maybe he'd forgotten the code in his tipsy state. No answer, just 3 more knocks, slower this time. I approached the door cautiously and looked through the peephole. The hallway was brightly lit from the motion sensors, but there was nobody there. Absolutely nobody. As I stood there, frozen with indecision, I heard a voice directly on the other side of the door, as clear as if the person was standing inches away from me. "Victor," it said in a deep, raspy voice that was definitely not Marcus. "Let me in, Victor." I backed away from the door, unable to breathe. That's when my phone chimed with a text notification. It was from Marcus, sending me a picture of him and his new friends at some club, time-stamped just moments before. He was clearly nowhere near our apartment. I spent the rest of the night huddled on the couch with all the lights on, jumping at every creak and groan of the old building. When Marcus returned in the morning, I told him everything and insisted we leave immediately. This time, he didn't argue. We packed our things in record time and were out by checkout time. I didn't even care about getting the security deposit back. I just wanted to be out of that building. I've been back home for almost a month now, and I still wake up in the middle of the night sometimes, convinced I can hear heavy footsteps climbing stairs that aren't there. I still find myself checking that my door is locked multiple times before bed, and sometimes right at the edge of sleep. I think I hear someone calling my name in that same deep, raspy voice. I don't know what was in that Budapest apartment. I don't know if it was the spirit of that servant the old woman mentioned or something else entirely. But whatever it was, I think it's still with me somehow, following me, watching me, waiting for me to let my guard down. I haven't told anyone else about this until now. They'd think I was crazy or making it up, but I know what I experienced. And sometimes I think I catch the faint smell of cigarette smoke in my apartment, even though I've quit smoking since that trip. I don't know what it wants from me. I don't know why it chose me, but I know it was real, and I know it's still out there. Maybe by sharing this, someone who knows more about these things can tell me what I encountered and how to make it stop, because I'm afraid it's not finished with me yet. Story 11. I never believed in ghosts. Not before I started working in corrections anyway. 23 years as a correctional officer changes you in ways you'd never expect. My name's Marcus Bennett, and I've worked in facilities all over Texas and Michigan. I'm not sharing this to convince anybody of anything, just putting my experiences out there because keeping them bottled up is driving me crazy. Maybe someone else has seen similar things. It all started during my 3rd year on the job at an intake facility in East Texas. I was working the night shift, 6 p.m. to 6 a.m., and was about halfway through when things got weird. It was around 3 in the morning, that dead zone when the facility gets unnaturally quiet. Most inmates were asleep, and the only sounds were the occasional radio chatter and the hum of the fluorescent lights. I was doing paperwork when I heard it, a loud, deliberate banging sound coming from the housing unit. 3 distinct knocks, then silence, then 3 more. At first, I thought it was an inmate trying to get my attention, but it was coming from a part of the unit that shouldn't have been occupied. "You hear that?" I asked my partner Johnson, a guy who'd been working there for almost 15 years. He barely looked up from his crossword puzzle. "Yeah, that happens. Unit's haunted." I thought he was messing with me, the classic, let's freak out the newer guy routine. But there was something in his voice, a flatness that made me uneasy. "What do you mean haunted?" I asked, trying to sound like I was in on the joke. Johnson sighed and put down his pen. "That small cell at the end of the hallway, the one you can't see from the officer station. Inmate choked to death in there about 8 years ago. Apparently, he was eating alone while the officer was somewhere else." The way he emphasized those last words told me the officer had been neglecting his duties. By the time anyone found him, he'd been dead for hours. I rolled my eyes. "Right. And now his ghost is what? Knocking to be let out?" Johnson shrugged. "Believe what you want, but if you're so sure, go check it out yourself." I wish I hadn't taken the bait. Walking down that hallway, the temperature dropped noticeably. The knocking got louder as I approached the cell. When I reached it, my blood ran cold. The solid steel door was visibly shaking, like someone was pounding on it from the inside. But through the small window, I could see the cell was completely empty. I stood there, frozen, as the door rattled in its frame. Then, as suddenly as it started, the banging stopped. The silence that followed was somehow worse. As I turned to leave, movement caught my eye. I looked back at the window and saw condensation forming on the glass, like someone had breathed on it from inside. Before my eyes, a handprint appeared in the steam, fingers dragging downward. I'm not ashamed to admit I practically ran back to the officer station. Johnson took one look at my face and nodded. "Told you." "There's a handprint on the glass," I said, my voice shakier than I wanted it to be. "There usually is," he replied, going back to his crossword. I couldn't let it go. I grabbed the unit's logbook and flipped through it, looking for any mention of the incident Johnson had described. I found nothing, not surprising, since covering up an inmate death due to negligence would have been priority number 1. But I did notice something odd. That particular cell was never assigned to anyone, On paper, it didn't exist. That was just the beginning. A few months later, I was working in a different housing unit at the same facility. Around 2 a.m., I glanced at the security monitors and noticed an inmate sitting at a table in the day room. Unusual for that hour, but not against the rules. "Who's that?" I asked my partner that night, a guy named Rodriguez. He looked at the monitor, then at the actual day room visible through the glass. "Who's what?" I pointed to the figure on the screen. "That inmate sitting at the table." Rodriguez looked confused. "Man, there's nobody there." I turned to look directly into the day room. He was right. It was completely empty, but on the monitor, the figure was still there, sitting motionless. "Come look at this," I said, pointing at the screen. Rodriguez came over, and we both watched as the figure on the monitor slowly began to fade, becoming transparent until it vanished completely. The hairs on my arms stood up. "What the hell was that?" I whispered. Rodriguez crossed himself. "Don't know, don't want to know." Later that same night, I was doing rounds when I noticed a wet floor sign in the middle of the hallway. Not unusual in itself. The porters often mopped at night, but it was in a weird spot, away from any recently cleaned area. I picked it up and put it back in the porter closet. 20 minutes later, it was back in the hallway. Thinking one of the inmates was messing with me, I checked the cameras, but no one had been in that hallway. I put the sign away again, this time making sure the closet was locked. 30 minutes later, the sign was back. Exactly the same spot. I called Rodriguez over, and we both stood staring at it. "Maybe it fell out when you closed the door," he suggested, not sounding convinced. "The closet is locked," I replied. As we watched, the yellow plastic sign wobbled, as if caught in a breeze, except there was no air movement in that windowless hallway. Then it tipped over, slamming to the ground with a crack that echoed much louder than it should have. Before either of us could react, the sign began sliding up the hallway, not like it was being pulled by a string, but like it was being pushed by an invisible force. It moved about 15 feet, then stopped directly in front of the porter closet door. Rodriguez and I looked at each other. Neither of us said a word. We just walked back to the officer station and didn't mention it again that night. The most disturbing incident happened a year later. I was working in a high-security unit, supervising close observation cells where we housed inmates with severe mental health issues or suicide risks. One inmate, I'll call him Davis, had been placed there after reporting that he was hearing voices telling him to hurt himself. Around midnight, Davis started screaming that there was someone in his cell with him. I checked the camera. He was alone. This wasn't unusual. Many inmates in that unit experienced hallucinations. What was unusual was what happened next. I was watching Davis on the monitor when he suddenly became perfectly still. Then, with no hesitation, he bit into his own wrist. Not a tentative bite. He tore through the skin like it was nothing. Blood immediately began flowing, but Davis showed no reaction to what must have been excruciating pain. Instead, he calmly bit his other wrist, then raised both bleeding arms above his head. I called for backup and rushed to his cell. When I got there, Davis was standing in the middle of the small room, arms still raised, blood running down to his elbows. His eyes were rolled back in his head, showing only the whites. And then he started speaking. Not in English or Spanish, but in something that sounded ancient. The words made no sense, but they seemed to vibrate in the air. The temperature in the hallway plummeted. I could see my breath. When the response team arrived and we entered the cell, Davis collapsed. Later at medical, he had no memory of what he'd done. The psychiatrist said it was a psychotic episode, but I'll never forget the look on the doctor's face when he saw those perfectly symmetrical bite marks, too precise, too deliberate for someone in a frenzy. After 5 years in Texas, I transferred to Michigan, to one of America's oldest operational prisons. Built in 1877, the place was a maze of additions and renovations spanning more than a century. The oldest sections had been abandoned due to structural issues, but they were still connected to the operational parts of the facility. My first night there, a veteran officer gave me an unofficial orientation. Two types of things will kill you in this place, he said. The lifers with nothing to lose, and whatever the hell lives in the walls. He wasn't smiling when he said it. The paranormal activity there was different, less violent, but more persistent. Doors would slam shut with no one near them. Voices would echo in empty corridors. Cold spots would appear and disappear without explanation. Most officers didn't talk about it, but everyone knew. One night, I was alone in the prison's oldest unit. The inmates were locked down, and my partner had gone to get coffee. I was sitting at the officer station when I heard a loud banging from the far end of the block, from a heavy metal door that led to one of the condemned sections. Bang, 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 like someone was trying to get in. I radioed my partner. "Hey, is anyone working in the old West Wing tonight?" "West Wing's been closed for 20 years, he replied. "Nobody goes in there." The banging continued. I should have ignored it, but curiosity got the better of me. I walked down the long corridor, past the rows of cells. The inmates were unusually quiet, many of them awake and watching me with tense expressions. The banging stopped as I approached the door. It was secured with a rusted padlock and chain, clearly hadn't been opened in years. As I stood there, trying to convince myself I'd imagined the noise, I felt a cold breeze. Not just cool, but bone-chillingly cold, like standing in front of an open freezer. It seemed to be coming from underneath the door. The hairs on my arms stood up, and a feeling of dread washed over me. I'd never felt anything like it, an instinctual certainty that something was watching me from the other side of that door, something that knew I was alone. I backed away slowly, not taking my eyes off the door. When I returned to the officer station, the small TV we kept there was on, even though I'd left it off. It was flipping through channels by itself, faster and faster, until it stopped on static. White noise filled the unit, strangely loud in the silence. I reached to turn it off, and the moment my fingers touched the power button, I heard a voice through the static, just 3 words, spoken in a harsh whisper. "Don't leave us." I yanked my hand back like I'd been burned. The TV shut off on its own, and the unit was plunged into darkness as every light went out simultaneously. They came back on a few seconds later, and when my partner returned, he said there had been no power outage reported. I didn't tell him what happened. I didn't tell anyone for a long time. But the incidents continued, becoming part of my nightly routine. Keys would disappear from my belt, only to reappear in places I hadn't been. Inmate count numbers wouldn't add up, with extra shadows appearing in cells. The feeling of being followed down empty corridors became so common that I stopped reacting to it. The worst experience came about 2 years ago. I was working with a colleague, I'll call him Mike, when we got curious about what was actually in the abandoned West Wing. The administration had been talking about renovating it, so we figured we'd take a look, maybe get some insight before the construction crews arrived. We waited until the middle of the night, when most of the prison was asleep. The wing had no power, so we brought flashlights. The padlock on the door was the same one I'd seen before, covered in rust but still functional. Mike had found a key that worked. How, he wouldn't say, and I didn't ask. The door opened with a groan that echoed through the empty space beyond. The air that rushed out was stale and damp, carrying the smell of mold and something else, something metallic and unpleasant. Our flashlight beams cut through the darkness, revealing a wide corridor with high ceilings and peeling paint. Water damage had warped the floors, and chunks of plaster had fallen from the walls. Old-style cells lined both sides, their barred doors standing open. "They used to keep the worst offenders here," Mike whispered, though there was no need to be quiet. "The ones they didn't want mixing with the general population." We moved deeper into the wing, our footsteps echoing. Every sound seemed amplified, the drip of water from somewhere unseen, the creak of the old building settling, our own breathing. About halfway down the corridor, I felt it again, that same overwhelming sense of dread I'd experienced before. It hit me like a physical force, making me stumble. Mike felt it too. I could see it in the way his shoulders tensed. "Maybe we should head back," I suggested, trying to keep my voice steady. Mike nodded, but before we could turn around, we heard it, a sound like bare feet slapping against the wet concrete floor. Running, headed straight for us from the darkness ahead. We didn't think twice. We turned and ran, our flashlight beams bouncing wildly across the walls. The sound behind us grew louder, closer. I could hear ragged breathing that wasn't ours. The door seemed farther away than it should have been. When we finally reached it, Mike fumbled with the key, cursing under his breath. I turned to look back down the corridor, my flashlight revealing nothing but empty space, yet the running footsteps were now just yards away. The lock finally gave way, and we burst through the door, slamming it shut behind us. Mike barely got the padlock back on before something hit the other side of the door, hard enough to make the metal buckle slightly. We stood there, gasping for breath, as whatever was on the other side scratched and clawed at the door. After what seemed like forever, the sounds stopped. The silence that followed was almost worse. When we'd collected ourselves enough to walk back to the officer station, Mike rolled up his sleeves to wipe sweat from his face, and we both saw it. 3 long red marks across his forearm, like claw scratches. They hadn't been there before we entered the West Wing. I transferred to a different facility a month later. Mike quit the department entirely. We never talked about what happened, but sometimes I'll get a text from him in the middle of the night, asking if I'm still having the nightmares. I always am. I still work in corrections, but I don't do night shifts anymore. I've requested and been granted day shifts only, citing medical reasons. My supervisors didn't question it. High turnover means they can't be picky. Sometimes I wonder if what we experienced was some kind of mass hallucination, stress and sleep deprivation playing tricks on our minds. But then I remember the feeling of that cold breeze on my skin, the sound of those running footsteps, the marks on Mike's arm. And I know what I saw, what I felt. The worst part is knowing that those places still exist, that every night officers sit alone in those quiet hours, hearing the same sounds, feeling the same presence. And the inmates, locked in their cells with nowhere to run when the temperature drops and something moves in the darkness. I don't know what lives in those old prisons. I don't want to know. But whatever it is, it's patient, and it's waiting. Story 12. I never believed in the supernatural. Not even a little bit. I always prided myself on being rational. The guy who could explain away the things that go bump in the night with simple physics or psychology. My friends used to call me Mythbuster Lucas because I was always the one poking holes in ghost stories at parties. If someone claimed their house was haunted, I'd start asking about old pipes, settling foundations, or whether they'd checked their carbon monoxide detector lately. That changed after what happened at my friend Felix's apartment in Vienna last October. I've known Felix since university. We studied different subjects but lived in the same student housing complex. While I was pursuing engineering, Felix was more into philosophy and what I used to consider woo-woo stuff. Meditation, energy cleansing, crystals on his windowsill, that type of thing. I teased him about it, but he was cool about my skepticism. We've stayed close over the years, despite our differences. Felix had been living in this beautiful old apartment building in Vienna's 7th district for about 3 years. It was one of those classic Viennese buildings with high ceilings, ornate moldings, and those massive wooden doors that you just don't see in modern construction. The building itself dated back to the late 1800s, but Felix's apartment had been renovated with modern appliances while keeping all the original architectural details. I was in Vienna for a work conference that week, and we'd arranged to meet up. Felix suggested I come over to his place first before we headed out to dinner. When he texted me that morning, though, something seemed off. "Hey, can you come by around 6? Something weird is happening in my apartment. Could use your rational brain on this." I texted back asking what he meant, but all he said was, "Just come over. I'll explain when you're here." I arrived at his building around 6:15. It was already getting dark. October evenings in Vienna set in early. I buzzed his apartment, and he let me in without using the intercom. As I climbed the old stone staircase to the third floor, Felix was already waiting in his doorway. He looked tired, with dark circles under his eyes. "Thanks for coming," he said, giving me a quick hug. His voice was tense, not the laid-back Felix I knew. His cat, Milo, a big orange tabby who normally lounged around like he owned the place, darted past us into the apartment as we entered, heading straight for Felix's legs and pressing against them. "What's up with Milo?" I asked, trying to pet him, but the cat avoided my hand. Felix shut the door behind us, that heavy wooden door making a deep thud as it closed. "He's been acting strange for days. Won't leave my side when I'm home, keeps staring at empty corners." I laughed a little. Classic cat behavior. They're weird animals. Felix didn't smile. "No, this is different. He's scared of something." The apartment felt, I don't know how to describe it. Cold isn't quite right. Neither is unwelcoming. Maybe the best way to put it is that it felt like we weren't alone. I've been to Felix's place many times before, and it always had this warm, cozy vibe. This time, I felt an immediate sense of unease, like when you walk into a room where people have just been arguing. "So, what's this weird thing happening?" I asked, following Felix into his living room. The late afternoon light was filtering through his tall windows, casting long shadows across his hardwood floors. Felix gestured for me to sit on the couch while he perched on the edge of an armchair. Milo jumped onto his lap immediately. "I think there's something in my apartment," he said, stroking the cat. "Or someone." I raised an eyebrow. "Like an intruder? Have you called the police?" "No, not like that," he said quietly. "For the past 2 weeks, I've been waking up at night and seeing someone standing in my living room. I felt that little skeptical smile forming on my face, the one Felix knew well. Sleep paralysis, hypnagogic hallucinations, that's pretty common." "Lucas, I was fully awake," he interrupted. "I get up to use the bathroom around 3 a.m. most nights. 3 times now, I've walked through the living room and seen someone standing by the bookshelf, just standing there. But when I turn on the lights, there's no one. It's dark. Your eyes are playing tricks." "I know what I saw," he said firmly. "And it's not just that. Things are moving. Not like someone's breaking in, but I'll put my keys down and find them somewhere else. I'll close doors and they'll be open later. The temperature in certain rooms drops suddenly. And Milo," he looked down at the cat, "Milo won't go near my bedroom anymore." I wanted to give him rational explanations for everything, memory lapses, drafts in an old building, cats being cats, but something in his expression stopped me. Felix wasn't easily spooked. For him to be this rattled, something must have been happening. "When did all this start?" I asked, trying to take him seriously. "About 2 weeks ago," Felix sighed. "After I did a deep meditation session, I was trying this new technique for opening chakras that I learned at a retreat last month. And there it was, my opening to explain it all away. See? You probably just activated some weird corner of your subconscious. Our brains can do strange things when we mess with altered states of consciousness." Felix nodded, but I could tell he wasn't convinced. "Maybe, but it doesn't explain everything." He stood up, still holding Milo. "Let me show you something." He led me to his bedroom. It was meticulously organized as usual, but I noticed sage bundles on the nightstand that weren't there the last time I visited. "You've been smudging?" I asked. "Trying to, yes. It seems to help for a few hours. Then things start again," Felix explained. "Look at the door." I looked at his bedroom door, not seeing anything unusual at first. Then I noticed it. 3 parallel scratches at about waist height, cutting into the wood. "Did Milo do that?" I asked, though they seemed too high for a cat. Felix shook his head. "Milo doesn't scratch furniture, never has. And look at the pattern, it's too uniform, too intentional." He ran his fingers over the marks. "These appeared 3 days ago, I was in the kitchen making coffee and I heard a scratching sound. When I came to check, these were here. I examined the scratches more closely. They were deep, cutting well into the wood. It would take significant force to make marks like that. Could it be from moving furniture? I suggested. I haven't moved anything, Felix said. And look, they start and stop in perfectly straight lines. How would that happen accidentally? I didn't have an answer. Despite my skepticism, a small knot was forming in my stomach. The apartment did feel strange. Heavy somehow, like the air was thicker than it should be. Ever since these appeared, Felix continued, the feeling of being watched has gotten worse. And last night, he trailed off, seeming reluctant to continue. What happened last night? I prompted. Felix set Milo down on the bed, where the cat immediately curled into a tight ball. Last night I woke up to Milo hissing at something in the corner. When I sat up, I felt something sit down on the bed next to me. I could feel the mattress dip, Lucas. I reached out, but there was nothing there. Then the bedroom door slammed shut. As he said this, I felt a chill run up my spine. The sensation of being watched intensified. I glanced at the bedroom doorway, half expecting to see something there. Listen, I said, trying to sound rational despite my growing unease. Old buildings make all kinds of noises. Floors settle, pipes expand and contract. I know what a settling building sounds like. Felix cut me off. This was different. It was deliberate. He lowered his voice, and right now, it feels like it's listening to us. I was about to respond when we both heard it, a distinct thud from the living room, like something heavy being set down on the coffee table. Felix and I exchanged glances. Milo's ears flattened against his head. Is there anyone else in the apartment? I whispered. Felix shook his head. Just us. Maybe it's your neighbors, I offered weakly. The walls are thick. You can barely hear people shouting, let alone setting something down. Felix moved toward the door, then hesitated. I don't want to go out there. I wanted to laugh it off, to be the rational friend who could explain everything, but that sound had been too clear, too present. Still, I found myself moving toward the door. Let's check it out, together. We walked into the hallway, Felix right behind me. The living room looked exactly as we'd left it. No objects moved, nothing on the coffee table that could have made that sound. But the temperature had dropped noticeably. I could see my breath forming small clouds in front of me. Do you feel that? Felix whispered. It's freezing. It was. The temperature had plummeted at least 10 degrees in the span of minutes, despite the heating being on. I checked the windows, all closed. Maybe there's a draft somewhere, I said, but my voice lacked conviction. I was starting to understand why Felix was so unsettled. We stood in the middle of the living room, both of us scanning the space. Nothing seemed out of place, yet everything felt wrong. The silence was oppressive, broken only by Milo's low growl from the bedroom. That's when I felt it, a light touch on the back of my neck, like cold fingers brushing against my skin. I spun around, but there was nothing there. Just Felix, staring at me with wide eyes. What? He asked, noticing my reaction. I didn't want to say it, didn't want to add fuel to whatever was happening. Nothing, I said. Just thought I felt something. But Felix knew. You felt it too, didn't you, the touch? Before I could answer, every hair on my arm stood on end. There was a pressure in the room, like the air before a thunderstorm. Something was building, gathering around us. I think we should leave, I said suddenly. The words came out of my mouth before I'd even consciously formed the thought. Just for a while. Get some fresh air, grab dinner like we planned. Felix nodded immediately, clearly relieved at the suggestion. Yes, let me just get Milo into his carrier and grab my wallet. As Felix went back to the bedroom to collect his cat, I moved toward the apartment door, eager to be in the hallway, away from whatever was happening in that living room. I opened the heavy wooden door and stepped out into the common hallway of the building. The door didn't have one of those automatic closing mechanisms. It was an old, solid wooden door that took effort to move. I left it wide open, waiting for Felix. That's when it happened. I was standing maybe 3 steps into the hallway, looking back into the apartment, when the door, that massive, heavy wooden door that required real effort to move, slammed shut with such force that the entire frame shook. The sound was deafening in the quiet building, a thunderous bang that couldn't possibly be explained by a draft or air pressure from an open window. There were no open windows. The balcony door was closed. There was no breeze, no logical explanation for what could have moved that door with such violence. I stood frozen in the hallway, staring at the closed door, my heart racing. From inside, I heard Felix shout something and then rapid footsteps. The door flew open again and Felix rushed out, his face completely drained of color. He was holding Milo in his arms rather than in a carrier. The cat was rigid with fear. "Did you close the door?" Felix asked, his voice shaking. I shook my head. "No, it slammed shut by itself." "I heard it from the bedroom," he said. "And then I felt something rush past me in the hallway, like someone running, but there was no one there." We stood there in the building's hallway, both of us trembling slightly. Milo had his claws dug deep into Felix's sweater, refusing to let go. "We're not going back in there tonight," Felix said firmly. I nodded. "Where will you go?" "My mother's place. It's not far." He glanced at the apartment door, which was still open. "I need to get my phone and wallet." "I'll come with you," I said. We went back in together, moving quickly. The apartment still felt wrong, cold and somehow darker than it should have been, despite the lights being on. Felix grabbed his essentials while I stood guard near the front door, keeping it propped open with my foot. Nothing else happened, but the feeling of being observed never faded. As soon as we were both out, Felix locked the door. We practically ran down the stairs, neither of us speaking until we were outside the building, standing on the sidewalk under the streetlights. Milo had calmed down a little, but was still pressed tightly against Felix. "What the hell was that?" I finally asked, the skeptic in me desperately trying to find an explanation. Felix just shook his head. "I don't know, but I'm not sleeping there tonight." I walked with Felix to his mother's apartment, neither of us mentioning what had happened during the 15-minute journey. His mother welcomed us, fussing over Felix's disheveled appearance and Milo's unusual behavior. But we gave her a vague excuse about a water leak in Felix's apartment. Later, after his mother had gone to bed, Felix and I sat in her kitchen, trying to process what had happened. "You felt it too," Felix said quietly. "I saw your face when we were in the living room. You felt something?" I couldn't deny it. Yes, it felt like being in a room with someone who hates you. That awareness of hostile attention. I hesitated, and I felt something touch my neck. Felix nodded. "It's been building for days, getting stronger, but that door..." He shook his head. "That door weighs a ton. It takes effort for me to push it closed. There's no way it could slam like that on its own." I spent the next hour trying to come up with rational explanations. Air pressure changes, hidden drafts, uneven foundations making the floor slope. None of it held up. "You know what's strange?" Felix said after a while. "Everything started after that meditation session I did, the one where I was trying to open chakras and expand my awareness. What if I opened something else instead? Something that wasn't supposed to be opened?" The thought sent another chill through me. I'd always scoffed at supernatural explanations, but sitting there in that kitchen after what we'd experienced, I couldn't dismiss it so easily. Felix stayed with his mother for the next 3 days. I returned to my hotel that night, relieved to be in a sterile, modern building with keycard locks and no history. When Felix finally went back to his apartment, he brought a local medium with him, something I would have mocked mercilessly just days earlier. But I didn't mock him now. The strange thing is, after that night, the phenomena in Felix's apartment stopped completely. The medium reported sensing residual energy, but nothing actively present. Milo gradually returned to his normal behavior. The scratches on the bedroom door remained, a physical reminder that we hadn't imagined it all. Felix still lives in that apartment. He says it feels normal again, warm, comfortable, his. Whatever was there seems to have gone. He believes the door slamming was a final act, a sort of exclamation point on its departure. I'm not so sure. I've spent months trying to rationalize what happened that evening in Vienna. I've researched physical phenomena that could explain the door slamming with such force. I've read about psychological explanations for shared experiences of the supernatural. I've even installed carbon monoxide detectors in my own home just to be safe. But late at night, when I'm alone in my apartment, I sometimes feel that same sensation of being watched. And I remember the sound of that massive wooden door slamming shut, with no one there to push it. And I wonder what I really believe anymore. Because the thing is, that door couldn't have slammed on its own. It just couldn't. And yet it did. And I saw it happen. And nothing in my rational, skeptical worldview can explain it. That's the thing about certainty. It only takes one unexplainable moment to shatter it completely. Story 13. I still can't explain what happened to me last December while working security at the Dresden Castle. I've spent months trying to rationalize it, but I keep coming back to the same conclusion. Something is moving through those halls when no one should be there. I need to write this down, partly to process it myself, and partly because I keep hoping someone else has experienced something similar and can help me make sense of it. I've been working security at the Dresden Castle Museum for almost 3 years now. It's usually a pretty straightforward job. Monitoring rooms, helping lost tourists, making sure no one touches the displays. But last December was different. The museum was closed for 3 weeks for electrical renovations. The old wiring in the chandeliers and wall fixtures needed updating, and management decided winter was perfect since tourist numbers are lower anyway. My job during the renovation was simple. Supervise the electrical workers and do regular rounds to ensure security while they worked on various sections of the castle. Nothing seemed unusual during the first week. The workers focused on the main exhibition halls and generally finished up before dark. I'd do my final rounds, lock up and head home by 6. But as they moved deeper into the castle during the second week, specifically into Augustus II's private chambers, things started to feel different. If you've never been to Dresden Castle, it's hard to describe just how massive and impressive it is. The structure itself dates back to the 16th century, though much of it was rebuilt after being bombed in World War II. Augustus II, the former king of Poland and Elector of Saxony, transformed it into a Baroque masterpiece in the early 18th century. His private chambers and throne room are particularly ornate. All gold leaf decorations, rich red velvet wall coverings, and intricately painted ceilings. These chambers occupy the second floor of the north wing. There's a specific sequence of rooms, first the tower room, then a reception hall, followed by 2 inner chambers, the throne room, and finally Augustus's bedroom with his wife's dressing room and the guard robe room connected to it through a heavy oak door. On December 15th, the electrical team was working on the chandeliers in the main exhibition halls. They finished around 4:30, earlier than usual, because they needed specific parts for the next day's work. After they left, I started my closing rounds. December in Dresden means darkness falls by 4 in the afternoon. And with no visitors and only emergency lighting, the castle takes on a completely different atmosphere. I began at the tower room, methodically checking and locking each door as I made my way through. The cold was particularly biting that day. Even inside, I could see my breath forming small clouds. The heating had been reduced to save energy while the museum was closed, so I kept my coat on as I walked through the empty rooms. Everything seemed normal until I reached the second inner chamber, just before the throne room. This room has always had a certain weight to it. Maybe it's the towering ceiling, the massive portraits of stern-faced nobles, or the way sound seems to die as soon as it leaves your lips. I was checking the windows, making sure they were properly secured when I heard it. Footsteps, distinct, unmistakable footsteps, coming from behind the wall to my right. At first, I assumed it was one of the workers who had stayed behind, though I was certain they had all left. The footsteps seemed to be coming from the guard-robe room, which connects to Augustus's bedroom. I called out, thinking someone might have gotten locked in accidentally. "Hello? Is someone there?" No answer. Just the continuing sound of footsteps, now moving from the guard-robe room toward the bedroom. I rushed through the throne room to the bedroom, expecting to find someone there. Nothing. The room was completely empty. More concerning was the heavy oak door that connects the bedroom to the guard-robe room. It was firmly closed, exactly how it should be. This door is no ordinary door. It's at least 300 years old, solid oak, and weighs a ton. It makes a distinctive creaking sound when opened. I would have heard if someone had used it. I used my keys to open this door and checked the guard-robe room thoroughly. No one there either. The display cases containing Augustus's ornate uniforms stood silent, the fabric still perfectly arranged. The mannequins displaying his wife's dresses seemed to watch me as I searched every corner behind every display. By now, my heart was pounding. I knew every entrance and exit to these rooms. There was simply nowhere for anyone to hide, and certainly no way someone could have left without me seeing them. I checked my radio to see if any of the renovation team had reported staying behind. Nothing. I tried to calm myself. Old buildings make noises. Pipes contract in the cold. Wooden floors settle. I've worked in historic buildings long enough to know this. Still, what I heard wasn't the random creaking of an old structure. These were deliberate, rhythmic footsteps. I finished checking the guard-robe room and returned to the bedroom. The moment I stepped back into Augustus's bedroom, I heard the footsteps again. This time, they were moving from the guard-robe room into the bedroom, the very room I was standing in. But there was no one there except me. The footsteps crossed the bedroom, heading toward the throne room. They were heavy, measured, like someone walking with purpose. I followed the sound, moving back through the throne room to the second inner chamber. The footsteps always stayed just ahead of me, as if someone was leading me through the royal apartments. When I reached the reception hall, the footsteps stopped. The silence that followed seemed even more unnerving than the unexplained sounds. I'm not a superstitious person. I've worked night shifts in the castle many times before and never experienced anything like this. But standing alone in that grand, silent hall, with darkness pressing against the windows and the knowledge that I had heard something impossible to explain, I felt a cold that had nothing to do with the winter temperature. I finished my rounds as quickly as possible, constantly looking over my shoulder. Every shadow seemed deeper, every sound amplified. The portraits on the walls, royalty and nobility from centuries past, seemed to follow me with their eyes as I hurried through their domain. When I finally made it to the main entrance where my colleague Martin was waiting to activate the alarm system, I must have looked as shaken as I felt. Martin is in his 60s and has worked at the castle for over 20 years. "You look like you've seen a ghost," he said, half joking. I hesitated before telling him what happened, worried he'd think I was making it up or losing my mind. But I needed to tell someone. "I heard footsteps in Augustus's chambers," I explained, "clear as day, walking from the guard-robe room through the bedroom and throne room. But there was no one there." To my surprise, Martin didn't laugh or dismiss my experience. Instead, he nodded slowly, his expression serious. "Which part exactly? In the bedroom or the throne room?" The specific nature of his question caught me off guard. Both. It started in the guardrobe room, then moved through the bedroom and into the throne room. Martin sighed, checking his watch before responding. You're not the first, Heinrich, especially during the winter months when the place is empty. Katja heard it last year when she was doing the evening rounds. Dieter too, about 3 years ago. What do you mean? Why hasn't anyone mentioned this before? What's there to say? Management doesn't want that kind of talk. Bad for the museum's image, they say. Better to keep it quiet. But what is it? I pressed. Who's making those footsteps? Martin shrugged, but there was a knowing look in his eyes. Some say it's Augustus himself, still checking his chambers, making sure the guards are doing their job protecting his treasures. He said it with a small smile, but I could tell he wasn't entirely joking. Has anyone ever seen anything? I asked. Not that I know of. Just the footsteps. Always the same pattern. Starting in the private rooms, moving through the bedroom and throne room, always when the castle is empty or nearly empty, always in winter. We finished locking up and activated the alarm system. As we walked to the staff exit, Martin added one more thing. The chambers you were in, they're the most meticulously restored rooms in the castle. After the bombing in '45, there was almost nothing left. Took decades to recreate everything exactly as it was in Augustus's time. Maybe that's why he's still checking on them. I couldn't sleep that night. I kept replaying those footsteps in my mind, trying to convince myself there was a logical explanation. Maybe someone had gotten locked in and was hiding from me. But that made no sense. I had checked every room thoroughly, and the alarm system would have detected any movement after we left. The next day, I arrived at work early. I wanted to check those chambers again in daylight, hoping to find some rational explanation for what I'd heard. Maybe floorboards that creaked in a particular way when the temperature dropped. Maybe an animal that had somehow gotten in. The electrical workers were busy in another wing, so I had the royal chambers to myself. I went from room to room, testing the floors, checking behind displays, examining the walls for any signs of hidden passages or unusual architectural features. I found nothing out of the ordinary. I spent extra time in the guardrobe room where the footsteps had first begun. The room houses several mannequins wearing Augustus II's ceremonial uniforms, elaborate pieces with gold braiding and bright colors. Nearby, the dresses worn by his wife and other royal women are displayed behind glass. In the winter light filtering through the tall windows, they seemed to glow with an eerie vitality, as if they might at any moment be filled by their long-dead owners. By that evening, I had convinced myself that stress and an overactive imagination had gotten the better of me. The workers finished around 5, and I began my closing rounds at 5:30. I deliberately took my time, telling myself there was nothing to fear in these rooms I'd walked through hundreds of times before. Everything was normal until I reached that same second inner chamber. I was checking the same windows when the temperature suddenly dropped. It was already cold, but this was different. A bone-deep chill that seemed to appear out of nowhere. And then I heard them again, the footsteps. This time they started in the throne room, moving toward the bedroom. Slow, deliberate steps that echoed slightly in the empty space. Despite my fear, I followed the sound. The footsteps led me into Augustus's bedroom, then stopped abruptly at the closed door to the guardrobe room. I stood there, frozen, waiting to see if the sounds would continue. They didn't. But as I turned to leave, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. On the polished wooden floor, barely visible in the dim light, was a set of wet footprints leading from the throne room to where I stood. They weren't mine. I had approached from the other direction. The footprints were large, like a man's, and appeared to be made by someone wearing boots. As I stared at them, they began to fade, evaporating before my eyes, until there was no trace they had ever been there. I ran. I'm not ashamed to admit it. I ran through those royal chambers as fast as my legs would carry me, not stopping until I reached the main entrance, where Martin was waiting. I must have looked terrible, because he immediately asked what was wrong. I told him everything: the footsteps, the sudden cold, and especially the wet footprints that had disappeared. Martin listened silently, his face growing more serious with each detail. "That's new," he said finally. "No one's mentioned footprints before." We locked up in silence that night, both of us on edge. As we walked to our cars, Martin suggested I request a different assignment for the remaining renovation period, but something in me refused to give in to fear. Instead, I went home and spent hours researching the history of Augustus II and Dresden Castle. What I found was fascinating and disturbing. Augustus II, also known as Augustus the Strong, was known for his physical prowess and his collection of treasures. Many of the most valuable items in the museum's collection came from his personal holdings. He died in February 1733, after a period of illness. Here's the part that gives me chills. According to historical records, in the weeks before his death, Augustus became convinced that members of his personal guard were stealing from his private collection. He would rise from his sickbed each night to check his treasures, walking from his bedroom through his private chambers to ensure everything was in place. The following night, I was determined to face whatever was happening in those chambers. I brought a small digital recorder with me, hoping to capture any unexplained sounds. The electrical work was almost complete, with just one more day scheduled for final tests. My rounds began as usual. This time I started at the farthest point, the guard-robe room, and worked my way back. The room was silent, the mannequins motionless under their protective coverings. I placed my recorder on a small table near the door and left it running. As I moved through the bedroom and into the throne room, I felt the air grow colder. The hairs on my arms and the back of my neck stood up. I was being watched. I was certain of it. Not by cameras or other security measures, but by something else. Something that didn't belong to the world of the living. I reached the second inner chamber without hearing any footsteps. Perhaps whatever had been there on the previous nights had moved on. I almost felt disappointed after building up my courage to face it. Then I heard a sound that chilled me to my core. Not footsteps this time, but the unmistakable creaking of the heavy oak door that connected the bedroom to the guard-robe room. That door had been closed when I passed through. Someone or something had opened it. I returned to the bedroom as quickly as I could. The door to the guard-robe room stood wide open, despite having been closed minutes earlier. Cold air poured from the opening. I approached slowly, peering into the darkness of the guard-robe room. The recorder I had left was still on the table, but it had been moved about 10 centimeters to the left. Nothing else seemed disturbed. I picked up the recorder with trembling hands and rewound it to listen. The recording captured about 20 minutes of silence, then a series of clear, distinct footsteps approaching the device. There was a pause, then the sound of the door opening. After that, nothing but silence. I didn't wait to hear more. I pocketed the recorder and left the royal chambers as quickly as dignity would allow. I completed my rounds of the other areas, constantly looking over my shoulder, jumping at every creak and groan of the old building. When I met Martin at the main entrance, I showed him the recorder and played back the sounds. His face paled as he listened. "You should take this to management," he said. This is something they need to know about." But I didn't. I'm not sure why. Maybe because I knew they wouldn't believe me, or maybe because I felt strangely protective of whatever secret the castle was hiding. The next day was the final day of renovations, and I spent it in a state of nervous anticipation, wondering if I would experience anything else before the museum reopened to the public. Nothing happened that day. The electrical team finished their work, the lights were tested, and everything was pronounced ready for reopening. I did my final rounds in the late afternoon, finding nothing out of the ordinary in Augustus's chambers. The heavy oak door was closed, the displays undisturbed. Whatever had walked those halls seemed to have departed. The museum reopened the next day, filled with visitors admiring the restored lighting that made the gold decorations shine even more brilliantly. I watched as tourists moved through Augustus's chambers, taking photos, listening to audio guides, completely unaware of what I had experienced in those same rooms just days earlier. Sometimes, especially on quiet winter evenings, when I'm alone in those chambers during closing rounds, I think I hear distant footsteps. But they never come as close as they did during that December week, and I've never again seen those wet footprints on the floor. I still have the recording, though I rarely listen to it. It's enough to know it's there, proof that something walked through those royal chambers when no one should have been present. Proof that perhaps Augustus II still patrols his private rooms, checking that his treasures remain safe and that we, his modern-day guards, are doing our job properly. I don't know if I believe in ghosts, but I believe in what I heard and saw in Dresden Castle last December, and on dark winter evenings, when the visitors have gone and the great halls stand empty, I always pay particular respect when passing through Augustus's chambers, just in case the old king is watching. Story 14. I'm still trying to make sense of what happened during our time in that house on Virginia Street. It's been 7 years now, and I've never shared this publicly before. Maybe writing it all down will help me process it, or maybe someone out there has experienced something similar and can offer an explanation. In 2016, I moved my family to Bellingham, Washington, after finishing my last military contract. After years of deployments and moving around, I was ready for stability. My wife, Michelle, was pregnant with our second child when we found the place. A cute 2-story at the end of Virginia Street with 3 bedrooms, 2 baths, and a decent yard for our 5-year-old daughter, Lily, to play in. Nothing fancy, just an older home with good bones, built probably in the 1970s. The price was right, and we were excited to finally put down roots. The first few weeks were normal. Unpacking boxes, painting walls, getting Lily enrolled in kindergarten. Our son Jacob was born about a month after we moved in. Everything felt perfect, like we were finally settling into civilian life. I'd found work with a security contractor that utilized my military background, and Michelle was taking maternity leave from her nursing job. The first weird thing happened about 2 months after we moved in. I remember it clearly because it was the night after I reluctantly agreed to get cable TV installed. Michelle had been pushing for it, and I finally caved. I've always been more of a Netflix guy, but she wanted the option for live TV. That night, around 2 in the morning, I woke up to Michelle shaking me frantically. "Jack, someone's downstairs," she whispered, her voice trembling. "The TV is on full blast." I could hear it. The TV was blaring at maximum volume. My military instincts kicked in immediately. I grabbed my Glock from our bedside safe, told Michelle to lock herself in the bathroom with Jacob, and went to check on Lily first. She was sound asleep in her room, somehow not bothered by the noise. I quietly closed her door and headed downstairs, moving the way I was trained, careful, methodical, checking corners. The living room was empty. The TV was on some infomercial channel. Volume cranked to 100, but there was no one there. I cleared the entire first floor. Kitchen, dining room, laundry room, even checked all the closets. Every window was locked, every door secured. Nobody had broken in. I turned off the TV and stood there for a minute, trying to make sense of it. Had Michelle accidentally sat on the remote before coming to bed? But the remote was on the coffee table, several feet from the couch. Maybe the cable box had glitched. I unplugged it just to be safe. When I went back upstairs and told Michelle there was no one there, she looked at me like I was crazy. But the TV was so loud. Someone had to have turned it on. "Maybe it's crossed wires or something," I said. "Or maybe one of the neighbors has the same cable setup and their remote triggered ours." She didn't look convinced, but we were both exhausted. Jacob would be up for his feeding soon, so we tried to go back to sleep. I almost forgot about the incident until 4 days later, when Lily came into our room early in the morning looking upset. "Daddy, my TV turned on by itself last night," she said, rubbing her eyes. "It was really loud and scary." That made me pause. Lily's TV wasn't connected to cable. It was hooked up to her PS3, which she used for watching DVDs. To turn both on required 2 separate remotes and several button presses. "Are you sure, sweetheart? Did you maybe hit the remote in your sleep?" She shook her head firmly. "No, the remotes were on my dresser, and there was a show on I've never seen before." I went to check her room. The TV was off, but when I turned it on, it was on a channel showing cartoons, which shouldn't have been possible without a cable connection. I stood there staring at it, trying to come up with a logical explanation. Had she figured out how to connect it to the antenna? Was there some kind of wireless interference? I disconnected everything, made sure all the components were properly set up, and then reconnected it all. For the next few days, I kept a closer eye on the electronics in the house, but nothing unusual happened. Then came the footsteps. I'd been sleeping in the guest bedroom some nights to avoid disturbing Michelle when I had early shifts. Jacob was only a couple months old at this point and still feeding every few hours. One night, around 3 in the morning, I woke up to the sound of quick, light footsteps running up and down the hallway outside my door. My first thought was that Lily was up and playing when she should have been asleep. I got up, irritated and ready to scold her for being awake at that hour. The moment I opened my door, Michelle was stepping out of the master bedroom with the same annoyed expression on her face. "Can you please get Lily back to bed?" she whispered harshly, clearly thinking I'd let our daughter stay up. "I was about to ask you the same thing," I replied, feeling a chill run down my spine. We both turned toward Lily's room. Michelle reached it first and slowly pushed the door open. Lily was fast asleep, curled up with her stuffed rabbit, blankets undisturbed. She clearly hadn't left her bed. We checked on Jacob next, also sound asleep in his crib, in Michelle's room. "Did you hear the running?" I asked Michelle. She nodded, her face pale. "It sounded like someone was racing up and down the hall." We searched the whole house again, but found nothing. No open windows, no unlocked doors. Just our family, all accounted for. We tried to convince ourselves it was the old house settling, or maybe the neighbors moving around next door, but neither explanation felt right. The footsteps had been clear, like a child running on hardwood, the distinctive slap of bare feet. For a few weeks after that, things were quiet. I almost convinced myself I'd imagined the whole thing, that stress and sleep deprivation from having a newborn were messing with my head. Then came the sippy cup incident. I was up late one night working on some invoices when I heard the distinctive sound of one of Lily's plastic sippy cups falling onto our kitchen's linoleum floor. It was a sound I knew well. That hollow plastic bounce, followed by the rubber mouthpiece rattling against the floor. It was so specific and clear that I didn't even question what I'd heard. I went to the kitchen expecting to find one of Lily's cups on the floor, probably knocked off the counter by our cat. But when I got there, nothing was out of place. All of Lily's sippy cups were where they belonged, in the cabinet above the sink. The cat was asleep on the couch. Nothing had fallen. I stood in the kitchen for several minutes, trying to figure out what I'd heard. It wasn't the kind of sound you could mistake for something else. I opened and closed cabinets, checked the fridge, looked under the table. Nothing. I didn't tell Michelle about that one. She was already jumpy enough after the footsteps incident, and I didn't want to add to her stress. But I started paying closer attention to the house, the sounds it made, the way the air felt in different rooms. I began to notice other small things I might have otherwise ignored, like how Jacob's mobile would sometimes start playing on its own, even though it required pressing a button to activate. or how doors we'd left open would be closed when we returned to a room, and vice versa. Little things that could be explained away individually, but, taken together, started to form a pattern. The incident that finally convinced Michelle something truly strange was happening occurred about 6 months after we moved in. We were sitting on the couch watching a movie after putting both kids to bed. It was around 9:30, and we were both exhausted but determined to have some adult time together. In the middle of the movie, we heard a slow, creaking sound coming from the hallway. We both turned to look and watched. Both of us saw this as the door to the linen closet slowly opened by itself. Not quickly, like someone had pushed it, but slowly, deliberately, inch by inch, with that continuous creak. It stopped when it was open just enough that the mirror on the inside of the door reflected our shocked faces back at us from across the room. Michelle grabbed my arm so hard she left marks. "Jack," she whispered, "tell me you saw that too." I nodded, already getting up to investigate. The closet was empty except for our towels and sheets. There was no draft that could have pushed the door. It had been firmly latched shut. That night, Michelle refused to sleep alone, so we all ended up in the master bedroom, Lily in a sleeping bag on the floor, Jacob in his crib, and us in our bed. I didn't sleep much, listening to every creak and groan of the house. The next day, I asked our neighbors if they knew anything about our house's history. Most of them were newer to the area, like us, but I hit the jackpot with Mr. Hendricks, an elderly man who lived 3 doors down. I approached him while he was having a garage sale in his driveway. After some small talk, I casually asked, "Do you know anything about the history of our house? We've been having some strange experiences." He looked at me for a long moment, then said something that made my blood run cold. "That house, I remember when it first got here a few years ago." "Got here?" I repeated, not sure I understood. "Oh yes," he said, arranging some old tools on a folding table. "Your house wasn't originally built on that lot. They moved it there from somewhere else, maybe 7 or 8 years before you folks bought it. Cut it in half to transport it and everything. Used to be an empty lot. The developer bought a bunch of older homes from different locations, moved them here, and fixed them up to sell." I thanked him and walked home in a daze. Our house had been relocated, literally cut in half, and moved from somewhere else. I couldn't help but wonder if something or someone had come with it. The activity grew more frequent after that. The TV incidents happened regularly, about once a week. We'd hear footsteps almost nightly. Things would move. Small objects like keys or toys would disappear from one spot and reappear in another. The sippy cup sound became familiar, always happening late at night when the kitchen was empty. One night, I was giving Lily a bath when she looked up at me and said, "Daddy, who's the little girl who plays in my room?" My heart nearly stopped. "What little girl, sweetie?" "The one with the blue dress. She comes to play when I'm sleeping, but she doesn't talk to me." I tried to stay calm. "Do you see her or do you dream about her?" Lily thought for a moment, splashing the water. "Both, I think. Sometimes I wake up and she's standing by my toys, but when I say hi, she goes away." I wanted to dismiss it as a child's imagination, but after everything else, I couldn't just ignore it. That night, I set up a baby monitor camera in Lily's room, the kind that records when it detects movement. I didn't tell Lily or Michelle what I was doing. The camera recorded 3 times that night. The first 2 were just Lily rolling over in her sleep. The third clip, time-stamped 3:17 a.m., showed her sitting straight up in bed and looking toward the corner of her room. Her mouth was moving like she was talking, but the monitor had no audio. After about 30 seconds, she laid back down and went to sleep. The camera didn't show anyone else in the room. When I asked her about it the next morning, she said, "I saw the blue dress girl again. I told her she could play with my Barbies if she wanted, but she just looked sad." The strange thing was, through all of this, we never felt threatened. Whatever was happening in our house, it didn't seem malicious. There was a sadness to it, a loneliness maybe, but never any sense of danger. Even so, after about a year of these experiences, Michelle and I agreed it was time to move. We found a newer construction about 20 minutes away and put the Virginia Street house on the market. The last strange incident happened the night before we moved out. We'd packed almost everything, and the house was filled with boxes. I was doing one final walkthrough around midnight, making sure we hadn't forgotten anything, when I heard a child crying softly from Lily's empty bedroom. It wasn't Lily. She and Jacob were with Michelle at her mother's house for the night while I finished the packing. I stood outside the bedroom door, listening to the quiet sobbing. It sounded like a little girl, maybe Lily's age or younger. I don't know what made me do it, but I found myself speaking to the empty room. "I'm sorry we have to go," I said quietly. "I hope you find peace here." The crying stopped immediately. Then came the sound of running footsteps, this time not in the hallway but circling inside the bedroom itself. Round and round, faster and faster, then suddenly stopping. I held my breath, waiting for what might come next. The temperature in the hallway dropped so quickly I could see my breath. Then the door I was standing next to flew open with such force it bounced against the wall. I jumped back, heart pounding, as a cold rush of air blew past me and down the stairs. I heard what sounded like a child's laughter, fading as it reached the first floor, and then silence. I slept in my car that night. We sold the house a month later to a young couple with no children. I've thought about contacting them to ask if they've experienced anything strange, but what would I say? "Hey, by the way, your house might be haunted by the ghost of a little girl in a blue dress who likes to play with toys and turn on TVs. I've spent a lot of time researching since then. Apparently it's not uncommon for strange activity to occur in relocated houses. Some believe that spirits become confused or disturbed when their home is literally cut apart and moved somewhere new. Others think that the process of moving a house can somehow activate residual energy that was dormant before. I don't know what was in that house on Virginia Street or if it's still there. All I know is that something shared that space with us, something sad and lonely and possibly lost. I've never been a believer in the supernatural, despite my experiences, but I can't explain what happened in that house in any rational way. And sometimes, late at night when I'm about to fall asleep, I still hear the phantom sound of a plastic sippy cup bouncing across a linoleum floor, even though our new house has hardwood throughout. Story 15. I still don't know if I should be writing this. Every time I think about what happened, my hands start shaking. My therapist says it might help to get it all out, but honestly, I'm terrified that putting these words down might somehow bring it all back. Like speaking its name will summon it again. It started after we lost Curtis. My husband was a firefighter, one of the bravest men I've ever known. January 15th, 2005. Black Sunday, they called it. I hate that name. It reduces the worst day of our lives to a headline. Curtis went into that building to save lives, and he never came back out. Just like that, my daughters Deneen and Angela lost their father, and I lost my soulmate of 17 years. The weeks after were a blur of funeral arrangements, paperwork, and reporters. God, the reporters. They were everywhere, outside our home, calling non-stop, ambushing us at the grocery store. They turned our tragedy into entertainment. Our house, the one Curtis had built with his own hands, became suffocating. Every corner held memories that cut like glass. Angela, my youngest at 13, started having nightmares. Deneen, 16 and trying to be strong, stopped talking altogether for a while. By March, I knew we needed a fresh start. Somewhere without the constant reminders. Somewhere the girls wouldn't be those poor firefighters' daughters at school. I started looking at properties outside the city, away from the media circus. That's when I found the house on Long Island. It was tucked away on the outskirts, surrounded by woods, with enough land to give us privacy. The price was surprisingly low for the area, almost suspiciously so. The realtor mentioned something about the previous owners needing to sell quickly due to a job relocation. The place needed work, peeling paint, outdated kitchen, creaky floors, but the bones were good. It felt like a project we could focus on, something to help us heal. Curtis's station buddies were amazing. They volunteered to help with the renovations, saying it's what Curtis would have done for any of them. I accepted gratefully. There was no way I could afford contractors with the life insurance money still tied up in bureaucratic red tape. We moved in during early May, even though renovations weren't complete. The girls and I just couldn't stand another day in our old house, with its suffocating memories, and the occasional reporter who would still show up looking for an anniversary piece. Our new place was chaotic with construction materials everywhere, but it felt like a clean slate. One of my first concerns was security. The renovation meant windows and doors were sometimes removed temporarily, leaving us vulnerable. I'm not normally paranoid, but being a single mom with 2 teenage daughters in an isolated area made me cautious. I used some of our savings to install 7 surveillance cameras around the property. Overkill maybe, but it helped me sleep at night. That's when I first saw it. 3 nights after moving in, I was checking the camera footage before bed, just making sure everything looked normal. The timestamp showed just after midnight. The woods behind our property were pitch black, but you could make out the tree line against the night sky. And then, movement. Something emerged from between the trees. At first I thought it was just shadows playing tricks, but no. It was a figure, cloaked in what looked like dark fabric, moving with purpose across our back lawn. It walked slowly toward the house, stopped about 20 feet from the back door, and just stood there, staring. After what felt like forever, but was probably only a minute according to the timestamp, it turned and walked back into the woods. I replayed the footage several times, trying to convince myself it was a neighbor or maybe one of the construction guys coming back for something they'd forgotten. But deep down, I knew better. No neighbor would creep around like that without announcing themselves, and certainly not at midnight. I didn't tell the girls. They were finally starting to adjust, and I didn't want to scare them with what might have just been a trespasser. Instead, I called the local police the next morning. They sent an officer who walked the property line and found nothing concerning. No footprints, no broken branches, nothing. He suggested it might have been a deer or other wildlife that the camera distorted. I nodded and thanked him, but I knew what I'd seen. A few nights later, Angela came into my room around 2 in the morning, pale and shaking. "Mum, there's something in my wall," she whispered. I followed her back to her room, expecting to find a mouse or maybe a raccoon that had found its way into the space between the walls. But what she described wasn't scratching or scurrying. It was tapping, deliberate, rhythmic tapping, like someone trying to get her attention. We sat there together on her bed for almost 10 minutes before I heard it too. Tap, 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 pause, tap, 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 like some twisted Morse code. "See?" Angela's voice cracked. "It's been doing that for an hour." I pressed my ear against the wall. The tapping was coming from the inside, not from outside the house. I told Angela it was probably pipes settling in the old house, or maybe the wood expanding and contracting with temperature changes. She didn't believe me. Hell, I didn't believe me. But eventually she fell asleep in my bed while I lay awake staring at the ceiling. The next day, I asked one of Curtis's friends who was helping with the renovation to check the wall. He removed a section of drywall and found nothing. No pipes in that area, no evidence of animals, nothing that could explain the tapping. He replaced the drywall, and for a few days the tapping stopped. Then Denine started hearing knocking on her bedroom door at night. She'd get up to check, finding the hallway empty. This happened 3 nights in a row. Unlike Angela, Denine was more angry than scared. She thought someone was playing tricks on her. On the 4th night, she set up her phone to record the hallway outside her room. The next morning, we reviewed the footage together. At exactly 3:17 a.m., there was a very clear series of knocks on her door. The video showed the empty hallway. And then I still get goosebumps thinking about it. The doorknob turned all on its own. It rotated completely, but the door didn't open. Deneen had locked it that night, thank God. The girls and I had a long talk that day. We couldn't deny something strange was happening, but we also couldn't afford to move again. The renovation was almost half complete, and financially, we were committed. We agreed to stick together, to never leave anyone alone in the house if possible, and to document anything unusual. Then came the day I still have nightmares about. I had to pick up a prescription from the pharmacy in town, about 15 minutes away. Angela wasn't feeling well. A migraine, she said, so she stayed home while Deneen came with me. We were only gone for 45 minutes. When we got back, Angela was huddled in the corner of the living room, hyperventilating. She couldn't speak for several minutes, just shaking and crying. When she finally calmed down enough to talk, what she told us made my blood run cold. She'd been trying to nap with her headphones on when she heard banging, loud enough to be heard over her music. When she opened her eyes, her closet door was rattling violently, like someone was trying to break out from inside. Terrified, she slid under her bed. The rattling stopped abruptly, and then the closet door slowly creaked open. Angela said she watched from under the bed as something stepped out. Not someone. Something. She described rotting skin stretched over a gaunt frame, sunken eye sockets, and hands with fingers too long and bent at unnatural angles. It moved around her room, touching her things, leaving behind a smell like wet earth and decay. Then it got down on all fours, and its face appeared under the bed, inches from hers. For what Angela said felt like an eternity, it just stared at her with those empty sockets. She said she couldn't move, couldn't scream, couldn't even breathe. Then it spoke her name, not out loud, but somehow inside her head, and smiled with teeth that looked sharp and rotten at the same time. She must have passed out from fear, because she woke up still under the bed when she heard our car in the driveway. Whatever it was had vanished. I wanted to dismiss it as a nightmare or hallucination brought on by her migraine, but the look in Angela's eyes. She believed with every fiber of her being that what she'd experienced was real. And the closet door, which she always kept closed because she was afraid of the dark, was standing wide open. That night, we all slept in my room, lights on, taking turns keeping watch. I checked the camera footage from that time period, hoping to see someone entering the house to explain what had happened. Instead, I found something worse. During the exact time frame Angela described her encounter, the outside cameras showed the same cloaked figure from before, standing perfectly still in our backyard, facing Angela's window. It stayed there the entire time we were gone, not moving, just watching. And then, just before our car pulled into the driveway, it turned and walked back into the woods. The next day, one of the construction workers made a discovery that changed everything. While replacing baseboards in what would become our dining room, he found a small carving in the wood beneath, a pentagram. I might have dismissed it as teenage vandalism, except that same day, another worker found a similar carving under the carpet in the upstairs hallway. By the end of the week, we'd found 7 of them throughout the house, all hidden in places that wouldn't be visible once renovations were complete. Curtis's former captain, Mike, who'd been overseeing the renovation, pulled me aside after the 7th pentagram was found. He'd been asking around town about the history of our house. "Jeanette," he said gently, "I think there's something you should know about this place." According to local gossip, back in the 1970s, the property had been owned by a reclusive man who was rumored to practice occult rituals. Nothing was ever proven, but several local pets had gone missing, and teenagers would dare each other to sneak onto the property at night. One night in 1978, a fire broke out in the original house. The owner perished, and the house burned to the ground. Our current house had been built on the same foundation in the early 80s. Mike suggested we check the basement thoroughly, and what we found still makes me sick to think about. Behind a fake wall that we'd assumed was just part of the foundation, we discovered a small room. Inside was what could only be described as an altar, a stone slab with deep grooves leading to a central drain. The walls were covered with faded symbols and drawings that looked like diagrams for some kind of ritual, and all of them pointed to a specific area beneath the altar. Mike and another firefighter moved the stone slab. Underneath was dirt, rather than concrete like the rest of the basement floor. We didn't dig. Some things you just know not to disturb. We covered it back up, and Mike helped me contact a local church the next day. The priest who came wasn't what I expected. Father Thomas was young, maybe mid-30s, with kind eyes but a serious demeanor. He listened to our experiences without judgment and examined the hidden room in the basement. His theory was that the previous owner had attempted to bind something to the property, something that wasn't meant to be bound. The fire that killed him had interrupted the ritual, leaving whatever he'd called only partially controlled. These things feed on fear and grief, Father Thomas explained gently. Your family has experienced profound loss. You're vulnerable right now, which makes you ideal targets. He performed what he called a blessing on the house, but told us frankly that it might not be enough. Whatever was attached to this land had been here for decades. It wasn't going to leave easily. He was right. The blessing seemed to help for about a week. The tapping stopped, and we didn't see the cloaked figure on the cameras. But then things escalated in ways that were impossible to ignore or explain away. Objects would move when no one was looking, not just small things like keys or cups, but furniture. We'd leave a room and return to find chairs rearranged or pictures crooked. The smell Angela had described began appearing in random parts of the house, that earthy decay that made you gag if you breathed too deeply. And the sounds. God, the sounds were the worst. Whispering that seemed to come from inside the walls, footsteps in empty rooms, sometimes late at night, crying that sounded almost, but not quite, human. The breaking point came in late June, almost 2 months after we'd moved in. Angela was sitting on the tire swing we'd hung in the front yard. I was watching her from the kitchen window while preparing dinner. I glanced down at the cutting board for maybe 30 seconds, and when I looked up again, I saw it. The cloaked figure standing at the edge of the woods, watching Angela as she swung completely unaware. I dropped the knife and ran outside, screaming her name. By the time I reached the yard, Angela was on the ground, clutching her ankle and screaming in pain. The figure was gone. "Someone pushed me," she kept saying through her tears. "Someone grabbed the swing and pushed me off." Her ankle was already swelling, a bad sprain that would later require weeks of physical therapy. But what haunts me is what we found when we checked the surveillance footage. The camera showed Angela swinging gently, then suddenly being yanked backward with tremendous force, as if the swing had been grabbed from behind. But there was nothing there. No figure, no person, nothing visible that could have caused it. Just empty air, and my 13-year-old daughter being violently thrown to the ground by something the camera couldn't see. That night, we didn't stay in the house. We packed overnight bags and checked into a motel. I called Father Thomas, who put us in touch with a woman named Elaine, who specialized in home cleansings. She wasn't affiliated with any church. Her methods were a blend of different spiritual traditions. But Father Thomas vouched for her effectiveness. Elaine spent 3 days in our house while we stayed at the motel. I don't know exactly what she did during that time. She asked to be left alone to work. But when we returned, the house felt different. Lighter, somehow, as if a weight had been lifted. Elaine explained that she couldn't guarantee the entity was gone completely, but she believed she had severed its connection to our home. "The land remembers," she told me quietly as she was leaving. "But memories fade with time, and new memories can overwrite the old ones. Fill this place with love and light, and eventually that's what it will remember instead." We've been back in the house for almost a month now. The renovations are finally complete, and no more pentagrams have been found. The tapping has stopped. The cameras haven't captured any more figures emerging from the woods. On the surface, everything seems normal. But sometimes, when I'm alone in the house, I swear I can feel something watching me. And on certain nights, when the wind blows just right through the trees, it almost sounds like my name being whispered from the darkness beyond our windows. Angela still refuses to sleep with her closet door unclosed, and Denine keeps a baseball bat beside her bed. We're healing from Curtis's death, slowly finding our way forward. But I don't think any of us will ever fully recover from what happened in those first months at the Long Island house. Some wounds leave scars that never quite fade, and some presences never completely leave, even when you can no longer see them. I've never told this story before now. Part of me is afraid that acknowledging it makes it more real somehow, but a bigger part of me needs to know if anyone else has experienced anything similar. If anyone else might have answers about what was in our house and whether it's truly gone. Because even on the brightest days, I can't shake the feeling that it's still here, just waiting for us to let our guard down again. Story 16. I've never been the type to believe in ghosts. Always thought people who claimed to experience paranormal activity were either seeking attention or had overactive imaginations. I'm an electrical engineer by trade. I deal with logic, facts, and tangible evidence. My wife Emma, though, she's different. She's a nurse who works 3 12-hour shifts each week at Oak Ridge Regional, and she's always been more open to the idea that there are things in this world we can't fully explain. We bought our house about 4 years ago in a quiet suburban neighborhood. Nothing fancy, just a simple ranch-style home built in 1979 with 3 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, and a finished basement. The previous owners had lived there for nearly 30 years before downsizing, and the home inspection came back clean. No red flags, no strange history that the realtor mentioned. Just a solid house with good bones that needed some updating. About 6 months after moving in, Emma started mentioning odd things happening when she was home alone. She'd hear doors opening and closing when no one else was home. Sometimes she'd see movement from the corner of her eye, only to turn and find nothing there. At first, I dismissed it all, told her it was probably just the house settling, or neighbors slamming car doors that echoed down the street. When she'd see things, I'd explain it away as tricks of light, sunlight filtering through picture frames or reflections bouncing off our glass coffee table. "It's an older house, Em," I'd tell her. "Old houses make noises. It's just the way they are." She'd nod and let it go, but I could tell she wasn't convinced. The thing about Emma is that she's not dramatic or attention-seeking. She's level-headed, practical, and not easily spooked. She deals with life and death situations at work all the time, so when she says something doesn't feel right, I've learned to at least listen, even if I don't always agree. Over the next couple of years, these incidents continued. She'd be doing laundry and swear someone walked past the laundry room door. She'd be in the shower and hear what sounded like footsteps in the hallway. Our beagle, Arkley, would sometimes stare intently at empty corners of rooms or bark at seemingly nothing. I still brushed it all off. Dogs do weird things, I reasoned, and an active imagination can turn the most innocuous sounds into something sinister. But then it happened. The day my skepticism was shattered, at least temporarily. It was a Saturday morning in early October, just last year. The weather had turned cool enough that we had the windows closed, but not cold enough to turn on the heat. Emma had worked the night shift and had just gotten home around 8:30 in the morning. I was already up, had taken Arkley out for his morning walk, and was just scrolling through news on my phone while Emma changed out of her scrubs. Our master bedroom is at the back of the house, with a clear view down the hallway to the living room. The front door is visible from our bedroom doorway. It's a solid wood door with a deadbolt and one of those security chains, the kind that slides into a track when locked. We always keep it locked, especially when Emma's coming home from a night shift. Arkley was lying at the foot of our bed, already dozing off after his walk. Emma was telling me about a difficult patient she'd dealt with overnight. It was completely ordinary, completely normal. Then we heard it, the distinctive sound of our front door opening. It's a sound I know well, the slight squeak of the hinges. I keep meaning to oil them, followed by the soft thud as it closes. But what made this particularly unmistakable was the pressure change. Our house has this quirk where when the front door opens and closes, you can feel a slight change in air pressure, especially if all the windows are closed. Your ears pop just a little, like when driving up a mountain. We both froze mid-conversation. Emma's eyes widened. "Did you hear that?" she whispered. Before I could answer, Arkley had jumped up, ears perked, and started barking frantically. He ran to our bedroom doorway and stood there, hackles raised, barking down the hallway toward the living room. "Hello," I called out. No response. My first thought was that our son Ryan had dropped by. He has a key, and sometimes stops in unannounced if he's in the neighborhood, but he usually calls out when he enters. "Ryan!" I called again, louder this time. Still nothing. Emma gripped my arm. "Daniel, someone's in the house," she hissed. I grabbed my phone, ready to call 911 if needed. "Stay here," I told Emma, though in retrospect, I'm not sure why I thought I should be the one to investigate. I'm not exactly an intimidating figure, 5'9", slightly overweight, with reading glasses perched on my nose. But there's something instinctive about wanting to protect your home and family. Arkley was still barking, but hadn't moved from the bedroom doorway. That struck me as odd. If there was an intruder, our beagle would typically charge down the hall, either to greet them enthusiastically, he's not much of a guard dog, or at least investigate. But he seemed reluctant to leave the threshold of our bedroom. I cautiously stepped into the hallway, Arkley finally following behind me but staying unusually close to my legs. The living room was empty. The kitchen, too. I checked the guest bedroom, the office, the bathrooms. Nothing. No sign that anyone had been there. Most importantly, the front door was still locked. Not just locked, deadbolted. With the security chain still in place, there was no way anyone could have entered or exited through that door without unlocking it from the inside. I checked all the windows, all closed and locked. The sliding glass door to the backyard, locked from the inside with its security bar in place. There was simply no way anyone could have entered our home. By the time I returned to the bedroom, Emma was sitting on the edge of the bed, her face pale. "There was no one, was there?" she asked quietly. "No," I admitted, "and the door is still locked, chain and all." "But we heard it," she insisted. "We both heard it, and Arkley heard it too." I couldn't deny that. The three of us had clearly heard the same thing, the distinctive sound of our front door opening and closing. Yet it was physically impossible for that to have happened without leaving evidence. As we sat there trying to make sense of it, my phone buzzed. It was a text from Ryan. "Hey, Dad, I'm about 5 minutes from your place. Need anything from the store before I drop by?" A chill ran down my spine. Ryan wasn't in our house. He wasn't even here yet. So what had we heard? When Ryan arrived, using his key to unlock the deadbolt and removing the chain to enter, the sound was identical to what we'd heard minutes earlier. The same squeak, the same thud, the same subtle pressure change that made our ears pop slightly. But this time, there was actually someone there. I tried to approach this logically. Could it have been a neighbor's door that sounded similar? Unlikely. The houses on our street are spaced far enough apart that we rarely hear anything from outside unless windows are open. Could it have been something falling or shifting inside the house that mimicked the sound? Also unlikely. The pressure change was distinctive and couldn't be easily replicated. As an engineer, I'm trained to troubleshoot problems, to find rational explanations for anomalies. But sitting in our kitchen that morning, watching Emma's face as she recounted to Ryan all the other strange occurrences she'd experienced over the years, things I'd dismissed or rationalized away, I found myself at a loss. "Dad, come on," Ryan said. looking at me skeptically. "You always told me there's no such thing as ghosts." "I know what I said," I replied, feeling oddly defensive. "And I still don't believe in ghosts. But—" I trailed off, unsure how to continue. Because how do you explain something that defies explanation? How do you maintain your skepticism when you've experienced something impossible firsthand? The incident fundamentally changed how I viewed our home, and frankly, how I viewed Emma's previous experiences. I couldn't dismiss them so easily anymore. While I still searched for logical explanations, I had to admit that sometimes there simply weren't any. In the weeks that followed, Emma continued to have experiences similar to before, hearing footsteps when no one was there, feeling like she was being watched. Objects seemingly moved from where she'd left them. The difference was, I no longer told her it was all in her head. I listened. I acknowledged. I even started documenting these occurrences, partly out of scientific curiosity and partly because, well, I'm still not sure why exactly. What's particularly strange about our situation is that whatever is happening in our house doesn't feel threatening. There's no sense of malevolence or danger, no horrifying apparitions or objects hurled across rooms like in horror movies. It's more like a presence, something or someone that exists alongside us, occasionally making itself known. We discussed moving, but the housing market is terrible right now, and besides, we love our neighborhood. Emma's hospital is close by, and we've made friends on our street, so we've reached a kind of détente with our house. We acknowledge that sometimes inexplicable things happen, and we've learned to live with it. Just last week, I was home alone while Emma was at work. I was in the kitchen washing dishes when I heard what sounded like someone walking down the hallway toward the bedrooms. Arkley, who was sleeping on his bed in the corner, lifted his head and stared intently in that direction but didn't bark. I dried my hands and walked down the hallway, expecting to find nothing, and nothing is exactly what I found. But as I stood there in the empty hallway, I felt a strange sense of calm. Not fear, not anxiety, just acceptance. Whatever is in our house, whether it's some kind of energy we don't understand, or echoes from the past somehow preserved in these walls, or something else entirely, it's part of our home now. I still wouldn't call myself a believer in the paranormal. I still look for rational explanations first. But that day, last October, forced me to accept that there are things in this world that defy our current understanding. Things that can't be measured with instruments or explained away with science. At least not yet. That's the thing about being an engineer. We're trained to believe that every problem has a solution, even if we haven't found it yet. Maybe someday we'll understand what's happening in our house. Maybe someday science will explain the sound of a door opening when no door actually opened. Until then, Emma and I continue to live in our 1970s suburban home, occasionally accompanied by whatever it is that makes its presence known from time to time. And sometimes, late at night, when the house is quiet, I find myself listening for that familiar sound, the squeak, the thud, the subtle pressure change of a door that isn't really opening. Not with fear, but with curiosity. Because if there's one thing I've learned from all this, it's that being skeptical doesn't mean closing your mind to possibilities, even possibilities that challenge everything you thought you knew about the world. To this day, we still have no explanation for what happened. And maybe that's okay. Maybe not everything needs to be explained. Maybe some mysteries are meant to remain just that. Mysteries. Story 17. I'm writing this from my car. I don't want to go back inside my grandparents' house tonight. I've parked down the street so my family won't see me and think I've completely lost it, but I can't sleep in there anymore. Not after what happened today. I've dealt with things in this house for years, but it's never been this bad. I never believed in ghosts or anything supernatural before we moved here. I was a completely rational person. Now I don't know what to believe anymore. For background, I'm 27 and living with my grandparents in Pinehaven. We moved into this house when I was in my sophomore year of high school. The house has been in our family since the 70s, but I don't know much about who lived here before then. I didn't want to move here. Something about this place felt off from day one. This house has always had a negative energy. My family isn't the happiest bunch. There's been mental illness, fighting, resentment. At first, I blamed the weird feelings on the family tension. The house just amplified all that negativity, you know, but then strange things started happening that I couldn't explain away. It started with little stuff. I'd be alone in a room and hear someone call my name. I'd answer, thinking it was my grandmother, only to find the house empty. Lights would turn on by themselves in rooms nobody had been in for hours. I'd catch movements out of the corner of my eye, just quick flashes of something darting past doorways or around corners. Things would go missing, my keys, my phone, only to reappear in places I'd already looked several times. Then there were the cold spots. I'd walk through certain areas of the house and the temperature would suddenly drop 20 degrees. It was like walking through a freezer, and then just as quickly it would be gone. I tried to rationalize everything. Old houses make noises, memories play tricks. Forgetting where you put something is normal. But in 2013, things started happening that I just couldn't explain away anymore. That's when the insomnia started. I'd lie awake for hours, staring at my ceiling, feeling like something was watching me. And the smell. God, the smell of burning. It was so strong it would wake me from whatever little sleep I managed to get. It smelled like electrical wires burning, like plastic melting. The first few times I flew into a panic, running through the house, checking outlets, the stove, anything that could be on fire. My grandparents thought I was losing it. I never found anything burning, no source for the smell at all, but it was so intense, so real. Then came the lights. Small sparkles, like tiny fireworks or sparklers appearing on the ceiling. They'd start in one room, and if I walked to another room, they'd follow me there too. The only place they wouldn't follow was into my bedroom. That was my safe space, at least for a while. The whispers started next, sometimes just outside my window, sometimes in the hallway outside my room. Sighs, whimpers, voices too quiet to make out words, but loud enough to hear the emotion behind them. Sometimes they sounded sad, other times angry. I started sleeping with headphones on just to drown them out. I never told anyone what I was experiencing. How could I? Hey, Grandma, I think your house is haunted isn't exactly dinner conversation in my family. I know they just think it was anxiety or depression or something. Maybe it was, but it felt so real. Then I started seeing them, 3 different entities, I guess you'd call them. The first was a little girl in a white dress. I only ever saw her in the kitchen, usually by the back door. She would just stand there watching, and when I'd turn on the light, she'd be gone. She never made a sound, never moved, just watched. The second was a man who stood in the corner of my room. He wore a hat, like an old-fashioned fedora. He never moved either, just stood there all night sometimes. I'd fall asleep seeing him in the corner and wake up with him still there. Then I'd blink and he'd be gone. The third one. God, the third one still makes my skin crawl thinking about it. Tall, unnaturally tall and thin, like someone had stretched a person out. The proportions were all wrong, and there was something off about its face, like it wasn't quite finished. This one would appear at the foot of my bed, just standing there, watching. Sometimes it would lean over, bending at an impossible angle, getting closer and closer to my face. Those nights I couldn't move, couldn't scream. I just lay there, paralyzed with fear, until morning came. For a while they stopped appearing. After a few months of constant terror, they just vanished. I thought maybe whatever was happening had run its course. I started sleeping better. The burning smell disappeared. The light stopped following me. I almost convinced myself it had all been in my head. Then 2020 hit. The pandemic. I got laid off from my job. and suddenly I was stuck at home all day, every day. That's when it all started again, but worse, so much worse. The little girl in the kitchen started appearing in daylight. The man in the corner began moving just slightly, shifting his weight from one foot to another, but the tall one started talking, not words exactly, more like sounds that almost formed words but didn't quite make it, like it was learning how to speak. Today, everything escalated. I woke up feeling exhausted, like I hadn't slept at all. The house was quiet. My grandparents had gone to a doctor's appointment. I made coffee, trying to shake off the feeling of dread that had settled over me during the night. I was sitting at the kitchen table when I saw the little girl. She was by the back door as usual, but this time she was looking directly at me. Not just in my general direction, but right at me, with this intense stare that made my blood run cold. And then she smiled. It wasn't a child's smile. It was wrong somehow. Too wide, too many teeth. She raised her hand and pointed at me, then at the ceiling. I looked up and saw the sparkler lights again, but they were forming a pattern, a word. Soon. I ran out of the kitchen so fast I knocked my chair over. I headed for the front door, desperate to get outside, to get some air. But when I reached the living room, the man in the hat was there. Not in my bedroom corner where he usually appeared, but standing right in the middle of the room. He tilted his head slightly, like he was examining me, and then he too raised his hand and pointed at the ceiling. More lights, more words. Stay with us. I couldn't breathe. I felt like the walls were closing in. I ran upstairs to my bedroom and slammed the door, leaning against it, gasping for air. I told myself I was having a panic attack, that none of this was real. I just needed to calm down, to breathe. I turned around and nearly screamed. The tall one was there, standing at the foot of my bed. But this time it wasn't just standing still. It was swaying slightly, back and forth, like a tree in the wind. And it was making that sound again, that almost speech. I pressed myself against the door, my hand fumbling for the doorknob behind me. The tall figure began to move toward me, each step jerky and unnatural, like it was being puppeteered by someone who didn't quite know how bodies work. It stopped just inches from me. I could feel cold radiating from it, seeping into my bones. Then it spoke, and this time I understood. We've been waiting for you. Its voice was like several voices layered on top of each other. A man's, a woman's, a child's, all speaking in unison but slightly out of sync. It raised one impossibly long arm and reached for my face. I ducked and scrambled away, running to the window. I yanked it open and climbed out onto the roof of the porch below. I didn't even think about what I was doing, just acted on pure instinct. I half climbed, half fell down the drain pipe and ran to my car. That was 4 hours ago. It's dark now. I've been sitting here trying to convince myself that I hallucinated the whole thing, that I'm just stressed and sleep-deprived. But I know what I saw, what I heard. I checked my phone a little while ago and saw 3 missed calls from my grandmother. When I finally called back, she asked where I'd gone off to in such a hurry. She said when they got home, the front door was wide open, all the lights were on, and my coffee was still sitting on the kitchen table, untouched. Your things are still here, she said. Are you coming back tonight? I told her I was staying with a friend, that I needed some space. She sounded worried but didn't press. I don't know what to do. I can't tell them the truth. I can't tell anyone the truth. Who would believe me? But I don't know how much longer I can stay in that house. The entities, whatever they are, seem to be getting stronger, more present, more bold. What terrifies me most is what the tall one said. They've been waiting for me, not just haunting the house randomly, but waiting specifically for me. Why? What do they want? I'm starting to wonder if they were always there, even before we moved in. Maybe that's why the house always felt so negative. Maybe they've been influencing my family all along, feeding off our misery, our conflicts, our mental health struggles. And now they want more. I can feel it. They're getting desperate for something, and I'm afraid I know what it is. They want me to stay with them. Forever. I'm going to have to go back eventually. All my things are there. My life is there. I can't just abandon my grandparents, but I don't know how to make these things stop. I've tried ignoring them. I've tried talking to them. I've even tried demanding they leave. Nothing works. The sun will be up in a few hours. Maybe I'll feel braver in the daylight. Maybe I'll convince myself it was all in my head, but deep down, I know it wasn't. The house is waiting for me. They are waiting for me, and I don't think they're going to let me go this time. My phone battery is at 12% now. I should probably save it in case of emergency, though what kind of emergency service handles ghosts, I have no idea. I'll try to sleep a little here in my car while it's still dark. But every time I close my eyes, I see that tall figure swaying at the foot of my bed, reaching for me with those impossibly long fingers. And I hear those words in that terrible layered voice. We've been waiting for you. I don't think I'm getting any sleep tonight, or maybe ever again. Story 18. I've never shared this with anyone outside my immediate family. Even now, 29 years later, I find myself hesitating as I type this out. I'm not a superstitious person. I was raised to believe in what I could see and touch, to find logical explanations for things that seemed unexplainable. But what happened to me in that trailer in Austin still makes my skin crawl when I think about it. It was the summer of 1992. My husband James had just received orders to transfer to the base in Austin, Texas. We were young, both of us 24 at the time, and this was our third move in 4 years of marriage. I'd gotten used to the military lifestyle, the constant uprooting, the starting over, but this particular move hit different snags than the others. The housing situation was a mess. There had been some administrative error with our paperwork, and the family housing we were supposed to move into wasn't going to be ready for at least 2 months. The base offered us temporary accommodations, which turned out to be a double-wide trailer in a small lot called Shiloh Haven, about 20 minutes from the base. When we first pulled up to that trailer, I remember the sinking feeling in my stomach. The place was old, probably from the 70s, with faded blue siding that was peeling in places. The small patch of yard was mostly dirt, with a few sad-looking weeds poking through. 2 concrete blocks served as steps up to the front door. "It's just for a couple months, sir," James said, squeezing my hand. "We've lived in worse." He wasn't wrong. During his first posting, we'd shared a 1-room apartment with a bathroom so small you had to sit sideways on the toilet. But something about this place just felt off. The inside wasn't much better than the outside. The carpets were stained with God knows what, and there was a persistent musty smell that no amount of air freshener seemed to cover. I found mouse droppings in the kitchen cabinets within the first hour of being there. The bathroom had black mold creeping up from behind the toilet, and the shower dripped constantly, no matter how tightly I turned the knob. James had to report to duty the day after we moved in, and his schedule was brutal. He was leaving the trailer by 5 in the morning and often not getting back until 9 or 10 at night. The base was about 45 minutes away with traffic, which meant he was spending at least an hour and a half in the car each day, not counting any errands he had to run. This left me alone in that trailer for most of the time. I'd just finished my teaching degree and was in the process of getting certified in Texas, so I didn't have a job yet. I tried to make the best of it, cleaning as much as I could, unpacking our essential items, and trying to make the place feel somewhat homey. But there's only so much you can do with a place like that. The worst part was the nights. The trailer made all sorts of noises after dark. The metal exterior would contract as the temperature dropped, creating pops and creaks that would jolt me awake. The plumbing would gurgle randomly, and there were definitely creatures living in the walls. I could hear them scurrying around when everything else was quiet. About 2 weeks into our stay, James had to stay even later than usual at the base for some night training exercises. He called around 7 to let me know he probably wouldn't be home until after midnight. "You going to be okay?" he asked. I could hear the concern in his voice. "I'll be fine," I assured him, even though I wasn't looking forward to spending the evening alone in that creepy trailer. "I'll probably just watch some TV and go to bed early." After I hung up, I realized how quiet the place was. It was early August, and the cicadas were deafening outside, but inside, with the windows closed and the air conditioner running, there was just the steady hum of the old unit struggling to keep the place cool. I heated up some leftover pasta for dinner, flipped through the 4 channels we could pick up on the TV, and decided there wasn't anything worth watching. Instead, I pulled out a paperback I'd been meaning to read and settled on the sagging couch. By 10 o'clock, my eyes were getting heavy. I decided to turn in, figuring I'd be asleep by the time James got home. We had a routine for nights like this. I'd leave the hall light on for him and lock the front door. He had a key, and the hall light gave him enough illumination to get ready for bed without waking me up. I changed into an oversized t-shirt, brushed my teeth, and made sure the front door was secured. I switched on the hall light, a dim, yellowy glow that barely reached the bedroom, and headed to bed. The bedroom was at the very end of the narrow hallway. It wasn't much, just enough space for our queen mattress, a small dresser, and a nightstand. I climbed into bed, leaving James's side turned down, and switched off the bedside lamp. The room wasn't completely dark. A bit of the hall light filtered in under the door, and there was a street light outside that cast a faint orange glow through the thin curtains. I lay there for a few minutes, listening to the air conditioner cycling on and off, and felt myself starting to drift off. That's when I heard it. Footsteps in the living room. At first I thought I'd imagined it. Maybe it was just the house settling, or one of the many strange noises the trailer regularly made. But then I heard it again, a distinct shuffling sound, like someone trying to walk quietly across the carpet. My first thought was that James had come home early and was trying not to wake me. But something didn't feel right. These weren't the familiar, confident footsteps of my husband. They were hesitant, uneven, almost like someone dragging their feet slightly. I held my breath and listened harder. The footsteps were moving down the hallway now, slow and deliberate. I could hear the old carpet compressing under each step. My heart was hammering in my chest, and I felt a cold sweat breaking out across my skin. "James," I called out, my voice sounding thin and strained. "Is that you?" No answer, just more shuffling, getting closer to the bedroom door. I reached for the bedside lamp, but my hand was shaking so badly I couldn't find the switch. The footsteps had stopped right outside my door now. I could see the shadow of feet blocking the strip of hall light coming under the door. Then slowly, the door began to open. I froze, eyes fixed on the widening gap. The hall light spilled into the room, creating long shadows that stretched across the floor. But there was no one there. The door continued to swing open as if pushed by an invisible hand, but I couldn't see anyone standing in the doorway. The shuffling sound resumed, now inside my bedroom. I could hear the carpet fibers compressing, could track the movement across the floor. Whatever it was coming around to James's side of the bed. I propped myself up on my elbows, my eyes scanning the room frantically. There was nothing there, nothing I could see at least. But I could hear it, could feel a change in the air, like the atmosphere had suddenly become heavier. And then the bed dipped. I watched in horror as the comforter on James's side of the bed compressed downward, as if something, had just sat down on the edge of the mattress. I could see the perfect outline of what appeared to be someone sitting there, the comforter and sheets molding around an invisible form. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't move. I just stared at the impression on the bed, my mind refusing to process what my eyes were seeing. The weight shifted slightly, the mattress creaking under it, and I felt the covers tug slightly, as if whatever was sitting there had grabbed them. In that moment, I felt a strange sense of calm wash over me. Not because I wasn't terrified, I absolutely was, but because some instinctual part of me knew that panicking would make things worse. I needed to get out of that room, but I needed to do it without showing fear. With a steadiness I didn't know I possessed, I slowly sat all the way up. I didn't look directly at the depression in the mattress. Instead, I swung my legs over my side of the bed and stood up. "I need to get some water," I said out loud, my voice surprisingly even. I walked around the bed, giving the invisible presence a wide berth, and made my way to the door. I could feel it watching me, though I don't know how I knew that. The air felt charged, like the atmosphere right before a thunderstorm. As soon as I was in the hallway, I reached in and flipped on the bedroom light switch. The room flooded with harsh fluorescent light. The depression in the bed was still there, perfectly formed, as if someone was still sitting on the edge of the mattress. I pulled the door closed firmly and backed away down the hall. I didn't run, though every cell in my body was screaming at me to do so. Instead, I walked deliberately to the living room, turned on every single light in the trailer, and sat down on the couch with my back against the armrest so I could see both the front door and the hallway. I stayed there for the next 2 hours, not moving, barely breathing, just watching and listening. The trailer was completely silent, no more footsteps, no more strange noises, just the hum of the air conditioner and the pounding of my own heart. When James finally came home just after midnight, he found me still sitting there, rigid and wide-eyed. "Sarah, what are you doing up?" He looked concerned as he set down his keys. I didn't know how to explain what had happened. It sounded crazy even in my own head. So I just said, "I couldn't sleep. The bedroom felt stuffy." He nodded, accepting this without question. "Want me to check the air vents in there? Might be blocked." "No!" My response came out too quick, too panicked. "I mean, let's just sleep out here tonight. Please?" He must have seen something in my face because he didn't argue. He just helped me make up the couch with some spare blankets, and we squeezed onto it together. I didn't sleep a wink that night. I just lay there, listening to James's steady breathing and staring at the dark hallway. The next morning, I went into the bedroom with James. The depression in the mattress was gone. The bed looked perfectly normal, as if nothing had ever happened. I changed the sheets anyway, telling James they smelled musty. We stayed in that trailer for the full 2 months as planned. I never told James what happened that night. I never slept in that bedroom again either. I made up excuses. The living room was cooler. I'd fallen asleep watching TV. I didn't want to wake him when he came in late. He probably knew something was wrong, but he didn't push it. The strange thing is, nothing else ever happened. No more footsteps, no more invisible visitors, just the normal creaks and groans of an old trailer. But I never felt comfortable there. I always had the sense that I was being watched, that something was waiting in the corners of my vision, just out of sight. When we finally moved into our permanent housing on the base, I felt like I could breathe again for the first time in months. We never talked about that trailer. We never visited Shiloh Haven again. I still don't know what happened that night. I've tried to rationalize it over the years. Maybe I was half asleep and imagining things. Maybe there was some kind of gas leak causing hallucinations. Maybe the stress of the move and being alone was making me paranoid. But none of those explanations feel right. What I do know is that there was something in that trailer with me. Something that wanted me to know it was there. And despite nearly 3 decades having passed, I can still see the perfect outline of someone sitting on my husband's side of the bed, the covers dipping down around a body that I couldn't see. Sometimes, when James is away and I'm alone in our house, I still leave all the lights on, just in case. Story 19. I've always felt comfortable with the idea that we're not alone in this world. Growing up in Riverbrook, I spent countless hours with my neighbor's grandfather, an elder from the local Native American tribe. He'd invite me to sit by his fire while he shared stories about spirits that walk alongside us, watching and sometimes interacting with our world. Those afternoons shaped me differently than most kids my age. While my classmates were afraid of ghost stories, I found them fascinating. Not that I was fearless, but I understood that fear often comes from misunderstanding. Last month, I finally saved enough for a down payment on my first house. Nothing fancy, just a small 3-bedroom ranch style at the end of a private road. The property backs up against a stretch of woods that gives it this peaceful, secluded feeling. My nearest neighbors are about a 5-minute walk down the road. The real estate agent mentioned something about the previous owners relocating suddenly for work, but the price was right, and I didn't ask too many questions. From the moment I walked through the door with my boxes, something felt different about the place. Not bad necessarily, just a presence I couldn't quite place. Like when you feel someone watching you, but when you turn around, nobody's there. I chalked it up to new house jitters and focused on unpacking. The first few days were uneventful. I arranged my furniture, hung pictures, and slowly transformed the empty house into something that felt like mine. But by the end of the first week, I started noticing small things. The air would suddenly get colder in certain spots, especially in the hallway leading to the bedrooms. Sometimes I'd hear the floorboards creak in empty rooms. Once, I could have sworn I saw a shadow move past the bathroom door when I was brushing my teeth, but when I looked out into the hall, nothing was there. Again, none of this particularly bothered me. Old houses make noise. Heating systems create cold spots. Shadows play tricks on tired eyes. I wasn't about to get spooked by the normal settling of an unfamiliar house. What happened last night, though, that was different. I'd just gotten home from a long day at work. It was already dark outside, probably around 8 o'clock, and the first real cold snap of fall had settled in. I microwaved some leftover pasta, grabbed a beer and settled into my recliner to catch up on a show I'd been streaming. The house was quiet except for the TV, and I was finally starting to feel relaxed after a stressful week. About halfway through the episode, I heard it. 3 distinct knocks on my front door, firm, deliberate. The kind of knock that means someone needs your attention. Not a tentative tap or a friendly rhythmic knock, but 3 solid thuds that seemed to reverberate through the house. I paused the TV, set my plate aside, and went to the door. It was almost 8:30 by then, and I wasn't expecting anyone. When I opened the door, the porch light illuminated absolutely nothing except my empty front step and the dark driveway beyond. I leaned out and looked both ways. Nobody. The motion sensor lights hadn't even triggered further down the driveway, which they definitely would have if someone had approached. I closed the door, locked it, and returned to my chair. Weird, but probably just the wind knocking a branch against the house or something. I unmuted the TV and picked up my fork. Not 30 seconds later, 3 more knocks, identical to the first set. Same rhythm, same intensity. This time I jumped up immediately. Someone was clearly messing with me. I flung the door open, ready to catch whoever was playing games, but again, nothing. The porch was empty. My driveway was empty. The motion lights remained off. I stepped outside this time onto the porch and called out, "Hello, is someone there?" The only response was a light breeze rustling through the trees. I walked to the edge of the porch and peered around the side of the house. Nothing moved in the darkness. I went back inside, locking the door behind me, feeling slightly unsettled but still reasoning with myself. Maybe kids from further down the road were pulling a prank. But how would they knock and disappear so quickly without triggering the motion lights? I returned to my chair, but I couldn't focus on the show anymore. I muted it and sat there, listening to the house. 5 minutes passed in silence, then 10. Just as I was about to unmute the TV, convincing myself it was nothing, 3 more knocks. This time I felt a chill run through me. The knocks were exactly the same as before, same spacing, same force. It wasn't random like a branch hitting the house would be. This was intentional. I got up slowly, approaching the door cautiously. I stood there for a moment listening before quickly pulling it open. Empty porch, empty driveway, silent night. "This isn't funny," I called out, my voice sounding unnaturally loud in the quiet. No response. I closed the door, double-checked the lock, and then checked all the windows to make sure they were secured. Part of me wondered if I should call someone, but what would I say? Someone's knocking on my door and disappearing? They'd think I was crazy or paranoid. I decided to ignore it. Whatever or whoever it was would eventually get bored and leave. I turned the volume up on the TV and tried to lose myself in the show again. It worked for about 15 minutes. Then 3 knocks, louder this time, as if compensating for the TV volume. "You've got to be kidding me," I muttered, muting the TV again. I sat perfectly still, listening. The house was completely silent, except for the soft hum of the refrigerator in the kitchen and my own breathing, which seemed too loud in my ears. The knocks came again, 3 in perfect succession. But this time I realized something that made my stomach drop. They weren't coming from the front door. They were coming from the sliding glass door in the dining room, on the opposite side of the house. I stood up slowly, every muscle tense. The sliding door faced the backyard and the woods beyond. There was no porch light on that side, just darkness outside the glass. I made my way to the dining room, not turning on any lights, trying to move silently. When I reached the sliding door, I couldn't see anything through the glass except my own reflection and the pitch black of the yard beyond. I stood there for what felt like minutes, barely breathing. Then 3 knocks directly in front of me on the glass I was staring at. I jumped back, heart pounding. There was nothing there, nothing I could see at least, but something had definitely knocked on that door. I backed away, fumbling for my phone in my pocket. This was beyond weird now. It was frightening. As I retreated to the living room, 3 more knocks sounded, this time from the small window in the kitchen. Whatever was happening was moving around my house, knocking on different entry points. I felt trapped, surrounded. My hands were shaking as I pulled up the phone's flashlight. "Who's there?" I called out, my voice cracking slightly. "What do you want?" 3 knocks answered me, back at the front door again. That's when something inside me snapped. Fear transformed into anger, the kind of defensive anger that comes when you feel cornered. I stormed to the front door, threw it open, and stepped out onto the porch. "Enough!" I shouted into the darkness. "I don't know who or what you are, but this is my house now. You either show yourself or leave me alone." The night air was cold against my skin, and my breath came out in visible puffs. I stood there, chest heaving, waiting for a response, for another knock, for anything. Nothing came. After a minute or 2 of standing in the cold, I felt slightly foolish. Maybe I was overreacting. Maybe there was some logical explanation I wasn't seeing. I took a deep breath of the crisp night air, trying to calm myself. That's when I noticed the smell. A distinct earthy odor like wet soil and something else I couldn't quite place. It was strong for a moment, then dissipated as quickly as it had come. I went back inside, closed and locked the door, and waited. 10 minutes passed, then 20. No more knocks came from anywhere in the house. I eventually turned the TV back on, but kept the volume low, constantly listening for any unusual sounds. Nothing happened for the rest of the night. I ended up falling asleep in the recliner with the TV on, too unsettled to go back to my bedroom, which suddenly felt too far away from the exits. When I woke up this morning, the house was peaceful and normal. Sunlight streamed through the windows, birds chirped outside, and it was hard to believe what had happened the night before. I've spent today researching the history of the property, looking for any clues about what might have happened here, but so far I've found nothing unusual. I even walked the perimeter of the house, looking for footprints or any evidence that someone had been there. But the ground was dry and hard, revealing nothing. It's been almost 24 hours now with no more knocking. Maybe whatever it was is gone for good. Maybe my outburst somehow chased it away, or maybe it got what it wanted: acknowledgement, attention, recognition that I knew it was there. I'm not planning to move out. This is my home now, and one weird night isn't enough to drive me away. But I've put sage in every room just in case, something the elder taught me years ago. And tonight, I'll leave a small offering by the back door. Another practice I learned growing up. Just a small dish with tobacco and cornmeal. Not because I'm scared, I tell myself, but because sometimes acknowledging a presence is better than pretending it isn't there. That's what the elder would say anyway. Respect goes both ways, between the living and whatever else might be sharing our space. The knocking hasn't returned, and maybe it never will. But sometimes when I'm alone in the house, I still get that feeling like I'm being watched. And occasionally, just as I'm drifting off to sleep, I swear I can hear the floorboards creaking in the hallway, as if someone is walking slowly past my bedroom door. Story 20. I don't even know if I should be writing this down. Part of me wants to forget everything that happened, but another part feels like I need to document it somewhere. Maybe someone out there has experienced something similar or can make sense of what I went through. About 4 months ago, I broke up with my boyfriend of 3 years. It wasn't a terrible breakup or anything dramatic. We just wanted different things. He wanted to move to Seattle for a job opportunity, and I couldn't leave my job at the dental office here in Pinecrest, so we decided to call it quits. Finding a new place to live quickly isn't easy in a small town like Pinecrest. The rental market is tight, and I was staying on my friend Jenna's couch while desperately searching for anything affordable. After 2 weeks of scanning listings and making calls, I finally found something within my budget, a double-wide trailer on the outskirts of town, past the old lumber yard. I know trailers get a bad reputation, but this one was actually pretty nice. Spacious, with 2 bedrooms, a decent kitchen, and even a small covered porch. The rent was surprisingly low, which should have been my first red flag, I guess, but I was just relieved to find something. The landlord was this older guy named Greg, who seemed in a hurry to get the place rented. He barely asked me any questions before handing over the keys and telling me I could move in immediately. I remember how excited I was driving up to the trailer that first day with my small SUV packed with essentials. The property sat at the end of a gravel road, surrounded by tall pine trees that gave it a secluded feeling. Even though there were other trailers nearby, they were spaced far enough apart that you couldn't really see the neighbors. The inside needed some cleaning, but nothing major. Just the usual dust and cobwebs you'd expect in a place that had been empty for a while. I spent that first day wiping down surfaces, sweeping floors, and setting up my bedroom. My dog, Baxter, seemed happy enough exploring the place, which I took as a good sign. He's usually pretty sensitive to atmospheres, my little canine barometer. It wasn't until I was setting up the master bedroom that I found it, this bizarre-looking dream catcher hanging above the window. And when I say dream catcher, I'm being generous. It wasn't one of those pretty turquoise and feather ones you see in gift shops. This thing was crude and unsettling, just a wooden hoop wrapped in red yarn that was covered in dust and cobwebs. It had these cheap plastic beads dangling from it, and most disturbing of all, an actual chicken's foot hanging from the bottom. The chicken foot was dried and mummified, looking all yellow and twisted. It was absolutely disgusting. My first instinct was to get it out of my new home as quickly as possible. I grabbed a plastic bag from the kitchen, used it as a glove to pull the dream catcher off its nail, and immediately took it outside to the garbage bin. I remember feeling relieved once it was out of the house, like I'd removed something unclean. I didn't think much more about it as I continued setting up my place over the next couple of days. I still had to work, so I was moving in gradually. bringing more boxes each evening after my shift ended. I was sleeping at Jenna's place during this transition, only spending daylight hours at the trailer. 3 days after finding the Dreamcatcher, I decided it was time to finally spend my first night in my new home. I'd moved in my bed, my clothes, and enough kitchen stuff to get by. Baxter seemed excited about the big yard, and I was looking forward to having my own space again after weeks of couch surfing. The evening started normally enough. I made a simple dinner, watched some Netflix on my laptop, and took Baxter for a walk around the property before bed. The night was clear and quiet, with a half moon providing just enough light to see the outlines of the trees. Nothing felt off or strange, just peaceful. I went to bed around 11, with Baxter curled up at the foot of my bed like always. I remember feeling content as I drifted off to sleep, thinking about how I would arrange my living room once I brought over my couch the next day. I don't know exactly what woke me up. It might have been Baxter's movement, or maybe some subconscious awareness that something wasn't right. But I remember opening my eyes and immediately noticing that Baxter was standing rigid at the foot of my bed, his eyes fixed on the bedroom door. His ears were perked forward, and the hair along his spine was raised. I glanced at my phone. It was 3 in the morning. That time has significance now, though I didn't realize it then. At first, I thought maybe Baxter needed to go outside. I whispered his name, but he didn't respond at all. He just kept staring at that door, like he was seeing something I couldn't. That's when I started feeling uneasy. Then I heard it, a soft thud from somewhere in the living room, then another and another, evenly spaced, deliberate. Footsteps. Someone was walking around in my living room. My heart started racing immediately. I lived alone, miles from the nearest neighbor. There shouldn't be anyone in my house. My first thought was a break-in, and I reached for my phone to call 911. But before I could dial, the footsteps changed. They weren't the heavy footsteps of an adult anymore. They became quicker, lighter, like someone running, and they were coming directly toward my bedroom. I froze, phone clutched in my hand, as the footsteps raced down the hallway and then stopped right outside my bedroom door. Baxter was growling now, a low rumble in his throat that I rarely heard from him. The doorknob didn't turn. There was just silence for what felt like forever, but was probably only a few seconds. And then, God, this still makes my skin crawl. I heard a giggle, a child's giggle, high-pitched and playful, like a little kid playing hide-and-seek. Before I could process what was happening, the footsteps took off again, racing back down the hallway toward the living room. I sat there, completely paralyzed with fear, listening as they faded away. I'd like to say I was brave enough to go check it out, but I wasn't. Instead, I quietly got out of bed and pushed my dresser in front of the bedroom door. Then I grabbed Baxter and huddled with him in the corner of the room, as far from the door as possible. I kept the lights off, afraid of drawing attention to myself. For the rest of the night, I heard occasional noises, creaks and thuds that could have been normal house sounds or something else entirely. I didn't sleep a wink. I just sat there with Baxter, who remained alert and watchful until the first light of dawn started filtering through my curtains. When the sun was fully up, I finally worked up the courage to move the dresser and open my bedroom door. The hallway was empty. Nothing seemed disturbed or out of place. I cautiously walked through the trailer, checking every room, every closet, looking for any sign of an intruder. There was nothing. I was starting to think I'd imagined the whole thing, that maybe the strange sounds were just the trailer settling or the wind in the trees outside. Maybe I'd dreamed the giggle. Maybe Baxter had been reacting to a mouse in the walls. Then I walked into the living room and saw the windows. All across the large picture window facing the front yard were small handprints, child-sized handprints, smudged onto the glass from the outside. They were clustered together in places, like someone had been pressing their hands against the glass repeatedly, trying to look in, or trying to get in. I remember standing there, staring at those tiny handprints and feeling a wave of cold wash over me. There weren't any children living nearby. The nearest neighbors were an elderly couple who lived alone. I took photos of the handprints with my phone, though I'm not sure why. Maybe I needed proof that I wasn't losing my mind. Then I called Jenna, my voice shaking as I tried to explain what had happened. To her credit, Jenna didn't think I was crazy. She mentioned that her cousin's wife, Eliza, was into all that spiritual cleansing stuff and offered to call her for me. At that point, I was willing to try anything. Eliza came over that afternoon. She was a middle-aged woman with long gray hair and a no-nonsense attitude that was somehow reassuring. She walked through the trailer, pausing occasionally to touch the walls or stand quietly in corners. When she got to the master bedroom, she frowned. "Something was removed from here," she said, pointing to the nail above the window where the dream catcher had been. "Recently." I told her about the dream catcher with the chicken foot that I'd thrown away. Her expression changed immediately. "You found a chicken foot hanging in your house and you just threw it away." She sounded genuinely alarmed. "Where did you put it?" I led her outside to the trash bin, but the garbage had already been collected that morning. The dream catcher was gone. Eliza explained that in certain traditions, she specifically mentioned voodoo, hanging a chicken's foot above a door or window is meant to ward off evil spirits. The dream catcher I'd found wasn't just a tacky decoration. It had been serving a purpose. "Whatever was here before you moved in," she said, "someone knew about it. They were trying to contain it." I felt sick hearing this. The idea that I might have inadvertently released something by discarding the dream catcher was terrifying. I asked Eliza what we should do. She went back to her car and returned with a canvas bag. From it, she pulled out bundles of dried sage, a small bottle of what she called holy water, and several small crosses made of twigs bound with red thread. For the next hour, she walked through every room of the trailer, burning sage and murmuring prayers. She placed the crosses above each doorway and sprinkled the holy water in the corners. I followed behind her, feeling equal parts skeptical and desperate. When she finished, the trailer smelled strongly of sage smoke, and I had crosses hanging above every door. Eliza told me to leave all the lights on that night and to sprinkle salt across my windowsills and doorways. "Whatever it is," she said, "it's attached to this place, not to you. If this cleansing doesn't work, you need to move out immediately." I thanked her and paid her the $50 she asked for, which seemed like a bargain if it actually worked. After she left, I did exactly as she instructed, salt across every entry point and lights blazing throughout the trailer. That second night was tense but uneventful. Baxter seemed more relaxed, and I managed to get a few hours of restless sleep. The next morning, I checked all the windows. No handprints. Over the next few days, things remained quiet. No footsteps, no giggles, no handprints. I started to relax a little, though I kept the crosses up and replaced the salt regularly as Eliza had instructed. About a week later, I ran into my landlord Greg at the local grocery store. He seemed surprised to see me. "You're still staying out at the Peters place?" he asked, using the name of the previous owners. I told him yes, and that everything was fine now, though we'd had a bit of a disturbance initially. His face changed when I said that. What kind of disturbance? I was vague, just mentioning some strange noises at night. I didn't want him thinking I was some hysterical tenant making up ghost stories. Greg was quiet for a moment, then said, "The Peters had a daughter, Lily. Died in that trailer when she was 6. Terrible accident. She was playing hide and seek with her imaginary friend and got trapped in an old freezer that was being stored in the shed. By the time they found her..." He trailed off, but I got the picture. My blood ran cold at the mention of hide and seek. "After that," Greg continued, "they said the place felt different, Mrs. Peters was into all kinds of spiritual stuff. Started hanging these protective charms all over the house. Most of them came down when they moved out, but maybe you found some still around. I told him about the dream catcher with the chicken foot and how I'd thrown it away. Greg's eyes widened. Mrs. Peters was convinced that whatever Lily had been playing with before she died wasn't imaginary at all. He lowered his voice. She thought something had followed Lily home from the woods behind the property, something that pretended to be a child but wasn't. She made those charms to keep it contained. I didn't know what to say to that. Greg seemed embarrassed suddenly, like he realized how it all sounded. Look, I don't believe in any of that supernatural nonsense myself, he said quickly. But maybe don't remove any more of those charms if you find them, okay? Just to be safe. I nodded, unable to form words. All I could think about was that giggle I'd heard outside my door. That conversation happened 3 months ago. I'm still living in the trailer, mainly because I can't afford to break my lease and find a new place. The cleansing seems to have worked. I haven't experienced anything strange since that first night. Eliza checks in occasionally, bringing me new sage bundles and making sure the crosses are still in place. But I don't feel entirely at ease here. Sometimes at night, I think I hear faint laughter carried on the wind from the direction of the woods. Baxter refuses to go near the tree line at the back of the property, and twice now, I've woken up at exactly 3 in the morning for no apparent reason, with the sense that something is watching me. I've tried researching what might have been in that dream catcher, what kind of entity a chicken's foot would be meant to ward against. The information I've found is unsettling. References to trickster spirits that mimic children's voices, entities that attach themselves to properties where tragedy has occurred. I don't know what was in this trailer before I moved in. I don't know if Lily Peters had a real imaginary friend or something more sinister. All I know is that I threw away something that was apparently keeping it at bay, and for one terrifying night, it was free. The rational part of my mind tries to explain it all away. A neighborhood kid playing a prank, my own imagination working overtime in a new place, Baxter reacting to local wildlife. But then I remember those tiny handprints all over my windows and the sound of that giggle outside my bedroom door. I'm writing this down because I need someone else to know what happened here. If something changes, if Eliza's cleansing stops working, I want there to be a record. Because whatever was contained by that crude dream catcher with the chicken foot, I'm afraid it's still here, waiting for another chance to get in.